Okay, thank you guys, acha nitaje mtu hapa anihakikishie mic yangu kama inafanya. Mili ama William Mutenyo, Christopher Dimwambo na Maina Daudi. Unanisikiza kweli? Confirm for me tafadhali. Maina Daudi, Christopher Dimwambo, William Mutenyo, Mili na Kenneth Cheruiyot. Confirm sauti hapo kwa comment section tafadhali. Nitashukuru sana. Okay, thank you William. So guys, sijui ni saa ngapi? Ni saa 3:23. Sorry for being late. Unajua shughuli za hapa na pale. Thank you James Ndungu. Thank you DJ Yusto. Ni wewe tu. Thank you Logan Pauli Lelei na Gideon Chemosi Sonko. Gideon, si mimi bana. Si mimi yule wa kusema eti 999% of Kenyans are happy. Huyo ni mwingine. Thank you Yego. Na mwalimu Yego umepotea. Uko Kenya hii kweli? David Kayumbi, bana unanionea? Mimi sijai post kwa hii platform. So, ngojea Mutembei utamuona hapa. Alafu utamuingilia, si mimi. Mimi ni mshikaji tu. Mutembei anajulikana na kila mtu, so kama huwa anapost hizo vitu nasema, basi yako karibu kuingia utamuona. Asante sana Esha na Kips Eric. We, Daniel Mwita ni aje?
Asante.
Hello. Daniel? Ni aje?
Poa.
Unatizama ukiwa wapi Daniel?
Migori.
Uko Migori?
Yeah.
Migori ni kubwa bwana. Uko side za Kuria?
Kuria.
Daniel, uko Kuria ya? Okay, Willy, ni aje? Microphone Willy.
Unanipata?
Sasa uko sawa?
Aha, uko salama.
Unatizama ama unashiriki ukiwa wapi?
Tangatanga.
Kajiado. Kajiado County.
Sure, yes.
Daniel, unatusikiza kweli?
Kabisa.
Unasema unatizama ukiwa wapi?
Kuria.
Hata mimi natoka Kuria bana. So ndio Hapana, natoka tu hapa Taranganya hapo kwa inaitwa aje? Hapo Taranganya hiyo Nyati Dome. Nilikuwa nalala wapi? Ni Nyati ama Chui? Hiyo yenye iko karibu na fence. Inaitwa aje? Unaijua vizuri sana. Nilikuwa nalala hapo Nyati, maybe ni Nyati. Sasa hata wewe nikikuangalia hivi nakujua kidogo, lakini si sana. Mimi karibuni sana, na acha niwekea wase link waendelee kuingia, halafu tuanze. So wase, nimeweka hapo link. Ukiklik hiyo link itakuleta moja kwa moja mpaka hapa, halafu utaweza kushiriki. Kuna James Ndungu, kuna Justin Justo, Eli Kirui, kuna majina Logan Polie Lelei, Gideon Chemosi Sonko, iko sawa. Haitwi iko sawa, anaitwa Edu Kosgei. Kumbe hii jamaa ndio inapostingi ujinga. Asante sana David Kayumbi. Walai, naitwa Clinton jameni, mi si mtembei. Okay, Yego, Jared na wengine wote karibuni sana. So Willy, washa mic Willy.
Yeah.
Willy, kuna COVID Kenya, lakini naibu wa rais ni kama haoni kuna COVID. Juzi alikuwa na rally, leo pia amekuwa na rally, pengine kesho pia atakuwa na rally. Unaweza ukasemaje Willy?
Unajua, kwa upande wangu sasa hivi naona wanasiasa wengi wanajali vyeo zao, maisha yao ya baadaye, hawajali maisha ya wananchi wa sasa. Sasa ndio unaona badala yao kushughulikia wananchi, wao wanapanga mikutano hapa na pale kuhakikisha kwamba kile ambacho wanataka mwakao inapatikana. Hata nilijaribu kufuatilia kile ambacho alikuwa anasema jana kwa studio fulani, naibu wa rais jana usiku. Unapata ya kwamba kulingana na venye anasema, ana imani ya kwamba liwe liwalo, kila kitu kitafanyika, lakini yeye ndiye anaenda kuwa rais. So na kupitia kwa yale ambayo alikuwa anasema, hata tukikumbuka walipokuwa Bomas rais akisema ya kwamba mwenzake badala ya kufocus kwa zile ajenda ambazo wanastahili kufanya, yeye amefocus kwa yale ambayo anataka yafanyike kesho yake, akuwe nani kesho yake. Hivyo unapata badala ya kushughulikia wananchi, unapata ana keep on kuumiza wananchi. Corona inaendelea kusambaa sababu yake na watu wengine wote, ingawa si yeye peke yake, lakini kikundi chake unapata wanaendelea kuongeza mikutano ya hapa na pale ya kuhakikisha kwamba kila ambacho wanataka kinafanyika na sio kujali maisha ya wananchi.
Asante sana Willy. Hata mimi nilifuatilia hiyo interview yake ya jana, na mimi pia nilikuwa nafikiria tu venye umesema, so it's a matter of wait and see. Daniel Mwita. Daniel, uko na shida ya microphone Daniel, ama internet? Mafabi ni aje? Achilia mic Mafabi. Rupia.
Good evening or good afternoon wherever you are.
Rupia ni aje? Sasa ni usiku bwana, ni saa 2:31.
Saa 3.
Sisi tuko saa 3. But wao wengine waendelee tu na kuongea, hata mimi niko standby, nataka kuongea, but waacha waongee kwa.
Nimepeana nafasi kwa Daniel Mwita, hapatikani. Daniel.
Yes.
Sema nasi bana Daniel.
Okay, ingana mimi.
Hello.
Yes.
Sema bwana.
Hata. No. Hello.
Yes. Daniel,
Huyo anapoteza wakati.
Daniel, uko kwa gari ama uko wapi? Mafabi Juma. Niaje?
Hello.
Unmute your microphone, Mafabi. Iko sawa, iko sawa.
Okay, kama unanipata ni vema.
Sema nasi Mafabi.
Amnisikii, amnipati?
Tunakupata.
Okay.
Unmute your microphone alafu unene nasi Mafabi. Oh. Amejitoa. So, Daniel Mwita, uko sawa
Yes.
sasa? Bana, maliza kuendesha gari Daniel. Malizana na gari. Collins. Collins, zima muziki Collins. Okay, sasa sema nasi Collins.
Nimefika katikati sasa ndio nime-login. So I want to ask, it's about the COVID-19 when nimeangalia kwa title. So can you just give me a brief, what are you talking about?
We are talking about the spread of COVID-19 in Kenya, na naibu wa rais juzi alikuwa na rally akasema ilikuwa peace meeting. Leo amekuwa na rally Nakuru, hatujui kesho atasema ilikuwa peace meeting ama sijui atahitaji hii rally ya leo, lakini tunaambiwa kwamba the rate at which COVID is doing what in Kenya, is spreading in Kenya is very alarming. So we don't know kama iliisha na wanasiasa wamesha ingia uwanjani ama itakuwaje. What's your take on this, Bwana Collins?
My take for that one, I want, even if I'm not a supporter of DP, there's this case when DP holds a rally. Unapata gava wanasema COVID-19 is high. When you check during the Madaraka Day in Kisumu, and everybody witnessed about that one, Raila was there, Uhuru was there, Gideon Moi was there, and they held a rally there. And after all, we saw that the COVID-19 in Kisumu was high. And there was no any precaution that was taken in Kisumu. But when the DP is taking a rally, it's being told that the DP is bringing people together so that the spread of the COVID-19 will rise up. So my question is, the rally, yes, we agree that the rallies was being disqualified. There was no any political parties that any political event should be held on. And if the president was serious about that one, during the Madaraka Day, they should have not held any rally, and they should have keep the social distance during that time. And that showed that when the DPs see that the Uhuru, Raila held a rally in Kisumu, we saw that everybody was a freedom. So we have to do that. And we agree, I support the DP what he did. We have these things of saying that COVID-19 is being spread during the day, during the rallies. No, COVID-19 is not there in Kenya now. The numbers are being cooked.
Are you done?
Yeah, I'm done.
Uko sure hakuna corona Kenya?
Hakuna corona so far.
Kufikia wakati huu.
Hakuna wakati huu. The numbers are being cooked.
Like even today, how many numbers did they cook?
Today, when you check the number for today, it was 624, around there, if I'm not wrong.
Yeah, and do you think tomorrow ni namba gani watatupea? Bado itakuwa 600 ama wataipunguza kidogo? Ama juu kumekuwa na rally leo, kesho itakuwa 1000? What's your prediction?
Yeah. Let me say, when the DP is held in any rally in Kenya, the COVID-19 must be high. So expect tomorrow the COVID-19 to be high. And when we take about this 620 something, because I was checking about last year, the numbers of each county, I was checking even, it was around seven there. I don't remember it was which month of last year. When we check the numbers of each county, it was for last year, for today. Just to need people to go and check the numbers of from last year, maybe from October to go down, October, August there. You can notice that there's something that's going on in government, mostly in health sector.
Yeah. Okay, maybe kama panelists wako na swali kwako. Wanaweza wakakuuliza. So
Clinton, I just want to react to something there. That Collins is an ignorant citizen. I don't know where he comes from.
Una watch ukiwa wapi?
Currently, I'm in Eldoret, but I'm working in Narok.
So currently you are in Eldoret, but you are working in Narok.
Yeah, I'm on leave.
Sasa nyumbani ni Eldoret, yeah?
Nyumbani ni Eldoret.
Okay. Thank you.
COVID is real and it is in Kenya right now. Because where I'm speaking from, whose child is crying, please? Just where I'm talking from, in this village alone, we have buried over 50 people that have died of COVID-19. And I think you heard about Kajulu in Kisumu. And in Siaya, the numbers keeps on going higher and higher. And I have a personal friend who actually got COVID-19 and had to be taken all the way up to Bungoma because our ICUs in Kisumu and wherever they are were full. So the lady had to be taken all the way from Siaya to Bungoma. That is where they got an ICU bed because all these ones were full. And the COVID is real, and I don't think Collins should be talking the way he's talking.
Okay, hold it there, Rupia. Hold it there. Collins, now that you work in Narok and currently you're in Eldoret, where do you spend most of your time, Narok or Eldoret?
Most of my time I spent in Narok.
So in Narok, hata watu wajui corona, hawavai mask kama inakuaje?
Narok, it's a town. It's a small town where people walk with them. Even during the curfew time, I remember it was last year between November and December when the curfew was between 4 a.m. to 2 p.m. I think there. And on that period of that curfew, the business was run smoothly. Even the clubs were running until 4 p.m. And when you check the COVID-19 in Narok, you can check that the rates of death, they are still low. Like today, Narok had just 2 people, but the past, when you check, most of the time, Narok does not have COVID-19.
So today, 2 people died of corona in Narok?
No, affected people, not died.
Okay, so, but you've just told me that there is no corona in Kenya. We are cooking the numbers. So where are the 2 coming from?
I agree that there's corona, but the numbers, we are being lied about the numbers in Kenya. If the government...
Ela.
Sawa. Okay, amepigiwa simu. Kuna mtu anaweza endelea kuongea. Rupia, umemaliza swali lako?
I was not asking a question. I was just giving a comment and a reaction on what colleagues was talking about. And you see the extent to which politics have taken us. If somebody can just stand here and say that there is no COVID, and when there is some DP is holding a rally, I think when there was Madaraka in Kisumu, all these top leaders were there, including the DP. And the president, I think, where they talked and somehow held a rally was in Yala town. Then I think DP actually was blocked at Kondele under the former prime minister. So the Kisumu one, the numbers were still low when we had Madaraka here, though there was fear that we could experience another wave, because basically what actually make our numbers to increase is the crowding. Because if we crowd, you don't know who is having COVID, and you are being told, can you maintain the distance, the safe distance, and put on your mask. In these crowds, you cannot put on your mask because you know the environment there. So you just have to remove your mask so that you breathe well. But I'm really wondering, in fact, I'm sickened. We talked about the gathering in, was it in Elgeyo or in West Pokot by the DP, and today we are again seeing another one where COVID-19 protocols are not followed, are not obeyed. So that is quite sickening, because this thing, my friends, this thing is real. I used to talk the way the Collins is talking, but when I saw it with my eyes, that my friend is in the ICU, and she was actually, she came out of ICU today, and you could see she's tired and all that. If we didn't have those ICU, she could have died right now. So hii kitu ni si kitu ya kucheza, because even the government didn't take it seriously. But you know, now they are now gearing up and bringing vaccines. I think the Pfizer vaccine and the Johnson & Johnson will be in the country in the coming weeks, so that those of us who did not get the AstraZeneca vaccine, the first and second dose, can go for those ones. But until then, we are not safe. We are not safe at all. The coming days, you will see the Nakuru, they will see another wave there. So you will see numbers increasing just because of political activities, and these things should be avoided. So COVID is real. It is there with us. We must go and get vaccinated so that we actually we protect the people around us and ourselves. Now, msichukulie kama jokes. Mimi nimeona. I used to talk the way some of us are talking here, but nimeona kwa macho hivi. I've seen it with my eyes.
Rupia, hizo vaccines ziliingia Kenya juzi ama jana. Wameanza kuzitumia?
Yes. Those who are second doses of AstraZeneca, and they are being administered to people. And so many people have gotten the second dose. I think the numbers that we have seen here right now is around 200 and something, 228. I'm not very accurate, but I think it's a number that they have given us today.
Okay. Somebody was calling me Mr. Onyari. Yes, what's the issue, Mr. Onyari?
Good evening, everybody.
Tuko poa.
I think it is the first time. I'm joining in Mutembei. I have been following you all the past time that you are having and holding these kind of meetings. I think they're crucial, they're important as young people, as the developing nation, in terms of digital technology, as we try to teach us and learn from more people of how we can live and contain, especially what we are undergoing now as a serious thing of pandemic. That is my name, I see, as you have articulated. And I want to share what that I've gotten on the way, that the pandemic is real. Me, I'm not in Kenya, but I'm saying the pandemic is real, and it is real. There are people dying everywhere. But what really I'm sympathizing with our people in our country called Kenya, the country where people are proud in, people are fond of coming to tour, coming to explore, coming to invest, that we are the people who are having difficult moment of understanding how the pandemic is really driving our lives to raw economy, debts, and the roots of even everything at large. But are we really containing the pandemic? That is the big question. Yes, of course, my brother Rupia said the pandemic is real. True, it is real. How many people knows it is real? Does these people who hold a lot of massive crowds and the mammoth crowds know that there is a pandemic? You know, and you're aware. Because me, I'm just watching and listening from a distance. Some of you are in the ground. You understand how people react over the same matter. We are the same people. At first, when the pandemic was coming, we were talking about there is no pandemic, that is a scam, that is a propaganda, that is what is what. And indeed today, we are making it real of our words that we were articulating at that particular time. That is not the truth of the pandemic. Surely you have seen our country, for example, right now at the 9 o'clock news, I have checked that it is almost 3,500 people who have succumbed through the pandemic, the COVID. Do we have measures that we can contain those numbers from losing their lives from this kind of pandemic? Yes, we have. But have we deployed it other than reaching to a point where we can serve ourselves with the vaccines? Yes, we have. But what have we done? We become reluctant. We become people who disobey what guidelines that are being given by the World Health Organization. And when I break it down to our country, the Health Officer Authority, that is the Minister of Health of Kenya, they have been crying every time that this is the pandemic. Let us observe, keep the rule, 1.5 to 2 meters, wear a mask. For example, right now, I'm alone here. I don't have mask. But when we are 2 people, 3 people, my mask always it is there. And sometimes I can wear even the facial glass to cover me because we are meeting different people. You don't know where the pandemic comes from. Right now, you see people are dying one by one, but you don't know what it is healing them. Is it the pandemic? Is it the different kind of diseases? We need to ask ourselves the real. Are we making and contributing towards the growth of our mortal rate in our country? Or we are creating the gap to kill our people more so that we can tomorrow cry and say, yes, our people have died, now let the government do this. Secondly, the rallies that have been done within the 2 weeks, I think you have seen in Pokot, there was a rally. In Madaraka Day, there was a rally. Okay, not a rally as such, but it was just a crossing. But a lot of people, they came over. Today, you have seen in Nakuru, or yesterday, there was a rally. After when somebody is coming to his function of the church, inaugurations and other things, even Kitui, you see people that were there with those kind of crowds. Let us be very sincere on this matter. Do we protect our people? For example, I'm sorry to quote, and I'm not quoting in a bad way, our deputy president, Mr. Samoei Ruto. He is saying that he's a Christian. Me, I'm a Christian, and you're a Christian. But sometimes it doesn't preach what it means to be a Christian. For example, when he says that let us stop all other things that the government is giving us that are not the priority, and let us deal with the COVID, and himself also is doing negative and different from what he's speaking, is not realistic to the point. Let us now give, yes, I'm winding up. Let us now keep check and the changes from what he is preaching. For example, West Pokot, you saw a lot of crowd of people. Today in Nakuru, there is a lot of crowd of people. Where the president today, where he was, there was a crowd of people. What can we do as a people, not only readers? My solution, as I'm giving, as I'm completing, let us avoid from going those meetings. Mr. President, we know him. Mr. Raila Odinga, we know him. Mr. Ruto, we know him. Let that time comes, if it is the parrot paper, we go there. Right now, we are talking through this platform. Even them, let them go to the media platforms, talk to us from there so that to avoid all kind of cases. Thank you.
Mr. Nyari.
Naam.
Unaongea ukiwa wapi?
I'm talking from the Gulf country. That's where I am, and that's where I'm based now from the Gulf country.
Kuna nchi inaitwa Gulf?
The Gulf countries. That is where I'm saying. Not specific.
Kuna Dubai, Al Ain, sijui Saudi Arabia, Jordan. So quite specific.
Yes. Okay, that is. I will talk it next time. Yes.
Okay, so maybe nikuulize hiyo country yenu mmehold election kwa hii COVID kweli? Mmekuwa na election hii time ya COVID?
Not really. There is no election that is being done right now.
Okay.
So there is no any kind of sort of election, and actually, if it is there, I don't think that it will be exposed to the way I'm seeing my colleagues in our country they are doing. Because, for example, the routine management of this COVID, the way they are practicing is very much different from what we are doing in our country. For example, here we are having some systems, the applications that you may put on your phone that can monitor you, how you move from one point to another. The person you are going to associate with, whether he has COVID, you're going to give to you so that it can subject you to quarantine. Such a kind of things. They are deploying here because they are digitalized places whereby people, they have gone a mile ahead to come up with the kind of systems. So here the gatherings are not allowed completely like our country. Thank you.
Okay, thank you, Mr. Onyari, for your good advice. Tony, do you have a question, Tony? Microphone, Tony.
Is it on now? Can you hear me?
Yeah.
Okay. Yeah. The experience of this new season of COVID, it's my opinion that it should not be taken as universal but individual responsibilities. COVID is not very different from any other diseases like HIV, which have not gotten absolute cure. COVID has the vaccines which protect individuals, not the community, not the family, but individuals. That's one way of protection. Even in the developed countries, they are protecting themselves through vaccination and wearing masks. So even back in the village, in our country, there should be individual responsibility to protect yourself and your own family. If there is a public rally, if there is a church, any congregation that you go to, you know what it entails to protect yourself. If you go there naked, mouth and nostrils, you're gonna get it. There is no mass protection. That is absolute. And then there is no public figure, politician, or a preacher somewhere that is going to take responsibility of protecting individuals. If you go there, you have to take your own responsibility. Well, okay. I'm talking from Atlanta, Georgia. I'm in the office right now. But as I get out of my desk going around the building, I must put on my mask. Yeah, ndio hii. Lazima niweke. Nikiingia kwa ofisi yangu ndio natoa. Nikitoka kwa mlango lazima nifae. And then it is like a company policy that you have to be vaccinated in order to protect yourself and others. Sasa, you cannot blame the government for you not wearing a mask. Hiyo ni shida yako. But the problem is this in our country is that there is a euphoria of, I don't know, appetite of supporting individuals in public offices, hata zenye hata zisaidii hao wanakufa. Ndio ukisikia kama any politicians of your choice ako na rally, you rush there. And what do you get from there? Either making noise and going back with an infection. Saa ingine, even the methods of wearing this mask matters. Sasa ukiweka hapa chini na uache mapua, sasa unaweka nini? You have to cover everything. It's basically this thing, let me say, imekuwa underwear sahi. That's what it has become. So, when the children growing up right now, they would not know there was a time that we never cared about these things.
Mr. Tony, correct there. It is a mouthwear.
Mouthwear. It's not a mouthwear anymore. It's not the mouth only. Usipoweka kwa mapua yote, mtu atakuambia you are naked. Anyway, you can call it any name you call it, but the fact that it is there. So let's not pretend that our people in the villages do not know what they are doing or they don't understand. In fact, they are even smart than those of us who are in first world countries. But they don't see the need or they negligence. That's what makes our people just say, I don't care. Then you get it. So personal responsibility is very important. If you go and drink and then go to drive like gari inajua parapara, you will realize when you don't reach home. If you go to church and they say that God is gonna save you without protecting your mouth and the nostrils, you will realize kila mtu anabeba msalaba wake mwenyewe. So these things, let's take personal responsibility to do things that helps us individually as a person, instead of making noise to leaders as if they're the ones who are supposed to breathe for us. I think that's what I have to say.
Thank you Bwana Tony, tumekusikiza vizuri sana sana, na hata Wakenya wamekusikiza. Thank you, thank you, thank you.
Okay.
Yes, Kizito, do you want to speak next, Kizito?
Yeah, I will just, I just wanted to add something on the top of what Tony has said. You know, we have got one mentality in Kenya that most of the people, we politicize everything, and we think that we know, but we don't know nothing. For example, when Ruto, when Raila, when Uhuru Kenyatta is going to have a rally, you who is there, you are going to attend it. You know, when these people are sick, they will go to the better hospital, but you will suffer and you will start crying government's idea. Before government's idea, usa kufa. You know, that is the only thing that we Kenyans, we don't want to understand. We want to politicize anything. For example, the first time this COVID came, everybody was saying, even somebody who doesn't have work, who always go to roam around in town and come back, okay, they were tarmacking, I don't deny, but it reached a point where you need not to go and tarmac because you are tarmacking every day, you walk around, you come back. You go and sit in Jivanji Garden, you sit in Uhuru Park, you come back. But now, sickness has come. Why don't you wait until this sickness finishes? You find them complaining that, you know, oh, we are hustlers. We are going to look for our daily bread. But they are going, and they have never come with everything. They have never got anything that day. Every day they go. My brothers, I'm telling you something. Let us not politicize this thing. Yeah? This thing is real, and it's real. Even me where I am, we are taking that vaccine regardless of anything. We take it. Because here where we are, nobody is even telling you to put on masks. Nobody is even following you to put on masks. Once they have said it, they have said it. When they say there's curfew, nobody, even people are afraid, even your neighbor is afraid to be with you. But in Kenya, you find somebody, they are going to hide and drink. Then the next day, they blame the government. How do you blame the government on your problem? You want the government to help you. How will the government help you if you yourself, you cannot help? You come and blame. Ruto make a rally. Ruto make this thing. That Ruto is not forcing you to go there. That Raila is not forcing you to go there. Think of yourself. Think of your daughter. Think of your mother. Think of your grandmother. COVID is real. By the time it reaches you, by the time imekushika, it's when you know that there's only one thing that we always lack. If you have difficulty in breathing, it's when you know that time you only count your numbers. Before that oxygen, when you look at the oxygen, the way it's dripping, you will say, my God, can I get more oxygen? But that time you never get that oxygen. And if somebody survived from this oxygen, it's not a must that you can go. Maybe your turn it has reached. You'll never pass it. But you went to help somebody to be the president or to be the governor or to be the minister. He gave you 50 euro or 50 shillings, and these 50 shillings cannot even pay even one water drip in the hospital. Then we come here, we start talking like Collins was talking that, we never see it. It's propaganda. Which kind of propaganda? And here we say that we Kenyans, we young people now, let us come up and talk, we young people. This is why we always say, let old people rule. Because we young people, we are just stupid. Sorry. If a young man who went to school can talk like Collins, instead of telling people that COVID is real. Sorry, I'm very sorry for the panel, but I'm just mad if I hear a young man who can go to the village, he can go to that Narok in that village where he's saying there's not too much people. He go and start this, start even an organization to eliminate people about COVID. And it's coming and say, in Narok, we are not too much. We don't have. Who said that Corona doesn't come where too much people, only come where too much people are? Is he aware where this COVID came from? Thank you. That one is only. I was only mad about how he talked, and as a young man, somebody who is 30 years old. Thank you.
Okay, thank you Kizito. Yes, Daudi Kiprono, uko na issue ama uko na maybe unataka kuongezea kwa Kizito?
Nataka kuongea my mind. Yeah, topic.
Okay, sijui Richie Roa, utaongea next tafadhali. Sijui ulikuja nyuma ya Kiprono, lakini vumilia tu Richie. So Kiprono, nena nasi.
Okay, good evening. Okay, first of all, I want to make it very clear by saying that Corona is real. And two, I want to apologize on behalf of the young people. The sentiments made by Collins was not on behalf of the young people of the country called Kenya. It was his opinion, and he is entitled to say what he thinks or what he believes it is correct or it is right. And then, three, I'm asking myself, is it a must that we attend those gatherings of politicians? If it is not a must, then Kenyans should take a lot of care by maybe, nowadays you follow the proceedings of every politician or what is happening in our nation using our social medias. So to me, my appeal to Kenyans is, it is not a must that you attend to any political rally. Personally, I'm in Kisumu and I've experienced, I visited one day I visited an hospital here in Kisumu, and I found that there are so many people who are suffering from Corona. So Corona is real. And then two, somebody said it is personal responsibility. If it is personal responsibility, kuna time Uhuru alisema security inaanza kwako. If it is a must that you attend to any political rally, then make sure you take all the precautions. The Ministry of Health precautions like wearing a mask and ensuring the social distance if it is a must. Then finally, sijui Kenya tulikosea wapi. I don't know who bewitched Kenyans. When it comes to people health, or when it comes to the security of an individual, you cannot tell us that William Ruto or Raila Odinga or Kalonzo Musyoka or either of the politicians are willing to take care of us. You know, Uhuru Kenyatta should be telling us, or the Ministry of Health should be giving us information on how many people have vaccinated up to now, and what are the plans that are ahead of us on how are they going to carry out their vaccination. Then you can see those people are not even willing to ensure our safety. So my appeal to Kenyans is let us take a lot of care and ensure that this coronavirus is prevented from our nation. And then cutting short, mi ningependa kuuliza swali. Watu wengi wamekufa sababu ya corona, lakini nani amewahi muona any of the politicians akihudhuria mazishi ya any of the individual mwenye amekufa sababu ya corona? Unajua tunafaa
My brother Kiprono, you are very right. That question, ukisikia mtu amekufa na corona, hautaona politician mmoja amefika kwa hiyo. Hata kama nasikwa to the following the same day, they will not. But you, when they organize these parties, you go. Thank you for bringing that word.
So finally to me ningependa tu kuomba wa Kenya youth, wazee, as in those people who call themselves wazee na everybody, we angalia maisha yako kwanza, and then maisha ya kina Ruto na Raila ikuje baadaye. Kama kulikuwa na jamaa mwingine alikuwa amesema there was a man from I don't know if he was Kisumu or Siaya.
I moment. Oh, Kiprono kiasi tu. Nani ananiita?
Ni Onyari.
Onyari, unasemaje?
Ninaendelea kuzungumza because I'm seeing the network is eroding for others. I don't know what is happening. Yeah, but Kiprono has come. Let him continue. Then I will come later.
And Onyari, we always follow the protocol. It's your first day. When somebody is talking, you give him chance, then you carry up your hand. Thank you.
Okay, finally Clinton. Kuna
Wait Kiprono. Mr. Nyari, that one was on a lighter note. Hope umeelewa. Acha Kiprono amalize in the next 1 minute or 2. Then kama uko na swali ama kuna kitu unataka kuongezea, then tutakupa nafasi.
Not even 1 minute, 1 second. Kuna jamaa siku nyingine alikuwa anaongelea Raila. Wakati Raila alikuwa amepatwa na corona. Nakwambia jamaa, he said mimi ni mfuasi wa kwanza wa Raila Odinga. I'm a very diehard supporter of Raila Odinga. Huyu jamaa ni yule jamaa alisema if corona tries to catch Raila Odinga, this country should be disbanded. Nakwambia jamaa alienda hata hakufika mahali Raila alikuwa. Alienda akasimama nje ya hospitali na Raila baada ya kutoka alitoka na akaenda kwake direct, hakuonana na huyo jamaa. So mi swali ningependa kuwauliza Wakenya, nani alitoroka kweli? Na ni nani huyu alitoroka na maybe akatoka nje ya Kenya? That is my mind. Thank you.
Okay, thank you Kiprono Daudi.
Can I comment?
Tony, naomba radhi. Hawa jamaa wawili wazungumze, alafu we gonna socialize now freely after hawa wote wameongea. So Richi Iroa, tafadhali chukua nafasi. Asante.
Naamini mnanisipata
kabisa.
Thank you. I also want to thank you so much for this forum. And number 2, Kiprono, thank you for what you've spoken this night. I think, including Kizito, you are speaking a lot of sense. It is like Kenyans, we have got a way of doing things, but if we don't change our attitude towards how we do things, Corona will finish us. Because okay, it happens that I'm now coming from the hotspot. I hear Kiprono is also from Kisumu. I'm within the hotspot center where they locked every place recently. But now my problem is During Madaraka, the State House spokesperson, Kanse Dena, was briefing us before the Madaraka that we may not have the obvious in the stadium. But because people want to have large gatherings, at the end of the day, they ended up having a big meeting, which ended up closing every corner of this region. It is because we are adamant. The politicians will want to have large crowds around them. But we who go to give them the crowds, we must be very careful that we will die. Number two, like now, from the briefs this night, I discovered that again the president is headed to 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 Kitui, to Machakos, and to also Makueni. Ruto was today in Nakuru. Of course, we love these people. They are our politicians, but not to the detriment of our health. Because if we support them to end up dying because we have buried many people, okay, I must tell you, I'm a pastor. I don't love it when they close churches. But if closing churches, it will help us contain. It is important. Our earth, it is better to preach to people who are alive than to preach to the dead. That's why we must also embrace and also accept that it is good that actually we follow the protocols. But if we become adamant, my family is in Eldoret, I'm in Nyamira, I have not gone to Eldoret. Why? Because they said, let us not move out of where you are until when we see what is happening. But you will realize matatus here and there, they are going, the police on the road, they do nothing. Also we have a government that does not implement what they have said. But we are praying for them. And also we Kenyans, it has now been left on us, the way Tony said, we must carry our only that he used a wrong word that now they are called underwears. I don't know how he called them, but it is actually our masks. We work with them. Mine is here. Tony, mine is here. I work with it. I'm in my bedroom, but mine is here. The moment I get out of my bedroom, I must put on this thing because now it has become our norm. We must preserve, we must protect our earth. If I want to protect my wife and my kids, my family, my father, my mom, who are old, I must protect myself. Vaccination, I like what Tony said that in his place, everybody must be vaccinated. But in Kenya, you see, up to now, it is only now they are approaching 1 million people. They are approaching 1 million people to vaccinate. I don't know what's really happening to us Africans. I don't know what's happening to Kenya, the Kenyan government. What we will see people doing here and there. I don't know what they prioritize, particularly our government, because I don't know why up to now it's only 1 million.
Richie,
Okay.
just 1 minute, 1 minute of your time, please. You are going well, but where you have reached, that's where you were seeing I was complaining. Don't put government, because we Kenyans, we are thinking of government. Are you aware that a Kenyan person, a Kenyan like me, is saying that when I go and be vaccinated, I will not give birth? He's not a doctor. He has not even go for test. He has not even, and he's talking something that he has heard from somebody. He has not gone there to be taught on how it is. Look, me, I have 4 wives, and these my 4 wives have to move from each and every house. I have to be vaccinated because I have to take care of them, or else I will stay in my house.
Thank you. Now, on that note, in fact, I have also even had some few people who say that if you are vaccinated, you may die after 2 years. Such kind of nonsense is also among us. But we cannot now stop doing the right thing just because of few people who are misunderstanding and spreading rumors which are untrue. So that's what I'm saying. Let the government do its part. Let them bring vaccination. I'm happy I've heard that Johnson is coming. Then I don't know, something like with during this financial year that we may have 10 million doses. I want to believe that is true, because if it is true, then we are on the right step. But now the problem is the president must lead from the front. I don't know why he wants to go out, meet people, because as a president, I'm telling you, he will meet people, and the people will want to see the president.
I still
But now
bring you back.
the problem is here.
The only problem, that president you are talking about, when he's going there, you'll find people going to petition that is not working. You'll find the same Kenya going to petition that when the president bring this curfew, how many cases went to court, petition went to court? When he said people don't travel, how many people are being arrested? Even the senators, even the MPs. So the police.
Now, allow me finish my mind, then allow me, Kisito. Let me finish off what I wanted to say. Tukikaa tukisungumziana kwamba huyu amefanya hii, mbona asifanye hii, we may not at the end of the day help this society. If I'm the president, I give an example. I am a leader, and I have been asked, now it is time to close down everything and wait until you are told to continue. I have obeyed. I would want to see my government. He is my president. My president must show me by an example. He should stop business of meeting people and allow something to calm down. Let us first of all control. Let us first of all see that it has calmed down. The rate of infection has come down. Then it will now continue. But if we say the way Kisito is saying, that the people will complain this side, I will complain this, then I have a right also to complain while closing churches. But now, because we have obeyed, I want also to ask Mr. Ruto, whom I love. I actually support Ruto, but he must also obey. Let Raila obey. Let Kalonzo, let those politicians for now cool down. I know we are in an electioneering period, but let us cool down briefly and see how things gonna turn down. But to my parting shot, my friends, let us pray for Kenya. Kenya is a very important country. Nimeona wengi wenu muko nje ya Kenya. Mimi sichataka kutoka Kenya, ninataka kukaa Kenya. Kwa sababu nataka kukaa Kenya, nataka hiyo Kenya ikuwepo. Tafadhali tuombee viongozi wetu na taifa, ili mambo yawe, watu wakuje pamoja, watafute mbinu ya kusaidia taifa langu.
Ameenda wapi? So thank you very much, Pastor. Tumekusikiza vizuri sana, tunashukuru. Who was next after Pastor?
Umejua Pastor akiongea roho inamshika, so roho bado imemshika.
Sasa roho ndio imemtoa kwa network Kizito. So somebody was next after Pastor. Alikuwa Samson Ndungu. Samson. Simeon yuko nasi.
Hello.
Okay. Yes.
Niko. Habari zenu?
Poa sana.
Nilikuwa nasema hivi, I'll start by the famous quote JFK once said, ask not what the country can do for you, but ask what you can do for your own country. Simple. Because as Kenyans, we always blame the government, but us ourselves, we don't take the precautions. We usually ignore them. For example, I live in Kitengela, and you'll find that most people are not wearing their masks. In fact, ukiwa kwa soko, unakuta almost like only 10% wameput on their masks. Wanasema ati as long as serikali watufuati, hatuwezi vaa hizo masks. ati hizo mask ni just for show. Hata wengine unakuta wamezeka kwa chini. So and then they expect that corona isiwapate. Alafu corona ikiwapata, utakuta wanakuja wanakuwa admitted hospitali, wengi wao wanakufa, wanaacha bills kubwa, anakuta hata maisha yao inaharibika. Another thing nasema, for politicians, najua iwe ni Ruto, iwe ni Raila, iwe ni nani, then they know their numbers are intact. Ona hata watu wawili wakufe, yeye anajua bado anabaki na support base yake. Yeye hataki kujua, hata akifanya rally, yeye anajua as long as niko na crowd kubwa, yeye akisema slogans zake mnakuwa excited, anajua support base yake. Kama for example Raila yake iko Nyanza ama Nairobi, Ruto yake iko Rift Valley, anajua iko intact. Lakini wewe ukienda, yeye hata atajua kama ulienda, yeye anajua bado is support base iko intact. So ningesema si wote tu tujichunge, ndio tu ningesema. Asante.
Thank you Simon. Na Simon, tukumbushe tena hiyo msemo umeanza nayo. Don't ask what
inaenda hivi, don't ask what your country can do for you, ask what you can do for your country.
Thank you Ndungu. Asante sana. Kabla ya Personati kuna Angel.
Maybe Clinton, kabla ya the next speaker, maybe acha niseme tu hivi, sijui kama Wakenya wanajua na wanaelewa kama somebody like William Ruto, Raila Odinga and those other politicians walivaccinatiwa kitambo. Sijui kama tunaelewa hiyo. Ni sawa.
Okay, thank you. Gender balance, Angela.
Yes, habari zenu wote.
Poa sana.
Mimi maoni yangu ni haya. Naongea tu maneno mawili kwa ufupi. Ya kwamba sisi wa Kenya tusipobadilisha mawazo yetu, sisi tutaendelea kuumia. Kumbuke ya kwamba Ruto akiweka mkutano Nakuru, Ruto alishadungwa hiyo sindano. And you have to remember that Ruto akishikwa na corona hatatumia pesa yake kujitibu na ataenda the most expensive hospital. Na anazingirwa na madaktari zaidi ya 100. Na wewe hata pesa ya Panadol hauna, unaenda pale kumshangilia. Acha tuache kuwafurahisha ati ndo waone kama tunampenda. If you love Ruto, just love Ruto. Hata ukiwa kwa nyumba utampenda tu. Si lazima uende kwa crowd yake. Wakiweka lockdown na curfew, we are the Kenyans suffering. Ruto yeye anafanyiwa shopping na gari inaletwa mpaka kwa nyumba, na wewe lazima uende utafute ndio upate. Wenye unafaa kwenda kutafuta, kumewekwa lockdown, kumeweka curfew, kumefungwa. Nani anaumia? Ruto hata wakisema sasa vaccine iko 100,000 ata make kulipa. Na wewe kama tutaendelea kufuata serikali yetu, sisi wa Kenya tutaendelea kuumia. Kama tutakaa chini kama wa Kenya tuseme ya kwamba tunabadilisha mawazo, tunabadilisha njia ya kuishi, tutaishi maisha mazuri. Unajua viongozi wetu wanajua kuna corona, wanajua watu wanakufa, lakini wametangaza like kuna safari rally Nakuru, watu waende waangalie safari rally. So unafaa kujiuliza na kufikiria ya kwamba afya yako ni ya muhimu sana kushinda hiyo safari rally. Ukishikwa na corona ukufe, nini ingine utafanya? Nani mwenye maisha imesimama? Ni serikali ama ni wewe? Aya, tuko na watoto wadogo. Nimeona hadi watu wanaenda kwa rally na watoto wadogo. So why should we risk the life of our kids? Juu mtoto hajui, umemwambia tuende, ameona umeenda, mama unachomoka, ndio umekunja skati. Mtoto pia anakufuata nyuma. Hiyo misafara yote, hizo magari zote, hao watu wote wako na special treatment, wako na special doctors. Washa vaccinediwa, vaccines zikiingia Kenya, they are the first priority. Wewe hata hauingi, zikiingia 200,000 au wa kwanza, wakiisha ndo wewe wataangalia kama itabaki ndo upewe. So just say Kenyans, can we change out the reasoning? Tuache kukimbilia wanasiasa, hawatatusaidia. Wakiweka kafyu Nakuru na Naivasha, tutaanza kulia. Wakiweka lockdown, tutaanza kulia. Sisi tunaumia nao, mishahara inaingia, pesa inaingia kwa mifuko yao, maisha yao inaendelea kama kawaida. Ni hakuna kitu wanapoteza. So ni hayo tu. Achache mbarikiwe.
Angela, sorry, you forget to add that Kenyans, they are even this man who was helped to build a house, he was given money and he came back again asking for help. Kenya, they are the type of Kenyans that we have. If people can change from that mentality, when you get small, when somebody helps you with the 50 shillings, Sukuru, Kenyans, we go for these politicians because only 50 shillings. But when you, just the way you said it, when you become sick, you go to hospital. The time you are suffering, you are fighting with your oxygen. Even that Ruto, you went to his campaign, he will never come. Even that Raila will never come. So, if Kenyans, the way we talk that we are young people, if we are young people, let us make decision. When they come, because these people always go to politics, we are all Kenyans, we know. They are being collected from different places. Come, we give you 100, you go. They always lure people. If everybody, you can think, why do I take 100 shillings or 1,000? I go get corona. When I come back, this corona, even just admission in the hospital, when they take you to Avenue Hospital Parklands, it doesn't even cost just one day, it costs more than 5,000. Thank you. I was just adding on top, sorry.
Thank you Kizito. Na umeongelea 50 bob, nikakumbuka jana ama juzi, and MP alikuwa hapo kanisani walipokuwa wanamkumbuka Jakoyo. Akasema Jakoyo called me and told me that I want to show you the power of 50 shillings. Then we had like 300,000 in 50 shillings cash. Then that's how I became an MP.
Exactly.
So
that is what they do. They don't give more than
50.
You know what they do? I've been a politician, I've attended their campaigns. They are going and they choose one person that you are the leader. They count, how many people are you? 100. He calculates with 50 shillings. When you go and divide, by the time he give out this money, you think he has given out big money. When you go and divide it, you end up getting 50 shillings. And you've attended the meeting. Already now it's too late. You cannot call him to ask him, I never get the money you give us. That is the problem.
Okay, thank you, Kizito. Personality.
Thank you very much. Hope everyone is fine this evening.
Yeah.
Before I say anything, I just want to remind you that as we are talking, we've lost 3.5K Kenyans and 3.9 million people worldwide due to COVID-19. Maybe if you don't know, I just want first of all to inform you that. Then next, when you want to know that people are not employed in Kenya and these politicians are manipulating us, you don't have to use any statistics, but just to watch out the rallies. You won't tell me somebody who has something to do will forego to go and attend for a rally that will be at the same time risking his or her life due to COVID-19. We should be cautious with these leaders of ours. You realize that they work day in, day out to make sure that at least a good percentage of us are idle, so that to keep them roaring in the country and to get some audience. Because if they say everyone is having something to do, or youth have employment, then there will be no one to chant Raila, Ruto, or Uhuru. There will be nobody. So they keep on complaining of maybe deficit in budget, taking loans, but the fact is, it's like they enjoy when Kenyans are unemployed. You can't tell me a politician whose interest is for common manage or for Kenyans can take time and funds to organize for a rally, which in real sense and 100% sure he knows that it is going to risk the life of people who gave him that power. So it's just time that we should change the manner in which we view Kenyan politics. We should change the culture of Kenyan politics if we want to prosper. But if we continue with that traditional way in which we are handling politics, that now that you are supporting Ruto or Raila or somebody or Kalonzo, and you hear there somewhere you must go there without knowing, maybe if just somebody asks you, these people have been maybe in power for the last several years. Everybody, right? Even Kalonzo, they have been in power to some point, either ministers or something of the sort. So if somebody just come and ask you, you are here chanting so and so, can you personally just tell me what you have harnessed from this person? Confidently saying, a small percentage will tell you this one has done for me this and this. But they are just there chanting with no good reason, just because maybe he or she is your tribal mate, or maybe you are following because of history. Maybe because of your ancestors followed him or her, now you are chanting because ni mtu wenu. No, we shouldn't view politics in that way. And that's where we are messing. The time we are in now as a country, it's a very critical time. It's a time when even these politicians should be sacrificing that money they are using for rallies to save the life of a common mwananchi. There are people in hospitals. They are suffering. There is this deficit of hospitals. Recently, there was strike from, were they nurses? They were striking. Not because there is no funds, but priority. Priority of politician is not common mwananchi. And that's why they end up messing up. I don't know what confuses us when it comes to casting our votes. Then we do the same mistake. The mistake you did previously, you just repeat it because you are lured. So it's just that for this evening. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. Thank you, Bwana Personati Entertainment. Jane.
Hello.
Niaje.
Excuse me.
Yeah, Personati.
I can just exit. Maybe there is somebody who may wish to join. I can just exit and be to the backstage. Thank you.
Okay, thank you, Personati, for your pieces of
I also
advice.
wanted to say something. I also wanted to say thank you. I will be also exiting and watch from that side.
Okay, thank you, Pastor Richie Roa.
Yeah, the network actually.
Vizuri sana.
Thank you. Thank you.
Yeah, thank you.
Jane.
So najaribu kutafuta mwenye ako na kamera, wote wamezima.
Jane,
So,
mimi ndio next.
Jen, mbona uko kwa giza leo? Ndio unapika sapa?
Hapana, supper by 6 mimi nimemalizana na supper.
Okay. So guys, wekeni picha zenu, hii ni live show.
Nywele yangu iko rough.
Okay, tunaelewa Jane. Lazima ujitetee.
Niko rough.
But uko sawa, unaweza ongea tu hivyo.
Okay, ni sawa tu anyway. Mimi
So,
mwenyewe.
tell us Jane, kwanza kama hujatuambia, mimi nimejaribu kufanya vaccination sijapata.
You know, when COVID started, na wakaanza maneno ya vaccine, there was a lot of propaganda. Unakumbuka? Kulikuwa propaganda mingi kama vile nani Kizito alisema hapo before. Watu walianza kusema, utakuwa infertile, utapata watoto. Nakumbuka kuna hata chali moja alikuwa anasema under 30 years. Aiden, put off your music. Under 30 years, hatapata juu hajawahi pata watoto, atachukua vaccine inawafanya wanakuwa infertile. You know, there was a lot of propaganda. Unakumbuka vile walikuwa wanasema about sijui 666 tunawekwa chip. So what I think the government of Kenya should do, they should educate the people what the vaccine is, kwa sababu vile watu wanasema they are not going to take the vaccine because iko na hii na hii. And my mom is in Kenya and my mom is one of them. Aliniambia, sisi hatutadungwa hiyo vaccine, sisi tumeoshwa na damu ya Yesu. And that's the same thing pastor alikuwa hapo, huyo alikuwa Pastor Joyce John aitwa nani, alikuwa anasema about, you know, hata bado if you are still believing in God, lazima ujiprotect. Unaona? So what the government should do, I think the government inafaa kueducate watu about the vaccines, and that's what they did here in the UK. Wale walikuwa tu wana-educate watu about the vaccine. Mostly wale watu walikuwa nakufa sana walikuwa ni watu with the black people and the Asians. We were called the BEM community, you know, black, Asians and minority ethnic. Hao ndio watu walikuwa nakufa sana, na wale watu walikuwa nakufa sana ndio wale watu walikuwa wanakataa kuchukua vaccine. Unaelewa? So what they did, alafu pia una kitu kama Muslims hivi. Muslims walikuwa wanakataa kuchukua. So what they did, walikuwa wanakuja hapa kwa television, wanachukua daktari ambaye ni Muslim. Una understand? Ndiye anakuja ana-educate watu wake. Anawaambia about uzuri ya vaccine na dangers na kila kitu usipochukua. Unaelewa? So what they did, they educated people so much about the vaccines. Walitufundisha sana, alafu ndio watu wakaanza kuchukua vaccines. Saa hizi ukiangalia hapa UK, vaccine is on your doorstep anyway. You understand? Vaccine iko kila mahali. And as much as, you know, 3/4 of the people wamekuwa vaccinated, hata homeless people wanaenda kwa street wanawavaccinate, bado tunavaa mask. Hiyo ndio kitu bado ninataka kuemphasize. Mask bado tunavaa. Me, I work in an institution, I work in a college. Watu wote, kila mtu ule yuko in contact na mimi, wote tumevaccinatiwa both vaccines, lakini bado tunavaa mask. Una understand? Kwa sababu we are still not sure. Una understand hii vaccine itawakaje kwa mtu? Kwa hivyo wana insist, gava bado ina insist watu wavae mask. Aya, tukirudi Kenya, mi na ninashindanga tu nikiambia watu, una understand? Watu ufight juu ya viongozi. None of these viongozi puts food on your table. You understand? Mkienda huko kwa hizo rally mnapoa handout kidogo, hiyo handout it will last you maybe even 2 days. Alafu imeisha. Musiende kuhatarisha maisha yenu. These people will go to Nairobi hospital. My friends, wale wengine kama sisi tutakufa tu maskini kwa sababu hatuwezi afford. Ama hata ukienda hiyo hospitali utabaki na bill kubwa ya hospitali na hata hukwenda hospitali ya maana. But hao wanaweza afford. So we just have to be very careful what we do. Si lazima muende rally. Una understand? Sio lazima uende rally. And if somebody else said here before, all these people have been vaccinated. Wale watu wako hapo wamesha vaccinatiwa. Wewe ndio hujavaccinatiwa na wewe ndio number 1 kwenda. So people, you just have to, it starts with you as an individual. You have to take care of yourself. Nobody can take care of you because by the end of the day, these leaders don't care. They really don't care. And I'll still emphasize, don't care. Alafu hata bado nita emphasize, please, after uchaguzi usiende kupiga ule jirani yake ulikuwa unanunua sukuma kwake, unanunua mboga kwake kwa sababu ya viongozi. Wao wanalala vizuri. Karen, poa sana. Nyinyi mnapigana, unapata hata ule mtu angekukopesha unga uwezi pata. Just the same viongozi ambao hawajali maisha yenu saa hizi wanaenda kupiga hizi rally kubwa kubwa, nyinyi mnaenda huko kuona hao viongozi. Alafu mkishagonjeka, mtu amesema tu hapa saa hizi, wewe ukikufa hata kuja mazishi yako. Lakini wewe angalia saa zile hao wamekufa, we have a few people wale wamekufa, angalia mazishi yao mpaka kwa YouTube. Wewe ukikufa mazishi yako hata kwa YouTube haiko, nobody will know that you died. You are a common mwananchi. Na ile kitu bado pia ningeemphasize, COVID iko, please watu wasiseme COVID hakuna. Mimi nilikuwa UK, tulikaa miezi 3 kwa nyumba, hatukutoka kwa sababu ya COVID. Na saa hizi kila mahali imefunguliwa, there is nothing we cannot do kwa sababu sisi wote tumekuwa vaccinated, kila kitu iko sawa. Unaona, kila kitu imefunguliwa. So what we have to do is, please guys, take care of yourself, put on the mask, wacheni kudanganywa na viongozi kwa sababu by the end of the day hamjavaccinatiwa. Hao ndio wamejivaccinate hao wenyewe. Nyinyi hamjavaccinatiwa, kwa hivyo hakuna haja ya kujipeleka mali. Mnajipeleka kichinjio.
Unafunga maji hapo hadi inaingia.
Unajipeleka kichinjio, usijipeleke kichinjio. No. And na uambie watu, hata jirani zako wale wako karibu, uambie tafadhali, COVID is real, tusiende. Sisi tuliona watu walianguka, watu walikuwa wanaanguka kwa kama flies. Randall ndio huyo atawaambia, people were falling here like flies. Mochari zilijaa, unaona tu wale tulikuwa wanauza. Anyway, I don't want to go there because I lost a lot of people who are very close to me. So I just don't want to go there because I saw it. Somebody on the phone, niliongea na mtu akitake the last breath. Una understand, na COVID. Mimi mwenyewe ilinishika. Una understand? A few people, all the people wale watu wote ni walikuwa around mimi walishikwa nayo. But it's by the grace of God we are here. So I don't take it for granted. Na ninaambia watu it's real because imenishika mimi mwenyewe. You can't smell anything, even the strongest perfume. Hata kitunguu, na vile unajua kitunguu inanuka, au unge smell anything na unge taste anything. Kila kitu, hata chumvi umeweka kwa ulimi ama sukari, unasikia tu ni kama maji. There is nothing. So me, I'm telling you guys, COVID is real. Nimejaribu kuongelesha my mom aende akadungwa shindano, aliniambia yeye ameoshwa na damu ya Yesu hataenda kudungwa shindano, but she's stubborn. Wale tumeongea nao, my cousin pia ako Sweden, tukiongelesha kina madhe home wanasema hao watadungwa, ameoshwa na damu ya Yesu. So we can't force them, but we still keep on talking to them. Thank you. Ndachia hapo sai.
Okay, thank you Jane. Thank you very much. Bwana Mwiti, una login na simu mbili. Toa moja.
Simu mbili?
Yeah.
Sorry.
Kuna moja. Okay, thank you. Mtu next, Jakes, are you with us, Jakes?
Yes, I am.
Okay. Zima tu mic, Jakes. Wewe tunakuelewa, Jakes. You're gonna have your time. Let Randall tu ndio hajaongea, alafu unaongea, Jakes. So Randall na Mwiti.
Hello, Clinton.
Yes, man. How are you doing?
I'll say good afternoon because I think we're only about a couple of minutes away. Sindio, uko Germany, uko UK.
Huko kwangu ni saa 21:51.
Really, Randall? They're ahead of us.
No,
what?
Are they?
They're ahead of us 1 hour. Come on.
No, this is 8:51.
Here.
Over here is 8:51.
Yeah, here, but them is 9:51.
Yes, 9:51.
Oh yeah, an hour. Yeah, that's not bad. I mean, but good afternoon and good night and good morning for everybody wherever you are, or Kenya water. So everybody's got a different timeline. Mwasalimia wote basically tulikuwa nasema anyway. Jane, hi. Angela Jakes, and Personality Entertainment, What Water. Good afternoon, and everyone behind the scene. I just come on and basically nimeingia sai kwa nyumba nikaona mko on. So and I can see here COVID-19 cases continue to rise as DP William Ruto holds another massive meeting. So for me, I think kwa WhatsApp nimetuma vitu hapa na pale. Now I'm kind of a person who's very investigative. I investigate a lot of things and I'm curious about a lot of things. I was in Kenya when this thing came out, actually, when I didn't know if I was going to come back. Sikujua nitarudi. So William Ruto, I know he had meetings and other leaders have had meetings and there's been gatherings. Some of them have been stopped and some of them have gone they have gone forward. They had charity meetings as well, which was stopped, which I saw. Mutembe has been good enough to show some things happening. And I was kind of curious. I saw one meeting being held and it was stopped. Second meeting held, it was stopped. Third meeting held, it was stopped. And the fourth one, again, that happened again. But I could see the leaders, such as Uhuru, Raila, and William Ruto, having meetings and having people around them. This should be an example. You know, they should lead by example. But they don't seem to be doing that. But when other people at the community do something and they get together, for some reason, the police come around and just stop the community coming together. And so I was kind of questionable about that. But from my personal point of view, is when I talk about curiosity, is like I'm not really feeling this COVID thing. I do say, you know, keep your distance. 1, keep your distance. 2, wear your mask. And 3, wash your mkono. You know, so you do that. But when it comes to take the injection, the last time I was in hospital, I can't remember. I even when I get a cold, a headache, a stomach ache, me in the hospital, even my parents know, I'm difficult. I'm like, let me go and when Kenya wanasemanga miti ni dawa. I'm a herbalist person. I like herbs. I like, you know, kitungu, nyanya, ziji, and you know, you mix these things together, it takes your home away. The way my grandmother raised me up, so I'm kind of used to it. And in the Western world, I don't know for others, as us Black people, Africans, or you know, African-born, let's say African Europeans and African Americans and African Asians and African Indians, whenever we go to hospital, we get a different treatment compared to others. So we kind of worried. So we find that not really comfortable about being in hospital and being looked at, and we get treated differently. So I've had that experience for years. I'm talking I'm talking from young. Every time I go to hospital, I get a different type of treatment. So I'm really not comfortable. My best experience is when I came to Kenya. When I came to Kenya, when I got malaria, I never took an injection to take malaria injection when I flew to Kenya. When the first time I came to Kenya, I was sorry, I'm getting a call back. Yeah, the first time I came to Kenya, I decided not. The first time I came to Kenya, I came with my parents, and we took a malaria injection. I came to Kenya. We lived in Nairobi. Then after that, we went to Lamu. And in Lamu, there's a lot of mosquitoes. I got mosquito bites, and I ended up getting malaria after getting a flu injection here. The second time I came, I decided not to. And when I came the second time, I didn't take it, and I came to Kenya, but I never got malaria. And the first thing I did, I went to a village where my parents come from, my mom comes from, and I took this miti di dawa. And when I was in England, I was always sick. I had back problems. I had all type of sickness. And so this old man went and he got all these herbs, mixed them up, and had me drink it. And when I drank it, I puked. And funny enough, every problem I had was cured. completely cured. I was cured in every way I can say possible. I wasn't eating here. I went there, I started eating, I got healthy, I got fit. When I came from Africa and I came back to England, people were looking at me again and saying, look at you, your face, your skin, your eyes, your teeth. It was like it's like I felt like I was cleaned. It's like I don't know how you want to put it. So I kind of started to realize that herbal stuff are really helpful, and I believe as God, as you put it, put everything on this earth, because it says in Genesis, it's medicine and it's also for food. And Africa practices that a lot, and they know it from years before the Europeans came. We didn't know about Panadol, we didn't know about penicillin. We used to take small things. I even had a cut on my hand by I was cut on my hand right here by a cup. I was washing a cup and I got cut. And an old man came and he took something from a tree and broke it and took the stuff from the tree and he put it on there, and within 3 days I'm totally healed. And there's not even a scar. I was totally healed. So when this vaccine came out, I was a bit curious, and I find it funny because it says it's in your air. So if you breathe into someone else. So I question myself, if it's in the air and it gets into your system, such as your lungs, your kidneys, your heart, you have breathing problems, your heart, you start having chest problems, then things start happening to you if you know about your body. And I think to myself, it's funny, the birds don't seem to have a problem. The dogs don't seem to have a problem. The cats don't seem to have a problem. And none of these other things are dying because birds have the same system as a human being.
Randall, there's a guy who died. Sorry, Randall, there's a guy who died. Randall, 1 second. There's a guy who died here and his dog died too of COVID.
I've not heard how many dogs. I've not heard 20 dogs or 2,000 dogs have died and 3,000 cats have died and so many birds. I'm walking down the streets are dying. I haven't heard it. I haven't seen it. So I'm kind of curious because they have the same method. They breathe air, they drink water we drink, they eat food we eat, the herbs, and they seem to be perfectly fine. So for me, I'm like, okay. And the other thing I didn't like is that when the vaccine came out, it wasn't tested. It was experimented on human beings. So that is a bit worrying. So they don't know what the effect is, what will happen to you afterwards. Those things didn't come up. It only came afterwards. Like Johnson & Johnson, which was distributed within India, had a lot of people die in India. And India said Johnson & Johnson vaccine had an effect on people. So that's another thing. So there's a lot of things that are going on in science. When you look at science, if you're really into science and medicine. So I listen to doctors, professors, teachers, and I listen to what they're saying. And some professors have talked a lot about what's going on, what's happening. So there's some that work and there's some that haven't. And even now in Africa, we're starting to make our own. There's certain countries in Africa that are starting to make their own medicine. And there's different variants that are happening. So if you get for one variant, another variant comes out. You get for that variant, another variant come out. So for every single variant, you gotta question: do you have to take for that variant, then the second variant, and the third variant? How many variants are we gonna take injections for? And are they working? Okay. The other thing, I don't want to talk for too much. Thank you, Clinton, for giving me the time and being patient. Is that a question like we got AIDS? We never had cure for AIDS. My sister, my mom, my father died of cancer. They never found a cure for cancer. And I have a family member who died of cancer. Personality? Thank you. Cancer. You got the common cold. You just got me off track. We got many diseases for years, even as working for charity, for children's charity, people with certain illnesses, funding money, raising money up for researches to be done to help these people. Now, research is not being done. Nothing's being raised. The money seems to be there because the government's giving so much money all over the world, so the money is not lacking for the vaccine. Is there a research center, and where the research center is, how far have they gone? So there's certain things I'm kind of curious about. So I myself, I'll be admitting, I have not taken the vaccine, and I'm not really, but I do keep away from people. I do advise people, wear your mask, wash your hands, keep your distance. And people are dying. I don't know anyone who's died, but I've heard somebody who's a family member who has died somewhere. But I don't know anybody that I can say so-and-so was somebody I know who's died from this illness. My mother has had the 2 injections. She's had the first one, then she had the second one. She has illnesses, and those illnesses are still there. So, but when it comes to the illnesses of such as the COVID-19, that hasn't appeared. So I keep myself safe, and I always said earlier, it starts with you. It starts with you. You have to be careful. As last time people was going to Rupiah and saying, Rupiah, at your workplace, do you keep a distance? Rupiah, at your workplace, do you put on your mask? Rupiah. So they're asking these questions. It starts with you. And my thing is, some people are careless. They come talking to you in your face. They come standing in front of you and you're like, excuse me, can you give me my distance? And you don't have a mask on, and do not touch things if you have not, what do you call it? You haven't put the things on. Anyway, I don't want to go too long. I'm here. I'll be around anyway. So thank you for the time. Any questions? I think Jen's got a question.
Yeah. Clinton, can I ask him a question?
And also Tony.
Yeah, Randall, you're in South London.
Yes, I am.
The way people died in London, and you don't know a person like this one who died of COVID.
I will not lie
London
to you.
was the highest number with COVID.
I will not lie to you because it's not going to benefit me. It's not going to add money to my bank, and it's not going to do nothing.
It's not about that.
I'll tell you. Yeah, I'm just saying. I'm being honest.
That's a bit rude, though, to say that it's not going to add, something. I was just asking nicely. Sorry if I've offended you to ask.
No. I'm just saying some people lie just to impress people or to, I'm just saying, honestly, if there was, I'll tell you 1, 2, 3, not to say that,
To be sincere, for me, I am. Being in the health sector, I saw a lot. You understand?
I'll pray for you because you are in a risky business. You are in a risky job. I'll really pray for you because you're mixing up with people. And, just please be safe. Be safe, Jane.
I am safe. Yeah. I told you, as I said here, I got it and I beat it. So I am safe. God is there. He's in control.
Have you had the 2 injections?
Long time. Me, by 7th April, we were among the first people to get them, innit?
Okay. Oh yeah. You was in line. Yeah. I think Tony wanted to ask something.
Yeah. I got by 7th April. I'd finished my 2 injections.
Okay.
Yeah. Thank you, Mwiti.
Yeah. I want to say something.
Thank you very much for welcoming me, and I'm in Kenya. And this is Kenya, and Kenya, we operate in a different manner. And one of the things most of the things that makes people to attend those political rallies and where they get COVID, one of the things that makes them to attend is poverty, because they're going to be given some small adults, and then after all, I have something on the table to eat. And one of the things that you should agree is that there is COVID, and COVID is real. We just need to take personal responsibility. You protect me, I protect you. Number 1, wearing the mask, keeping a distance, and also at the same time washing your hands. At the same time we have challenges. Personally, I'm a teacher, and I know I teach in a public school in Kenya. And setup for Kenya is only that God has protected so much, has protected us so much that even our children have not been able to get corona, regardless of being there. Although there are some cases which have been reported in at least 2-3 schools, but at the end of the day, you find out that we close, and after a few weeks, and we come back, and all the same, we have been able to survive. So, my brother Radu, if you have not seen anybody with the corona, it's you are lucky. But one of the things that we know is that we have seen people with COVID. Fortunately, here in Kenya, we have and many cases, but the fatalities are not too high as has been reported in other countries. We thank God for that. And at the same time, we have seen many people being cured of COVID. So one of the things that you should understand is that you should not be afraid that we ain't gonna die, unless if you had these underlying issues like pressure. All those things can make you sometimes you have severe cases of COVID. But one of the things that you should appreciate is that we have been able to do a lot of things to be able to protect our people. Although our politicians sometimes are letting us down, they lock us, and then after they have locked us, they go and they make rallies. For example, in Kisumu, where we and our Madaraka Day being held, after the Madaraka and then Mashuja, I think Madaraka, after that, there was a lot of cases, raising cases of COVID-19. Now, as we speak, 13 counties have been locked because of the raising cases of COVID. So I think one of the things that you should understand is that our leaders are letting us down. And instead of us taking responsibility and making sure that we do not help them to spread, we are the most super spreaders. We help them to spread the COVID-19. And then at the same time in our country, we have challenges of vaccines being these, for example, we under the protective equipments for our front workers, the doctors and the nurses, which now, as we speak now, we have the cancer scandal, whereby the equipments are expiring in the warehouse simply because somebody did something somewhere that has caused those equipment to stagnate there, simply because there are some cases which are being investigated of corruption and so forth and so on. So I think we have to take personal responsibility. Our leaders are letting us down, but personally we have to make sure that we protect us, we protect our people, we protect our holding mothers and grandmothers. And doing that, I think we can be able to put down this COVID. And I hope I've spoken, and somebody else can take over and speak, because everybody also need to contribute something. Thank you.
Asante sana Mwalimu Mwiti. Protect me, I protect you. Kenyans attend rallies because of poverty.
Yes.
Thank you Mwalimu. Asante for that insight. Kizito, ni wewe moja tu ama huyu ni Kizito mwingine?
Asante.
Wewe ni yule moja wetu tu ama Kizito? Sitaki nikuulize. Angela, hebu muulize kama ni yeye.
Huyu si yule wetu wa kawaida, huyu ni mwingine na amevaa vest. Wao watu wanavaa mashati.
Ama amenyoa. Kizito ni aje? Washa mic Kizito.
Mic yake iko off. Yeah, it's on.
Sema Kizito.
So, yeah, nashukuru. I've never known whether kuna Kizito mwingine. I thought I'm the only one, but I'm happy.
Okay,
I'm
hold
happy
it
for
there.
you.
Hold it there, Kizito. We're gonna come back to you in a short while.
Okay,
Evo.
thank you, sir.
Evo. Alafu Mevo.
Yeah.
Si ufanye hivi na hivi, mimi niingie kitchen nione kama kumenyesha ama hakujanyesha.
Jakes huyo Jakes.
Ako busy kidogo Jen. Narudi in 15 minutes. Maybe kuna mvua imenyesha bana hapo kwa jikoni. Acha niangalie.
Hujafunga dirisha?
Pengine sijafunga dirisha. Nataka nione kama kumenyesha ama hakujanyesha. Nivae sweater. So fanya
Okay,
hivyo
sawa.
Mevo, fanya hivyo.
All right then. Jex akikuwa free ataingia. Okay, nani anaendelea? Ni Evo ama Kizito? Kizito, wacha Kizito aende Evo.
Yeah, thank you, my sister. Can you hear me?
Yeah, we can hear you loud and clear.
Okay, thank you,
Yeah,
and
we can
thank
hear
you for everybody who is listening. And I'm always a fan of this show, but huwa siingi ndani.
1 minute,
Today
Kizito. Kizito,
Yes.
1 minute. Tony, did you have a question or what did you want to say? Because you're lifting your hand.
Yeah, I'm trying to leave for the day,
Yeah.
so if I can say something before I leave.
A quick one, yeah.
Yeah, quick one. Let me show something a card like this. This card shows that you've gotten the vaccines, 2 vaccines.
Yes.
The CDC card given as an ID whenever you travel. I mean, you are not supposed to give the airline anything. You only show them this and then you just go to the plane. That is many businesses right now, like in the US, if you are vaccinated, you can have a choice of entering there without a mask. Nevertheless, many people still don't believe they are safe. And imagine this is one of those countries which have the best medical facilities. And people are very much aware that this is a reality. People with money and people without money have died, and many more are more likely to die if they do not take care. Of course, even they say even if you take the vaccines, still you can be infected, but haitakuweza vile kabisa. You'll be helped. Now, there are a few things in life that influence a person's character or personality. Even the way you talk, the way you see life, your environment, and your level of knowledge, and the people you interact with in your environment may influence you. Just for example, you take when a teenager in high school, do not think that one time ataachana na hao marafiki zote ako nao. But the moment you do your finals, you go away, you may 2-3 years down the road, you have no business with the people you used to share a dorm or a desk with. Everybody for himself. So what I'm trying to say is personal responsibility. If you want to take care of yourself, you will take care of yourself and your family. With the youth in Kenya mesmerized in political allures, it does not help anybody. Somebody has to be a quite good question. What can you say that all these people you sing about have assisted you since they got to power? Nothing. 100 bucks, 1,000, 2,000. But the first thing they do when they take the offices to take care of their families. How are you going to take your family by just singing to Ruto, 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 or Raira, 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 Raira? What, is that going to be put money in your pocket? Sometime back in the 80s during Moise.
Tony, I'll give you 1 minute to finalize, please.
Yeah. Sometimes back in the Moise era, people, when they finished campus, when the government stopped giving graduates jobs, they came up, they were tammacking, like you tammack to find a job. Now you're being told you are hustling. It's the same business, change of term. Work for your life, stop, thinking that these leaders gonna change your life. Political leaders change public stuff, not personal, not private. I think whoever wants to succeed can succeed, and whoever wants to fail can fail by singing to other people to change his life. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Kizito, continue.
Yeah, thank you, ma'am. Thank you for the show. Thank you for everybody. I think I've heard almost every contributor that has contributed to the show, and I'm learning something also from what has been said. But to my brother Adul, I thought you. I was wondering how you are reasoning, because somebody who is in England, I don't think he should be reasoning like somebody who is in my constituency in Kakamega. Your reasoning capability should be higher than that, because people are being told to go for vaccination, my brother, because COVID is killing people. In fact, in your side, COVID was killing people like anything else, you see?
Like flies.
Like flies. I used to see people on the street, people just collapsing down, falling down and going, you see? So it was scary, and it's scary, it's scary. We should advise our guys to go for vaccination. Then when it comes to politics in Kenya, my friend, to me, sometimes I normally act arrogantly. Kenyans are still stupid. Politicians don't call anybody on the streets. Politicians don't call anybody on the rallies. Just avoid these people. Don't go there. Why are people going there? Because of 100 shillings or 200 shillings, how many days are you going to use or to eat 200 shillings? Don't go there. These people have messed the country totally. They don't need any support from the people, you see? And it's the only Kenyans who will change. If Kenyans will change, these politicians will change. But Kenyans don't want to change. We are still following our tribesmen. This one, my tribesmen. This one, my tribesmen. At the end of the day, it's we people who are falling into their traps and crying. You see? The systems have collapsed. Now we are crying. Who elected these people? We, Kenyans. Nobody came from England or from America or from India to vote for the government that is there. It's we Kenyans. So we should just blame ourselves. Now the next election is coming. You see, we are repeating the same mistakes. So whom are we going to blame? Ourselves. So we need to give a little bit education to our people, so that they should stand wise. If you hear America did not start yesterday. They were voting part government every day when election was coming. They were voting until they made sure that the right people are coming in their seats, you see. So that is it. But I'm happy for everything, and I'm happy for the show. Thank you for welcoming me in, and thank you for everybody.
Thank you, Kizito. Evo, take it on.
Niaje kila mtu. By the way, mimi nilikuwa nasikia, I was on the background, nilikuwa nasikiza tu pole hapo kwa background, nikashangazwa sana. Waja niongee kwa Kiswahili. I hope everybody can understand. Kama watu wengine understand Kiswahili, mnaweza kunistop.
Evo, ngoja. Kizito and Tony, please mute your mics, please.
Niendelee.
Kizito and Tony, mute your mics. When you're not talking, mute your mic.
It's muted.
Kizito, no, it's not. He came out. Endelea, Evo.
Mnanisikia? So okay, nilikuwa nasikiza hapo kwa background. By the way, waja niongee kwa Kiswahili, because unless anybody hataelewa Kiswahili vizuri, naweza switch to English, but I think the message ita hit home vizuri nikiongea kwa Kiswahili. Nilikuwa na watch kwa background hapo hivyo for the last pretty much an hour and a half, 2 hours. But what triggered me kukuja kwa panel ni Randall bro, wewe vile umezungumza nimeshangaa sana. Nilikuwa nafurahi kama ungekuwa kwa mtu tu ordinary, mtu yote kwa panel kwa Kenya, maybe a little bit of, but Randall, uko only a couple of hours away from me here, man. We know better. COVID is ni reality, na watu wamekufa na COVID, na jabs zimekuwa offered.
Evo, can I ask you a question?
Yes.
Over here it said, Randall, please, bro, stop misleading the public. Respiratory system for birds and human is totally different, like day and night. Is that correct?
Yes.
That you put there?
Yes, indeed.
According to my understanding, the COVID started in China. Do you know where it started from?
Isn't it mere propaganda, as we know?
In Uhuru, that's what I'm saying. That's propaganda you're saying.
Evo, please. No, tell Randall, this thing we are talking is very important. Don't confuse people with
one
too
at
much
a time.
Yeah, not too much science.
And freedom of speech, and what information you have and what you understand. And if you go and Google who was it called, who something, that's what the area was called. And they said it came from birds, bats, and animals that Chinese people were eating, and it spread. Now the conspiracy was the American people poison the Chinese so they don't colonize the world, because they're colonizing America, they're colonizing Africa, and they're colonizing. Now that's a whole different conspiracy I don't want to understand. That came then ended up all over the world. Now for me to understand, it came from animals is what spread it into human beings. So if the animals can have the COVID, but the human beings can die from it, why are you still eating kuku? Why are you still eating ng'ombe?
No.
That's what I'm asking. They're not dying, but you're still alive eating kuku sahi. So it was questionable to me. That don't make sense to me. But in China, they seem to be sick of it. But America made sense to people that this is where COVID came from. And that's where it all started and traveled all over the world. And now America is on
Jen, if you are the moderator, we need not to be confused more with Randall.
So
let him tell us what corona is. Too much English and too much science will not help.
People.
No. Randall, you are not confused. You are not confusing me. Me, I've got my vaccine. I don't have any problem. But you are confusing that person who is in Kenya who has got he cannot even afford vaccine. So when you are talking in this panel, please try to be careful on what you are saying, not just to talk because people are in the panel. You speak good English, and this your science is not coming because you are not there in one.
If you don't want to sell vaccine, I will step out, and that's exactly I feel I should do, because I feel I've been attacked and no point of view am I to be heard of what I to say. Like Oyaga said earlier, as Jenny said earlier, that some people are getting, I even read it on some newspapers, Kenya talking about they having periods, their periods are changing since they got the vaccine. So I don't know about that, but that was something that Kenya was talking about. If it's propaganda, I do not know. But the fact is, these are things that are freedom of speech. If you do read and study and research your stuff, you should know. But if I'm here, if this is a point saying we need all of you to get vaccine and we don't care what you think, then put that as a point. If you want to hear opinion from every single person, then please do so. Let me have the freedom to speak my point of view and what I think, and not to be attacked. Because that's what I say. I did not attack anybody saying, you know what? Oh, Jen is saying you should take vaccine. She's bad because vaccine is bad. I did not target nobody. I have not targeted nobody, and you have no right to target me. That's what I've got to say. And I'm going to leave the show. And you can go ahead and promote vaccine as much as you want. And I'm not going to say nothing because I have no say and I have no democracy on this platform. Simple as that. Thank you very much.
Jake, tumebaki mimi na wewe na Angel.
Sasa Jackson aongee.
Angel, tumebaki mimi wewe na Jakes. Jakes, endelea. Watu wameleta ma feelings badala ya kusikizana.
Okay, I think we have had this before, and I think I've ever spoke about this before. So I spoke rather about this before. So I really don't have much input at why Ruto holds a massive rally in, what do you call it, in Nakuru. Actually, I'm in Nakuru myself.
Okay. Do you live in Nakuru?
Yeah, at the moment I am. So it's interesting that I've had very serious stories here. Some.
Is it possible to text Clinton to bring people in?
Yeah, I will. So basically, but I think he's in the background. I've heard him talk.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, he will.
He can add people because I'm using my phone, so I can't text him.
Okay, let me do it as I talk. So basically, what am I trying to bring home? I think we are to blame everybody, right from me and you who refuse to follow the late protocols and the said guidelines on how to prevent it, because I choose not to say it's only the politicians who are causing the gatherings. I happen to have seen a mammoth crowd gathering, all in the name of Safari Lari or the WS.
Yeah.
And as Angela was saying, others came with young kids and they would stay late at night. Some people are being caught because of even breaking curfew rules and all. So basically, we are in for interesting times. And this is what I said when we were talking of what happened in Nyanza. I said this. I said eventually, when this nation suffers lockdowns and the likes, it is you and I who will be restricted. These people will continue traveling. It is you and I who will suffer the curfew when the hours are reduced to around 7. You'll opt to close your business early, whether or not you have made profit or not. That really won't be something they care about. It is you and I who will miss out on our places of worship because these politicians really don't really care for us. So I long for the day where the person you, the person me, will say, no, I will not attend such functions, given that I know that when I do so, after all is said and done, I'll be on the cutting edge. I'll be the one suffering. You see, at the moment, Nakuru has attracted a lot of people. Today, we saw the deputy president. As from yesterday, we have been seeing gatherings, which will continue up to Sunday over the safari rally. And basically what is happening is, as people gather, because of the excitement and all, at times they let their guards down. And when they do so, that's the opportunity where if there is an infected person in the midst, it becomes the point of spread. And at times I think we are not serious, given that some nations had to postpone their sports first to vaccinate their population and then now encourage gathering. We have been personally love football. I've been seeing matches where the stadium is at its capacity.
Cool. Yeah.
And the people there, one, they are vaccinated. Two, even before they enter the stadium, they are tested again. So basically, what happens is, as much as they are allowing gathering, they are still taking care. But our nation, one, we have not vaccinated our population, and they're still encouraging gathering. And when things go out of hand, that's when we react. So I think it's wrong for both the government and the people they lead to take any person for granted or to take yourself for granted, because I think the government also ought to have vaccinated its population. It's sad that even now, so many months after COVID struck our nation, The best way we do know how to prevent the spread is to call on curfews, lockdowns, and the likes, while other nations are busy vaccinating its population and making sure that even if someone like Randall is not vaccinated, it's out of choice, not out of lack of vaccine. I would rather people refuse it, but the vaccine should be around. We should have the vaccine with us. You know, we should not really scramble to get the vaccine. It should be a priority from the government. You know, I think the government is missing the mark, given that its priority is not right. I see them fighting in courts over BBI and the likes. I see them fighting each other in the streets, calling each other names. But basically, I long to see a politician, a leader, who will cry for the young person, for the youth, for the women of this nation, and say, I will not attend a rally, I'll not address a crowd unless the people I'm talking to are fully vaccinated. I'm yet to see a leader who will stand and say, my constituent has not been vaccinated. I'm yet to see a leader who will put the government on its toe to hakikisha that the nation is well vaccinated. We are a nation that we praise the wrong more than the good. We put so much gusto in discussing the KEMSA heist and all, but we're not putting so much gusto asking the government that we need the vaccine. Yes, you failed. Yes, as KEMSA, you did so many bad things, but now we need to be vaccinated. Now we need to go back to work. I would rather we have a nation where we go back to work knowing that we are well vaccinated, knowing that we are protected. The science behind the vaccine, either working or not working, we will discover it along the way. But first, let's have our nation vaccinated. Second, let's have our people well informed, because you see, it takes a properly informed individual to make a decision. I know Randall speaks from an informed position, whether correct or wrong, he knows what he's saying. And I think we ought to accept it is his view. It might not be correct, and he's entitled to his opinion. Jane has well said that she has seen, she has witnessed even someone dying in her presence. So she's talking from her level. Randall as well is also talking from his level. But we in Kenya, we also need to know that these people, when we don't make informed decisions, we are the ones who will be termed the third world. This nation will not be recognized. You remember when England created sanctions? Kenya was among the least. You know, we will not be recognized because we are not doing the right thing. The right thing is to have our nation vaccinated. We would rather have people refusing on their own initiative, but let the vaccine be there. Let the government go out of its way to provide this jab, to let people have the vaccination. And I also tend to believe most of these politicians, they don't really give handouts. I was in Nakuru. I have a business there. And I can tell you for free, some of the people who came just came because they heard Ruto was around, not that they were given any incentives and all. They just came. I think we need to ask ourselves, why do we attend this gathering? Because by the end of it all, we will suffer the repercussions of our choices, the repercussions of our actions. It is us who leave our homes, leave our businesses, and walk to the streets, assemble, praise these people, and eventually they'll leave us high and dry with nothing in our pockets, having wasted our time, tell us a list of lies, and eventually even they'll not deliver on the promises they make right on our faces. So what am I trying to bring home? Ladies and gentlemen, I give to you that it is only you and I who can ask that our nation be vaccinated, that the government provide the vaccine. It is you and I who will keep away from such gatherings, because by the end of the day, none of those people who attended today's meeting or those who will attend tomorrow's funeral of Jakoyo, you'll be amazed by the turnout, despite the county being under lockdown. So basically, what am I trying to bring home? We are the ones who drive ourselves into the fire. When burnt, we cry loud, asking the government, where are you? Yet, we have the choice to make the right decision now before you are caught by the disease. Thank you very much. I wish to hand it over to Jane.
Oh, thank you. Evo, you can continue. Jakes, please, you can take over the moderation. You know you're the best moderator. Come on.
At least
Permission granted.
Hata jashika kajoto ka.
We wacha, we. Evo ongea, alafu Jakes ata take over. You know you're the best.
Asanteni sana. So like I said earlier, hopefully wacha niongee kwa Kiswahili na kama mtu ana objection in any way shape or form kuongea Kiswahili na I can always switch to English. But I think naweza hama message home well kwa
Ngojea.
in Swahili.
Jakes, mute na Angela. Angel, mute.
Right.
Oh, ni wewe Evo.
Let's turn it down a little bit.
TV yako ni loud.
Because it's interactive with them. Number 10. Bibi analeta shida hapa hivi anaangalia hiyo George Floyd sentencing hapo.
Oh, silisha. Oh, ni leo.
No, anakuwa sentence hii
Okay. Iko channel gani?
Tunaangalia BBC 503. Okay. 503.
All right.
Anyway, najua Randall ame-exit the panel
na machungu, unajua?
Na machungu akisema ameatakiwa, but mimi siku obviously maybe alikuwa I hope alikuwa amenishi ni mimi, maybe alikuwa anaona nikiziita maneno. But kama uko kwa debate lazima ukubali kucorrectiwa nini na nini, you know, kama if you can give then you have to be ready to take here. No. But nilikuwa nasema this panel, watu wanaangalia hii panel from across the world. Haizi kuja kwa panel and I came propaganda yake ambao wanasema conspiracy ya medicine haifanyi kazi. Hiyo COVID vaccine is not working. Na watu wasichukue. That's the way nilifikiria he came across. I was watching on the background for the last an hour and a half nini. But nika decide kukuja vile nilimsikia akiongea. Especially is a guy that he lives in London. It is right. Sawa, hajachukua vaccine. That's acceptable. But vaccines are COVID. We know what's going on around the world now. COVID iko around the world na watu wamekufa and dunia nzima iko na lockdown. People want to be freed again. Scientists wamework 24/7 through night and day wakadevelop medicine ambao huchukua almost a decade, 10 years plus to develop so that people can get back to normality. Sahi tumekuja kwa panel, the whole topic was Ruto amehold meeting again na COVID cases may rise. How do we mitigate that? Ni through vaccinating the vast majority of the population and then people are in a better position. Unaona? Why can nchi zingine third world countries imitate what the West is doing? Obviously it's not going to be possible because kuna shortage ya medicine, vaccines and all that kind of stuff, which, you know, there's nothing we can do about that. We can't help it. But at the same time, kukuja kwa panel na ukuja cross sounding as if kuchukua vaccine is ni kama basically a death sentence. It's not right. The public needs to be taught. Obviously, that vaccine ukiwa offered, take it. Unaona, mimi nimechukua vaccine. I was offered. My age group ilikuja through. I did. Nimechukua ya kwanza. I'm waiting for the second one. And people are skeptical about vaccine. Oh, we don't know anything about this. And every vaccine, hata dawa ya kukohoa, kuna instruction pale huwa inakwambia side effect. Because people people ignore those, wanasema dawa ya kukohoa nini na tibu. Wanachukua without looking at it. Every medicine ina side effect, regardless. Hakuna medicine yoyote ambayo ina side effect. So, anyway, hopefully Randall anasikiza kwa background na anaelewa kuwa we were not attacking him. Ile tu
We
tunasema
are not attacking him and we love
no,
him and
no,
he should
exactly.
come back,
Exactly. Me napenda Randall. Anaongea facts na nini. So he was not attacked in any way, shape or form. So obviously so let's go to the topic. Venye headline ilikuwa nasema Ruto amehold meetings nini na nini, and to be quite honest, makosa is firstly on the leaders ambao tuko now. So for example, Ruto, he knows the situation in Kenya ambayo iko. So as far as I am concerned, yeye wamechukua vaccine already, so he's free to roam around and go anywhere where he wants. But the vast population, a majority of Kenyans, hawajachukua vaccination. But again, ni lack of, like every single day watu wanakuja kwa panel wanasema lack of civic education. Wananchi in the wider majority of wananchi hawana. So hao ni bendera hufuata upepo. Unaona? So they will listen to any leader in a gathering, and let's be honest, any leader akikuja anywhere, there's no way social distance inaweza kuwa observed. It just doesn't work. It's not, human beings were not like that. Unaona, tunapenda ile kukuwa karibu na mwenzako. Unaona, social distance is not a thing. What should have happened ama Kenya natakana ifanyike ni leaders ambao tuko nao wasi host hizi gathering ama meetings ambao wanafanya until vaccine watu wamekuwa vaccinated. But then again, maybe their hands are tied up again pia kwa sababu wao wenyewe hawajui vaccine itakuja Kenya lini. Now when is Kenyans watu vaccinated lini? Because at the same time elections iko karibu, is like 13 months away. So it's all mixed up na confusion everywhere. Unaona, but tunatakana to imitate leaders. Na kama wafanyi the right thing, what's the ordinary Kenyan supposed to do? Hakuna. Another thing, conspiracy ya watu kusema vaccine tunakuwa vaccinated against this variant of COVID na so it doesn't mean like every other variant ikikuja tutakuwa tuna vaccinate. Science imegundua kuwa especially Pfizer, AstraZeneca ambao tunachukua is actually inasaidia pia against the Delta virus. And another thing, even if we have doubt, better have a law than none, ama a bird in hand is worth two in the bush, because better what you have than anything about hauna. Unaona? So why can you not just move on with what we've got rather than uweke conspiracy na your own story yako ambayo iko hapo hivyo unasema nini na nini alafu unasema EI5 because kama unadungwa nano against this COVID then another variant come, are we just going to get injection every now and then? You know what I mean? So different people wanakuja na different ideas, but at the same time kama tunataka turudi na ile freedom yetu ambayo tuko nao before COVID, watu wapate vaccinated, and that's the only way.
Okay, thank you, Evo.
Yeah.
Jay, can I say something quickly before you go to the next person?
Okay.
There's somebody on the comments anasema rebuke the gatherings, yeah? Last week, Nancy said something very good. If at least Wakenya wangekuja pamoja, alafu wakienda kwa hizo gatherings, I'm sure wagungu wanaweza remember. Nancy alikuwa anasema wakienda kwa hizo gatherings, watu wanaanza kusema, we want vaccines, we want vaccines, you understand? That's, but, okay, we can rebuke as much as we rebuke the gatherings, you understand? Pia watu wanafaa kufanya something, you understand? Na watu tukirebuke na huku watu wanaenda kwa hizo gatherings alafu wanasema we want vaccines, we want, which I don't think is gonna happen in Kenya anyway, but I hope it will happen. But Randall akiwa backstage, please aingie ajue here we agree to disagree na bado sisi umaliza tukiwa brothers and sisters, si ndio? Tunamalizanga poa.
Namwona anafuata
Randall, please come.
kwa comments.
Ako kwa comments?
Namwona anafuata faithfully.
Okay.
Okay, so by the day, greet people. How are you, everyone? Forgive my manners. I think I didn't. Huh? Mr. Wagungu, how are you, my brother?
Niko salama kabisa. I am doing well.
Good to see you, sir.
Good to see you as well.
Okay, Abdikadir Godana, how are you, sir?
I'm very fine, sir.
Good to see you. How are you?
Good to see you as well.
Where
I'm
are you
fine.
from, sir? Are you in Kenya or just around another nation?
I'm from Kenya, Isiolo.
Are you in Isiolo at the moment?
Yes.
Okay, good. Huko watu wanasemaje? How are you seeing the trend of us gathering here in Nakuru in the name of our candidate, or rather in the name of the love that people maybe wanted to show, but at the same time risking their lives and being at the risk of contracting COVID?
Yes.
Because it was around. What do you think? What is wrong with us? Who bewitched us?
Actually, that is a question that needs a million answer. Life comes first.
Yeah, true.
What we are cheering on is an event. It will come and go.
Yeah, true.
But once we lose our life, it will never come back. So my sincere suggestion or opinion is we need to take caution. Even if we are cheering one of our own, COVID is real.
Okay.
So we need to observe MOH guidelines in one way or the other.
Okay.
We don't like to lose potential voters as we approach 2022. We need to change this country through votes.
Thank you, sir.
Welcome.
Well said. Well said. I love it. Mr. Wagungu.
Yes.
From a distance, what can you say? What is the observation? Are we losing it? Are we making the wrong choices daily?
I think we lost it a long time ago. When Evo says that what we need to do, I think we have said what we need to do. We have said what we need to do. We have said what we need to do. I think we are past that. We said this many times. I don't know. I really don't know. Today I must say is a very emotional day for me, and I'll tell you why.
Why, sir?
I have had the luxury, not the luxury, but the unfortunate situation of taking care of many COVID patients. But today was the first time that I have ever gone into a hospital ward and found a Kenyan patient who is known to me, who is on oxygen, really struggling to breathe, struggling to keep their oxygen level above 90 is pretty difficult. And the reason I'm emotional is because these are people that I know. I even wanted to ask the husband why they never got vaccinated, but I couldn't bring myself to it. Because for us, even in our own church, we have been able to access vaccination. And then so, man, how I seen that lady, how hard she's breathing. And I don't know, listen, to do a palliative consult for a fellow Kenyan is the hardest thing I've ever had to do in my life. To look at somebody that you know and tell them that you have had pneumonia for the last 3 weeks and we don't think it's getting any better, and so we need to start thinking about your quality of life, is not something that you want to do. And to be doing it at this time of the disease, to be doing it at this where we are with COVID. Yes.
Yes, you getting some feedback. I don't know if you got 2 channels open.
No, it's
I'm the only one.
No, it's an echo. I think he's in a hall or something, or rather in a.
I am not in a hall. I'm just in my living room.
It has some degree of echo. But it's okay, we understand.
Yeah. So basically, I was saying I still have to find a way, maybe tomorrow, and do my rounds, talk to this couple, and find out why they never got vaccinated.
Okay.
Because the husband is sitting there, he is weak himself, very weak himself, and now you have the wife who is on 5 liters of oxygen. That is a lot of oxygen.
Yeah, it is.
And to look at the chest X-ray and see pneumonia everywhere, and they had an opportunity to get vaccinated, never got vaccinated. And like I have said here before many, many times, is that when we talk about comorbidities, this lady did not know that she had hypertension.
Okay.
Did not know that she was diabetic. Okay? All those were diagnoses that were made after the COVID vaccination, after the COVID illnesses came about.
Okay.
And so I don't know what Rwanda said that got everybody worked up. I'm gonna have to listen in later and see. Personally, I am not one of the best people to try to convince people. Mimi nikipata mtu ana push back and telling me this, I normally just kind of shut it down. I know some of you guys are good in explaining stuff. I'm not in that category. Once mimi nikisikia mtu akisema hivi, how I understand the medicine, mimi what I know, I tend to kind of. So I don't think I will argue with anybody about, I like data. I follow data, Like I have said, I have treated many patients. I've seen them die. I've seen them survive. So then I have seen what vaccination have done, especially where we are in Kansas City. I just went to a baseball game a couple of days ago, and now no mask. So I see what vaccination have done in my city. Okay. I do rounds in about 3 hospitals here, and I see what difference the vaccination have made. Previously, maybe 2, 3, 4 months ago, hospitals were usually full. Like all the admissions we were doing were basically almost 80 to 90% were COVID cases. Squeeze unaenda is just 2, 3 cases. So I see what vaccinations are able to do, right?
Okay.
So I'm gonna have to go back and watch what Rando said. I have debated Rando on this case before. I know what kind of I know Rando is a very smart guy. So I'm gonna have to let me just go back and listen and see what his argument was. I would like to listen to it. I like good, solid arguments. I wanna listen to him. And wow, I will definitely will. I'll listen in and see where he was. It's always good to see where somebody is coming from.
Yeah.
No doubt about that. No doubt about that.
Correct.
Yes.
Wow, Randall, thank you for coming back. While you are away, people send their apologies to you. I'm sure you heard. 2, as Jane said, it's always candid, nothing personal. You fired your gun. Others fired their grenade, but at the end of the day, we are all brothers and sisters from another mother, held together in this lovely, beautiful nation called Kenya. Allow me.
Pass my region to Jacaranda as well.
Jakes, I would say you warm my heart. You warm my heart.
Yeah,
Okay.
we love you, sir. We hold you dear, and it was never personal. Sorry if you are offended. Huh?
My heart is I'm warmth.
Okay, good. Yeah. Abdul Kadir, let me ask you, sir. I don't know. Do we do some politics? I think we should, right? A lot has happened over the week.
Clinton maybe wanted to say something about the topic.
Clinton is already telling us to almost wind up in the next 15 minutes.
No, Jakes. Jakes, according to what people said from the beginning,
yeah.
I would suggest tusiseme siasa nyuma yake. Because these people have spoken from the bottom of their hearts.
Yeah, they have.
Na wametuelimisha vizuri sana.
Yeah,
Sasa kama tunataka siasa we can end this one penye imefika, tuanzishe ile ya siasa juu leo discussion yenye imeweka hapo is very nice venye sasa tutaanza kuargue siasa hapa, Ruto ni wangu, Ruto ni wake. We'll automatically destroy what you've just said.
So what are you suggesting? We end this, we start another one, or we call it a day?
Kama kuna watu wa siasa wanataka siasa, we just end this and we start another one in 2 minutes.
Okay.
So Jake.
Yes, sir.
Do we know how many people you have vaccinated in Kenya right now?
From the list we had, we can always do it. It's not difficult. Yeah, the first dose that came was 1.2. So if you are to give maybe a single dose to everybody, that's like 1 million, right? The second batch that came was 100,000. The next other batch that came was around 360,000. Sorry. So we are talking of around 300,000 people will be fully vaccinated. Around 700,000 people will have their first dose. And then the rest of the so many other Kenyans. Personally, I'm vaccinated because I'm in the medical world. But the rest of the populace has not been vaccinated. And actually, they make the majority. So we are talking of like a 1%.
Do we have some goals? Have we set ourselves some goals?
Their plans today, Kagwe spoke, said that they are expecting around 13 million vaccination from Johnson & Johnson around August. I'm not really sure of other vaccines in the pipeline, but all I know is, they are trying. The governors are also trying to have it come from other places and direct to their own counties. Yet it is already raising some eyebrows. The KMPDU today said, just like they mishandled the COVID funds, they might end up mishandling the vaccines. And you know this very well, Wagungu, that people can even use what we call placebos to vaccinate, or even wrong things, claiming that they are vaccinating, and people can be even vaccinated with water for injection. Yeah, and then they're told umepokea vaccine ya corona, and they go away, not knowing what they received was the wrong thing. So I think it's also good for the government to be careful. That's why I think initially Kagwe refused any other person to import or rather bring in the vaccine, so that they can be able to tell where it's from, what it contains, what it can do, and in the event of any reaction or any issues, they're able to trace this is where it came from, and and all. Because I don't know, I read somewhere in India, I think Mumbai, they have an issue that people are vaccinated with the wrong vaccine. Others were not given the correct vaccine, rather they were given something that does not cover COVID. So it kind of increased the number of people who are infected. So for the government to protect its population, I think it has to control who brings what is coming in. I don't know if
I agree. I agree with that. I actually don't expect them to allow any private bringing in of vaccine. I'm against that as well. But that doesn't mean that they shouldn't ramp it up. They shouldn't have some short-term goals, long-term goals. But they should even be telling us, like, this is the number that we expect to hit to be able to make a difference in terms of creating dead ends for this virus. Because the thing about
Wagungu, I think it calls everyone to work together, because by the end of the day, if they can listen to the governors, what they are saying, the medics, what they are saying, and everyone should come on board, so that we pull all together, because everyone wants this thing to go away. So I think what really should happen, the private sector should come in everyone should come in, and then we see, is it funding that we need? What really is the problem? Is it that there are not enough vaccines around the world, or what? So that when the problem is well sorted out, then we can now know how best to address it. Because basically, I think when it comes to vaccine, the government really has not said so much. The best we know is what we hear. Unlike how we were informed of how the numbers were rising, the people who were dying, the information was well given to us. But in terms of vaccination, I've not seen even an advert of people being advised to get the vaccine. I've not seen an advert or even a chart or a poster encouraging people. I've seen different adverts from America and other places of people being advised to take a jab. Even commercials have been done over the same, but in Kenya that is yet to be done. And you see, eventually when the people are not well informed, I see like today I saw an advert of measles, so if people are not well informed, encouraged, just like we did the serious mobilization and campaign against the COVID when it started. We were told to wash our hands, keep our distances, wear our mask and all. So the same vigor and gusto and zeal that they began with, that should be the same placed on the vaccine. And people should be taught. Rather, you see, most of the information on the ground are scary. If anything to go by, if you listen to Randall, I can tell you for free, you'll run away. You didn't. But anyway, with a light touch, Randall, I understand where you're coming from, my brother. So I don't know. Jane, do you think we end these? We start something else?
Me, I don't mind. Whatever you guys want to do. If you want to, why can't you continue with this one? Because me, when it comes to politics, I'm normally empty, so I don't do politics a lot.
Because we have had this discussion, I think, over and over again in one way or another.
So, Jex, we don't have any vaccines rolling in Kenya at the moment, yeah?
The one that we had Ilinge the other day, this week. So I've not heard of another one, but the latest from what the cabinet secretary said was that 13 million.
Oh, sorry. Oh, Jay, I just wanted to say that, is the BBI, I don't think it's going to pass. And the COVID-19, I don't know if it's going to be so bad that they're going to stop the voting happening. I've heard friends saying that's not going to happen. So there's got two things I'm questioning. There's
Randall, you see when just a moment, bro. You see, you're holding a hand grenade, and when you throw it at the moment, you'll destroy what Clinton is trying to protect, that this show has been good. So he wants us to start something.
You want us to provide a good
BBI? Wait a moment. What's going on with the BBI?
Wait a moment.
Just a moment, Randall.
With Randall.
Clinton, hold on. Abdul Kadir, go ahead. You have muted yourself.
I think the problem with Randall is trying to run ahead of time. Randall, hapo kwa siasa tunakuja. Kwa sababu tunapenda siasa. So Bwana Jakes.
Okay, sir.
You can continue with politics kwa sababu ending it then starting again may also be problematic.
Yeah. Jakes unajua anapenda politics sana.
Not really politics. What really sells is ni kutaja some of these people. You see, if really we want to talk of COVID minus politics, I don't think Ruto Clinton hangeka jina Ruto hapa, because he wanted to attract a certain gathering. He had to put the one name.
Clinton acha master style ya Mutembei.
Yes.
I think the fact is, COVID is here with us. COVID will stay for us.
Yeah, COVID is not going anywhere. We have to learn to live with it.
It's like
can I ask you a question, guys?
We need to continue with our normal activities like politics.
Well said, Godana.
Wagugu has a question. Wagugu has a question.
Go ahead.
the question I have is this. I keep hearing GOK talking about sijui vaccinating this many number of people by August next year. Next year in August.
Really?
You know, I think that's when their goals, their target goals are. So mimi nakai nashindwaje, how many variants are we going to have developed by then in Kenya itself? Kama hapa India.
Initially the projection was next year, but so far so good given the projections they have. If 13 million jabs were to enter, let's say tomorrow morning, I think that's a very huge number. And if the 13 million also receive the second dose, I think we'll be headed somewhere, given that if we are a population of 50 million, let's just use a rounded off figure, 50 million. If you remove the kids, because so far kids are not being vaccinated, if you remove the kids, let's say we are talking around 40 million or 35, yeah? So if you have to remove 14 million, including the 1 million that is already vaccinated, we'll be talking of around 16 million, give or take. So we can have it like this. We can now work very hard, given that even other nations are donating, like Denmark the other day gave us like 360 vaccines. So I'm sure we will not reach 2022. Okay, we will not go very fast. Neither I don't really trust that we'll go very slow. The only thing is, I think all the population needs to do is to push the government that it does not prioritize unnecessary issues, just like Randall is trying to bring in home, that we don't really prioritize on things that can really probably not add so much value. So basically what maybe we might trust and hope is that the government will have it right this time, and by the end of it all will get the correct vaccine in time, and everyone will be safe, because we are not safe if any of us is not safe. I don't know.
But I just want to end. I just want to add that it's funny that
David Chavrin, I'm
in jail for 22 years, 6 months. The guy who killed George Floyd. I bet you if it was a black dude, he would have gone for 30 to 40 years.
Or even for life.
Believe me.
The guy never killed George Floyd.
Yeah.
What happened?
I think George died for lack of oxygen, maybe.
My friend, I don't think Wagungu and I will agree with you. What caused the lack of oxygen?
Who suppressed
I think he was very stubborn.
Wagungu, what caused the lack of oxygen? It was the knee.
Unajua hiyo Jacoredo, he's just trying to provoke us.
Madhaki anaongea hapo. Unajua mama ya mtu.
You see, those in America are very stubborn people. So maybe alijaribu kusumbua afisa.
Hapana.
Akisumbua afisa, akuweke pengo akupeleke ndani, si ati akuue.
That was a very
I have been there before. I know what this guy.
You know exactly.
Unajua Jacorendo, Wagungu, Jacorendo has not been in a situation where he has to jitetea why he's black, you know. Until you experience.
Clinton is pulling your legs.
I know. Jane, last week nimekuambia nimeenda interview nikapita, badala ya nipewe kazi wakakaa tu chini wakaangalia, wakaniuliza Clean, uko na gari? Kwambia sina. Sasa kama una gari, tunataka mwenye ako na gari, tukikuita unakuja haraka. Nikawaambia nipeni hii kazi, hii salary ya next month nanunua gari. Wakakataa.
Train na gari ni gani inaenda mbio? Train na gari hapa gani inaenda mbio?
Ni train.
Exactly. Hapa tuna watu, mtu anaishi Manchester na anafanya kazi London. Si ndio Rando? Na they don't drive, wanakuja na train.
What Clinton said is enthusiasm. Enthusiasm shows that you're eager to go. People have cars, wataki kuenda. You have people that live for 20 years that live in the benefits of the government.
So long as you don't come to work late, that is none of their business. So long as you reach to work on time. How you reach there is none of their business.
Clinton did not give no excuses. He said, as long as you give me a job, I'll be here on time. And when I have enough money, I will buy a car. If you say, you know, I haven't got a car, that is excuses. And that's one thing.
You just tell them, wait until I'm late. Then you ask me, how I'll come here, it doesn't matter.
What I was trying to tell you, Jane,
Yeah.
kama ni mambo na racism mnaiface kila siku. Juu hata ukienda supermarket utoe 50 bob cash, watasema mtu mweusi ametoa wapi 50 bob?
Wewe sasa umeenda sana. Labda uko kwenyu. Hapa sisi hakuna.
Kama mtu mweupe ananunua na card. Mweusi
Jacoredo, allow me to be selfish for once.
I shop with my card all the time. I don't carry cash.
Yes, utaki niseme ukweli kwa mambo na fulani.
Hapana, ukafanya ndege, unajua. Wewe.
We need you in Kenya.
Clinton, fanya aje Clinton.
Na wenye tuliwatch kitu live.
Clinton anakutuambia about your knife attack. Kuna knife attack huko kwenyu.
Na watch BBC. Knife attack imetokea wapi?
Huko kwenyu huko Ujerumani.
Iko kwa BBC. Let me try to
see.
Okay. Let me ask you guys.
I want to agree with you mpaka mniruhusu niseme ni nani aliua George Floyd.
One moment.
Oh, we know.
I think Randall, just a moment. I think I'll be doing injustice to all the millions of Kenyans and the thousands who will be tuning in to see what the Kenyan guys were discussing, what they prioritized in their debate, and what made headways in their debate was issues maybe probably that honestly don't affect our soil, but zinaongeza tu kachumvi na utamu kwa debate. But I think I don't know if maybe neza toa tu ka mfano kidogo. Clinton, Jane, Nyaboro, bro, umekuja na jina
Jakes, don't underestimate people from Kenya. I went to Kenya and I used to say to people in Kenya and say to me, where are you from? I say, from England. Do you know what they say to me? Oh, pole sana.
Hey, Randall.
I'm like, why?
Mbona uliambiwa pole, bro?
Thank you. Because they understand in a issue tunakuanga nayo hapa. Some people don't understand, but some Kenyans know we do not have it easy.
So come on,
the sympathy and understanding that we're not here because we want to, and the things that we go through, kuna wengine waelewi. Wanafikiri tumefika huko tunanami ni wasonko. Tumechukua pesa kwa barabara tumepeleka home. Lakini matusi
hapa nje una black kwa mtu pesa.
Kuna gari mtu anakuwa na wivu.
Nancy ananikujia kwa show. Nimulete ama
So one thing Randall.
Ruto interview yake ilienda
I know. Just a moment, Randall. Okay, I think let's do this. Allow us in Kenya to inform you what is happening, and then maybe tomorrow tunaweza unda ka group kaingine to skize the issues abroad, and maybe we see how we can advise one another.
Kuna issue abroad inasumbua sana. Acha niseme.
Ngoja Clinton, one moment sir. So that unajua kuna juice mingi
imehappen. Aseme roho yake. Ngoja atiwe roho itulie. Haitatulia.
Haya sawa.
Mambo na corona nilikuwa nimetulia, lakini
sawa bro, go ahead.
Inaniuma sana nikiona mwanaume mwenzangu ako na watoto, ako na mabibi na mabwana. Yeye ni bwana sasa, hana mabwana, ako na bibi, ako na kila kitu bana. Eti anaenda
unaongea kuhusu Kizito.
Kizito leo ametuambia ako na mabibi.
Kizito kuna mtu hapa anakuvamia.
So
Mi sina mabwana, mi niko tuna mabibi.
So Jex, hii kitu inaniuma sana. Mwanaume mwenzangu bwana wako na bibi na watoto. Eti anaenda jela 22 years. Na kitu iliua huyu mwenzetu Joy. Anaitwa Floyd. Tuliona vizuri bana. Kama mabusu. Kama mtu anasumbua.
Hebu tuambie.
Ofisa anafaa kufanya. Polisi akikuja kukushika, akwambie excuse me, I want to arrest you. Mpe mkono bana. Mbona uanze kuargue mara Sasa mimi kitu
so ukikataa is your punishment death?
Wangugu, uliona akiuawa jamani. Jamaa died for lack of oxygen.
How did he not get the oxygen? Oxygen is free around here. How did he not get the oxygen?
Mr. Wangugu, please stop arguing with Clinton. Clinton is this type of Tangatanga man that they anything. Anything.
So you don't know what Clinton wants. Clinton wants to bring another, and he's pulling our leg.
Yeah, it's what I'm saying.
We donated Clinton last week. He did not defend Tangatanga. So, as it turns, Clinton has no party. So don't refer him to Tangatanga. He's no longer our member.
No, wait. I know why I'm throwing stone at him, because that is the way he decided to be a Tangatanga man, because he wanted you people to know that is your man. But it's not your man.
Even these Tangatanga people now, they're not happy with Ruto because of the way he's conducting those big rallies.
So
Tangatanga people now are not happy. You saw Ashley. The people are not happy.
But who can we be happy about? Even Uhuru is doing the
all of them.
All of them are
listening. And that's why earlier we were saying people have to be careful. Don't just follow them because it's just about you. When they are sick, they will go to these expensive hospitals, and you'll be left there to die, and none of them will come to your funeral. You understand?
Let's be honest.
Even you won't know if you die.
Randall, just a moment. What are we going to do about this? Randall, just a moment.
Let us have a very serious and sober discussion. Let us have very serious and sober discussion, be it politics or COVID. Let us be serious. This is not we are not cheering on a Euro game between Germany and England.
Thank you, sir.
Let me summarize by saying
thank you, sir. Let me say something. Clinton, I want you to speak on the topic you proposed. Achana na Floyd, achana na what killed him. Talk on what you proposed. Kesho utatuwekea hiyo heading, tutadiscuss. I think that is my ruling. Go ahead,
yes. Kwanza kesho topic, acha tu niwaibie siri. Itakuwa pure politics. We are going to petition the president to arrest William Ruto. The guy should be arrested bana. Mbona COVID hivyo kila wakati bana? Na mamangu hata Omabei kuna nini ICU bed.
Zito, you see why we donated him to you.
Yeah,
you see why we gave him back to you, raw Safi. Receive him back.
From tomorrow we are petitioning His Excellency Muigai Kenyatta. Ashike na yake hatutaki COVID.
Can I tell you something? Tomorrow this is what is going to happen. You will see Baba with a very huge population of people.
Where?
In Jacoyo's burial. You will see it.
Even Jacoyo himself said, we are burying our sisters, don't come. He said it, they will not come. Why did you not listen today? They are not going.
Okay, let's hold our horses. We'll see tomorrow.
Before he died, remember their sister died. Then their brother died. Then they lost almost 3 people before he died. But in their burials, before they started the burial, Jacoyo came out and said, before he died, he said, please Raila, he called Uhuru to tell Raila that because of their the way they are, let Raila not come, because when he comes, he will pull a lot of crowd, even though that is his family. So it's better he doesn't come. He can go to the hospital, he pleaded with them. Then in that very Friday is when he went and died on Saturday. So even today, when there was this sermon, Raila said, he is not going to attend, because when he attend, according to government regulations, people will come.
Okay, that one we will verify. We will verify. Clinton, go ahead.
Question to Kizito. Kizito,
Okay.
so Jacoyo, he knew he was gonna die, yeah?
No, he never knew that he was going to die.
Yeah, but because he said he had talked to Uhuru to tell Raila not to come to his burial.
Not to his burial. Within this specific time, before he died, her sister died, the cousin died, the brother died, and all of them were with corona. So he called Uhuru because they are the same family. And because of Raila is enigma. When he comes, he will pull the whole crowd for all this burial. So he said, he asked him not to come. But switching between this side is when he went to the hospital and he never came back. Not that he said, Raila, don't come to my burial. He was talking about the brothers and sisters who died because they are the same family.
I get you now. Thank you.
I finished what I was saying. Ivo, I'm glad you come back. I have nothing against you. I'm just a bit offended that 1, 2, 3 people. Jane said what she said. I said I'm glad she's safe. She got the vaccination. I know she's in a difficult place. And what's going on in Kenya is an issue that I keep myself safe. When I'm in Kenya, I used to notice that people gather together, and I didn't like it. So I kept myself my distance. Even if I had my drink, I'd rather take my drink and go home and have myself in my own environment.
Okay.
So some people are careless, and that's what I said is a personal thing. So when I feel people saying, Rando, what you're saying, if you have it or you had the vaccine or don't have the vaccine, still you have to take those precautions. That's what I was just saying. But everyone that kept on saying my name, I found 1, 2, 3. So it's not you directly. I wasn't targeting you. So I got a lot of love for you, brother. Seriously. I got a lot of respect for you. Every time I listen to you, and I got a lot for the whole place here. I'm always glad to be here with the family. I really appreciate it.
Okay.
Yeah, another thing I can say.
Let's mute Jane.
Another thing I can say, unaona saa zingine hata Ayaga akiwa hapa Rupia Kizito, argument inakuanga heated kabisa saa za siasa, lakini by the time imeenda kufinish kila mtu anakuanga brother and sister. So vile walisema tuweke siasa kwa mapafu, tuna breathe in and out, si ndio?
Hii ya Floyd mimi sitakuwa brother and sister.
We kwenda zako wewe.
Can we remove you from the show? Is it okay?
So let me talk on today's topic, Jakes.
Kindly.
Yeah, because I've already told you the topic for tomorrow. William must go, man.
It's okay.
The corona and corona is William.
That's how you will see the full
president tomorrow. Reaching Friday, the guy will already been arrested. So tomorrow, arrest William will be the topic. Because we have evidence. So on today's topic, Jakes, kwanza acha nianze kwa Kizito. Kizito amesema venye Jacoyo alisema hivyo na hivyo na hivyo, na kitu amesahau kutuambia ni kwamba even after he died, he even smiled to one of the leaders.
I knew where you were going, but it's okay.
because it's Otada. Because it's Otada.
I tell you, we are Kenyan.
I knew where you are going because you brought this group, but it's okay.
but when it comes to a point whereby the dead can choose to smile to you, cry to me, and do all these things.
Clinton, don't you think it was the communication from the land of the dead and the land of the living?
What?
Don't you think it was the dead smiling in the land of the living?
No, the guy was just happy with the Baba because Baba made him.
No, but I don't know if Wagungu can tell you this, but when someone dies, there is what we call some reflexes that are still there, and mtu anaweza inua hata mkono, and you may think that person is alive, but truly they're called reflexes.
Umeambiwa na Kivito uachana na Jagoredo.
Ukiinua mkono watu watahepa wewe na ulisha dedi.
In this case, Jakes, he's a reflex.
No, Wagungu will tell you. Can it happen?
They are directed to Baba peke yake. Si hata familia.
No, wait. Can Wagungu, can that happen?
Can what happen?
Do we have reflexes when one dies? Unakuta maybe
absolutely. They can go on for quite some time too.
Yes,
sometime 2 days, 1 hour.
No. That day of death.
That day of death, there's a few hours.
But you see, this one is quite.
But not after a week.
No reflexes in there. If you die, you die once. No reflexes.
There are reflexes because.
Yes.
Let me tell you, yeah. When you die,
we as Muslims, wherever you die, in the next 2 or 3 hours, we don't wait for reflexes.
We bury
you.
I'm telling you from a medical field, it's possible.
Abdullah, that's very bad because somebody can maybe mtu anaweza fufuka within 5 hours. Nyinyi mnapelekanga mtu haraka sana na mtu anaweza
Abdul Kadir, there's what we call Lazarus syndrome. Lazarus syndrome states that one can come back to life given that you are dead, and then after some moments they find you're still well alive. So
by the way,
imagine
Abdikadir, it's CPR na vitu kama hizo around the Muslim faith.
Gani kama
CPR, tuseme, CPR mtu anaweza
like what happened to Eriksen. You see, did you watch the Euro between Denmark and
exactly.
Exactly. So, ama ukiangalia unasukumwa.
In Islam, it is allowed in Islam. Yeah, that is like a fast thing for some time. But if you go beyond that, we are going to bury you.
Okay,
it saves life. It saves life. It does save life.
What we are asking, do you have DNR like yenye tunasemanga do not resuscitate in the event mtu pass out and all?
You can resuscitate for for some hours or for some times. But if you can't go beyond that, we'll bury you.
Okay.
Yes.
Jacoredo, what Jacoyo did is called rigas mortis. I had not remembered the correct term. It's called rigas mortis. You can Google it, and you see it is possible for the dead to have some degree of actions. It's possible, very possible. The first few hours of death.
Jakes, hiyo riga mortis, Jakes. Jakes mimi ni mwalimu.
Google it.
Lakini mimi si daktari. Lakini riga mortis, Jakes.
Yes.
Aliamua kuonesha baba peke yake kati ya wale watu.
Lakini anaenda ukalala. Huyu jamaa amekuja nini bana?
Hapana, tuambiane tu ukweli sisi kama Wakenya. Daktari, huja niambia hapa eti mwenye amekufa na smile. Na unasikia Godana anasema venye Eriksen alicollapse. Watu wa kuchimba kaburi walichainua mkono mahali kama angekuwa Muislamu. Yule ameenda organizeni. Angepewa hiyo time alipewa.
I suspect you are taking some alcoholic beverages, man.
Okay, acha ninue mkono niseme rigor mortis happened kwa Jacoyo, lakini ili happenia to the enigma. Acha hiyo story lale. Jakes, my point number 1 on today's topic, lakini ukumbuke kesho ni arrest William Ruto. The whole week.
Ni sawa. Okay, good. Go ahead.
So Jakes, when we were debating, I think you were here, but you were very busy behind the curtains doing some assignments, maybe. People talked, and I was seriously listening, Jakes. And in as much as we complain to politicians, the major responsibility lies with the citizens. I heard that one from one of our panelists. Another one said the COVID-19 is here with us and we have to learn to be with it. Young people should make sure that they how do you call it? They should make aware people in their respective communities of the existence of COVID-19. Mimi na wewe tukiambia wazazi wetu, mama, kuna COVID, mamangu ataambia yule mama mwenzake wako naye kwa chama, vaa mask, fanya hivi na hivi na hivi, na watu watakuwa wanaelimishana vivyo hivyo. The able in the society should help by purchasing masks for the need in the society. Jex, mask inaitwa mask ile packet moja niko sure high cost 1,000 Kenya, si ndio? So these able people, they should buy these masks, either take them to schools ama wapeane kwa masoko, wapeane anywhere, because kuna watu hawana mask. Sisi hawataki kuvaa, ni venye tu hawana. You can find somebody washing the medical mask maybe 3 times in a week na anaivaa kila siku. So it doesn't make sense at all. Before and after vaccination, please continue staying safe to protect the lives of others. Kuna mtu alisema kwamba hata kama
kidogo tu, I don't know if you are watching this Jane, this Derek guy he looks good in a grey suit, yet hapa Kenya mtu akishikwa anachapa sana. Kwani huko ni kuzuri mtu akishikwa?
Jela za huku wanapewangu, wauliza Evo, wanalindwa vizuri, wanakulanga mayai na bacon asubuhi.
Si ati wanalindwa. Huyo jamaa nakwambia ni kosa tu hajapatikana naye, lakini msinimeze.
Huku wanakulanga vizuri kwa jela.
There was this pastor, Jex, there was Pastor Richie Iroa alituambia kwamba it's better to preach to a live person or lively people than to preach to the dead. Akatuambia kwamba he supports President Uhuru's directive ya kufunga makanisa simply because they want to save lives. So hiyo anaunga mkono. Finally, or maybe second last, naweza nikasema kwamba the old are very much vulnerable, but the virus also affects the young, so everybody should take care. Alafu kuna myths kwamba ukivaccinatiwa huwezi, bado utakufa tu, ama ukivaccinatiwa utakosa kuzaa. I think those are myths na daktari wa Ngugu Gathuma anakuanga mtu wangu, but ya Floyd ameniruka kabisa. Ametuelimisha kila siku hapa.
Sio field yake.
Okay, kuna one of the guys pia alituambia kwamba don't ask what the country can do for you, but ask what you can do for the country. Sisi sote ni wa Kenya. Nikikaa bila mask, niende rally, niende safari rally, alafu nijiulize mbona government hawapeani mask, mara hawafanyi nini. The country is made up of its people. Mimi na wewe ndio tunaunganisha country called Kenya. Tukikufa wote Kenya haitokuwepo. So before we ask what the government can do, let us ask what we are doing for the government. And then the government should invest in educating people about the vaccine. Finally, protect me, I protect you.
Okay.
And somebody said, we attend rallies because of poverty. So maybe the panelists will explain that one. So in summarizing Jakes in 30 seconds, I want to take this sincere opportunity to withdraw my earlier statements that friend of Ngugu Gathuma died because of lack of oxygen. The guy was killed, and we are watching that live right now. So I'm very sorry I just wanted to pull you back venye Randall alikuwa anasema tu jamaa tu but mnaelewa. But kesho ni arresting.
Wagungu, I send my condolences to the so many people who have died in Miami over the
over the building collapse.
We send our condolences. We also do so in Kenya. We lost some soldiers who died due to a plane crash, or rather a helicopter or something. 10 died, 13 are recuperating in the hospital. We send our condolences and quick recovery to the injured victims. Yes, can we come back to the discussion now?
How come we don't have a lot of people here? Kama watu wameenda Naivasha, nasikia inaitwa Vasha.
Inaitwa Vasha, nakwambia huko ndio
Watu kama sio siasa wagungu, watu waingiangi sana. Kama ni siasa ndio na
I want to protect Ruto with all my heart.
Sasa hii siasa, tutakula siasa kweli?
Alafu unajua ile kitu ningeongeza kwa what Clinton was saying. Mimi nilikuwa naona if Kenya madaktari ndio wakijitokeza kuelimisha watu about the vaccine vile walifanya hapa, I think watu watasikiza zaidi. You understand, because wanaona huu ni daktari hapa, that's what they did. Walikuwa wanaleta kama ni an Asian doctor, a Muslim doctor, kwa sababu hao ndio wale watu walikuwa na watu weusi ndio walikuwa nakata kupata vaccine, so they bring a black doctor ana explain ya watu, una understand. Wanaona yeye anasema yeye ni mweusi na amedungwa, an Asian doctor na a Muslim doctor. That's what walikuwa wanafanya hapa hivi kwa TV. So I think if doctors ndio wakitokea
watu watasikiza kweli, just like you are saying about
you know safari ndefu huanza na one step, so maybe they can just do it. Unajua, you know, these vitu ni kujaribu tu. Hata hapa hawakujua watu, hata hapa si ati ni watu wote wamechukua. Kuna demu mwingine aliwachishwa kazi atijua hawezi pata vaccine, una understand, you know, aliambiwa we cannot have you here kama una understand, ni mtu unafanya naye job, aliwachishwa kazi aliwachishwa.
I just think when it comes to vaccination, Kenyans would listen to politicians more than they would listen to the doctors. Like if you had a rally here, venye ni Ruto anaambia watu wachukue vaccination, alafu Jake pale na koti yake ya white, I think people would go to Ruto rather than.
I'm telling you, and I swear, I hope, how I wish that mindset inaweza badilika.
Sasa madaktari ambao
nimewaambia hapa, my mom mwenyewe, my mom aliniambia ameoshwa na damu ya Yesu, hawezi chukua hizo hizo mavaccine zenu. Tulikuwa tunamwambia aende atafute hata kama ni mahali tumlipie. Alisema hizo mavaccine zenu mimi siwezi chukua, nimedungwa na nimelindwa na damu ya Yesu. You can imagine what tunasikiaje.
Sasa shida ya
Kenya
ni madaktari kama wamejiprotect, hawataki kumeet patients kama sisi.
Not really.
I don't think so.
Unajua mimi what I normally tell people and what normally frustrates me is this. Sasa tuseme ukae pale. Ukae pale useme utapata hiyo chanjo and all that. But the minute you get it, now you bring it to me as a physician, now unaniletea sasa mimi ni deal nayo. Unaelewa? Because you can say that all you want. You can bring up all the theories you want. You can bring all the conspiracies. But unajua the thing is, ukipatwa na hiyo kitu na ukuwe one of the many that is going to progress to get severe disease, you get there. There is no turning back. And as you know, when it comes to viral infection, there is no damn thing I can do about it. All I can do is treat your symptoms. Meaning your viral you see, there's one thing. Let's talk about kitu kama pneumonia, a bacterial pneumonia. We can do antibiotics. There are things we can do. But when it comes to viral infection, I am telling you, it's you, your body, na Mungu wako.
Na Mungu wako.
Let me say something, kidogo tu Abdul Kadir. You see, people forget that some of these things zimekuwa into existence, maybe just to inform Randall kidogo. Like measles is a rubella, and a rubella is vaccinated, and see at utapata the measles itself. What happens is it reduces the variant, the strength in which it can attack you, and in the event you get the jab, you are more better, unlike mtu mwenye hajapata the jab, because you have an acquired immunity that gives you at least an ability to fight an infection. Nata ikikukuja haikuangushi virahisi. So the vaccine yenye inakuwa prepared, not that it will eradicate COVID as it is, but at least people will have the ability to fight it. The reason as to why it was killing many in massive numbers, we didn't have the ability to fight it. Now the vaccine gives you a chance, a fighting chance. It doesn't give you a full guard. Actually, they're even saying mostly it gives you 90, others are giving you 96. None will ever give you 100 because a virus, as we know, can mutate and all. And there are so many things, as Wagungu is saying, when it comes to managing a virus. Unlike a bacteria, you just need an antibiotic. But virus, my friends, it's not easy. And at times can go out of hand, as COVID almost did. So let's take care. Let's really take care. It's not a laughing issue. Wagungu, umejimute.
Go ahead.
Jakes.
Just a moment, Abdul. I want us to finish the topic.
Okay.
Wagungu.
I think we want to talk about it too. Go ahead, go ahead, Godana. Go ahead, sir.
First, let me appreciate every one of you actually for your precise inputs. You have actually educated us in one way or the other.
Okay.
I think we are seeing the way COVID is ravaging all over the world. People are dying every second, every hour. I think it is our responsibility to sensitize our people.
Yeah.
For example, as Abdikadir, I've already been vaccinated. I got my jab around May. I was told to come for the second vaccination after 12 weeks. So I'm expecting to get my second jab. The issue of infertility, the issue of what as it anifanya nisidungwe. I've already advised my people, my friends, my relatives, everyone will be vaccinated wakipata opportunity.
Abdulkadir, niliona joke inasema ati Kenya kudungwa shindano ya COVID ni time ya kuwa celeb. Because each time watu wanadungwa lazima udungwe uchape kapicha. So
but mimi nilikataa kupigwa picha. Nilisema this thing is serious, let me be vaccinated. Then another issue, you have seen the way people from Lakeside governors wanasema wapatiwe nafasi wanunue vaccine ama wa import vaccine.
Yeah.
If this thing will be allowed by the government, itakuwa commercialized. So unaona vile Kenya ujanja inakuanga. It's good to have one point like government only which will give out vaccines. Kama already tumepata kwa kutoka Denmark around 360,000 vaccines. It should be regulated by the government. But if you allow other entities to come in, it will be commercialized.
Obviously.
For example, I got
imeenda Githurai na isha change properties ya vaccine to something else.
Yes, kama Sputnik yenyewe tuliambiwa ni 17,000. Now we got AstraZeneca free and in the world kila mahali free. Where are you charging people for? You see? So we need to sensitize our people watu wachukue hii kitu. I saw my very close friend, a very close friend of mine. Wakati wa kwanza alipinga hakuna COVID, but once he got it, aliamini kwamba COVID iko.
Kitu ingine
and there's one thing getting it and not getting severe disease. Unajua, I hear people saying all the time sijui kuzaa. Sasa ukipata COVID, you develop severe disease, ukufe utaenda kuzalia wapi? You know, it's pointless.
Mbona unataka kuzaa already?
Wagungu
already umezaa, sasa unataka kuzaa nini nyingine? Already you have 5 children, you have 6 children. Kwani unataka kuzaa wengine?
But when it comes to conspiracy theory,
Godana, most of us ndio tunajaribu kutafuta number 2, number 1, so hiyo number 5.
No, wale walikuwa na complain ni hawa kina Jake, wanasema wako under 30 hawajapata watoto, hao ndio wataipata. Hawataki kuqualify.
No. Personally, just a moment.
Welcome Nancy, the Queen's daughter. Tuambie 2-3 tumeongea sana.
Nancy dear, how are you?
Hi Jake, how are you?
Hi. Good to see you. Umepotea?
See, I was here. When was it? Saturday.
Hii mtaa uonekana
a week ago.
I know. It's good that you missed me.
Away. Yeah, we have.
I have a brother in Kenya. Thank you for missing me.
And one in US.
I know. Daktari yuko.
Daktari yako around.
We just been talking about maneno ya COVID. we're just trying to sensitize folks and tell them, you get an opportunity to get that vaccination, and just get it. Let's put pressure on this government. Let's push this government to get priorities. Like you said last week, tuendelee kusukuma. It appears our government does respond to pressure, like every government do. Let's tell them where our priorities are. Kama ile time nyingine, I think somebody was saying about when unga prices went high and everybody was saying, ukienda kuongelesha wanasema no, tunataka unga. Let's do that on vaccination, because I think hata kama economy is dilapidated and all that, I think if we can resolve this COVID thing, we can rebuild our economy,
Wagungu, do you know that measles and COVID are related in that the same way COVID is transferred through contaminated coughs and all, is the same COVID rather, is the same way measles. But the good thing is, because of ile shindano ya 9 months yenye tu wanapea watoi, it has really helped that it's no longer as serious. So we can also bring COVID to control.
Absolutely.
If everyone does the right thing, even the government immunizes its population, we can bring it to control. But until that happens, this will be the horror story will be talking almost every night. And I think we should get tired as Kenyans and say we want the vaccine.
Ama Floyd pia alikuwa na COVID kivyake.
Sasa wewe we are going to send you away from the platform.
But before Nancy comes in, I was just gonna say, unajua, we keep talking about how this thing is affecting our economy and all that, but check this out. I think it was the Labor Department that said in the US, I think as of today, the US economy has about 9 million jobs that do not have anybody. The economy is rebounding so bad that companies have opening 9 million jobs. Hakuna mtu anataka kufanya. Unaona? Because we resolved we resolved the whole COVID issue. Now demand is out there. I just went to a restaurant before I came here. Restaurants zinajaa hivi. And I think this is what the Uhuru Kenyatta government need to realize.
Even sports.
Yes. Unajua,
I enjoyed seeing football na stadium imejaa. It was nice to see.
And people are ready to travel. Zile pesa kina nazo wamekuwa wana save. They are ready to spend that money. So I can guarantee you.
Wagungu, Nancy could not even make kukuja Vasha because akona do, lakini anaogopa kukuja kukutana na Jakes mwenye hayuko sure kako sawa, unajua.
I bet you Jane, Nancy, Kizito, we all have money. Tumepewa pesa hii ya stimulus, tumekalia kwa nini? Tunataka tu
na mostly to travel August ndio si kuja Juni, summer holiday ndio long na watoto hawako shule ndio si travel.
Yes, I think hiyo ndio hesabu watu wafanye. Every economy in the world is like a rocket ready to fire up, but you have to assure the investors, the travelers, you have to assure them that you have gotten a hold of COVID. And I can guarantee you, your mask hapa, kuosha mkono hapa, is never going to control COVID to the lab. Lazima vaccinate watu. You have to prove to the rest of the world that I have vaccinated my people, ufikishe 30 to 40 million people, then economy itanini.
Okay. Nancy, I don't know what is your take on this.
Are you talking about by the way, hi everybody, nice to see you all again. It's another weekend, so we're here again. Are you talking about Ruto hold another public rally and COVID is spreading? Is that the...
No, we are getting into it, but in a political angle. All we are discussing is COVID in general, because by the end of the day, everyone is holding gatherings in different forms. Uhuru had a gathering in Kitui today. So everyone, there's no leader we can speak good about. But anyway, Clinton decided to put Ruto to be the topic. But ni sawa tu. It is what sells, but sawa.
So, as I said in the beginning, I got COVID around. In fact, I got COVID in October 2019. And I was ill. 2019. I had COVID 2019 October. I was taken to different hospitals in the UK and I was very ill and I could not recover. And I coughed. I could not sit. I could not breathe. Then I got better. But funny enough, come April, I got the same thing. So when my doctor was treating me the second time he came to see me at home, he said, you know what, Nancy? That October, you had COVID. You're the first people who had COVID, because I was ill, but nothing showed what I was ill from. But the symptoms I had that October are the same symptom that I got when I got COVID the second time. And unfortunately, I have long COVID, because now I've got aches on my legs. If I walk for long distances, I find that I'm getting very tired. And I wasn't using inhalers before. I have a problem with my breathing system, so I'm using 3 different types of inhalers, especially if I work hard. So guys, COVID is real. It's affecting people in different ways. I was lucky I wasn't given the AstraZeneca, I was given the Pfizer because of the underlying issue that I have. But I would say, guys, I had someone say earlier that they go to the political rallies because they're poor. But I asked my question, when I looked at the DP's meeting today, there were thousands and thousands. In fact, Mutembei said DP had 4,335,000 people. And I asked him, how did you come up with that number, Mutembei? Did you have a ticker?
He has to exaggerate for you to be excited and look at it.
Yeah, so, and he didn't answer me, but the numbers were huge. And I kind of thought myself, even if you guys go for the £100, DP doesn't have £100 to give all those people. Kenyans, I think for me, they don't go because they're really poor and they're looking for handouts. I think they're looking for hope. When I see people out there, I don't necessarily believe they're out there for the 100 shillings. You might be lucky to get 100 if you come near Moses Kuria or Alice or whoever. But I think people are looking for hope and something to look forward to, because at the moment, the economy is battered. People don't even have money for school fees. As I said last time, I see people who've never asked me for support, asking me for support for food, and they've never asked in their lifetime. So I know that people are suffering. So my advice to you guys, let these political leaders go and do their thing. You guys stay away, clean it, wash your hands, sanitize. If you're lucky to get the vaccine, stop thinking about the babies. The babies will come. If at all COVID vaccines were really, you know why I believed in the COVID vaccine, why I agreed to go? I agreed to go because Muzungu vaccinated all the 90s, 100s, 80s, and 70s. They were vaccinated, number one. Then they stopped dying, and they never died. In fact, the people who've died of COVID vaccine, they are people who are in their 50s and 60s who have underlying issues. But when they vaccinated their older, their mothers, I knew they could not give their mothers poison. They also love their mothers. And that's why I agreed to go for the vaccine, because the elderly people were number ones. Other people were later. So guys, if you get a chance to get the AstraZeneca, go. If you have the 17K to pay Sputnik, go and get it if you have the money. That is my advice, because if you happen to get COVID and end up like me, who has now long COVID, it's not a nice feeling. I can tell you that for a fact.
Okay, thank you.
So
dear.
Is Sputnik allowed in Kenya right now?
It's there, but it's not in every place. But it's not easy to know it's there. And they were told zile doses ziko around kwanza zimalizwe, and then the government will advise if more importation will be given. So we are yet to hear from the government over the same. But as it stands, the government is in full control of all the COVID vaccines that are coming.
But Jake, because you know I love politics.
Yeah.
I cannot let Mutembei off. I told Mutembei last week, and in fact, if he's in the background, can he come here and I laugh at him? I told him
he's not.
He's not.
He says ako mahali hakuna network, but tutamfikishia.
Ako Naivasha. Stop lying to us.
Ako Vasha.
Amelala kwa tent.
Amelala kwa tent.
Nilimwambia DP nilimwambia DP atagain Muthoni wa Mushomba and the other guy. Akaniambia show me pictures. So in the week I had to send him a picture.
I equally did the same.
So if he's around there, DP has 2 more and the exodus is coming.
Yeah, we expect a lot. Anyway, allow me to bring...
And actually, I'm very sad that Jacoy Midiwot passed away. My condolence to his family. I used to love that guy. His arguments were just... I will miss him on political shows. He used to be one of these guys. If you want to know the truth about a subject, listen to Jacoy. You will know the truth. So I shall really miss him, and may his soul rest in peace.
Okay. Elimwiti.
Thank you, Sana.
Hi, my brother. How are you? Hi. How are you, sir?
I hope you wote mko poa. To Nancy, pole sana for what happened to you.
Okay.
Thank you.
And I guess according to venye umeelezea, you were there because of God. Honestly, kulingana na venye umeelezea, it wasn't easy. Everybody can tell from even how you're talking about it, it wasn't easy. Because you can think you have a COVID, now ujui, and then upon, and then you get back there. So, pole sana, it's gonna be okay. So the other side about the vaccines, I honestly, kama uko na pesa yako, enda tu pewe vaccine. I don't mean that sasa hiyo utaanza mtu ataniuliza sasa nitakula ama ni vaccine nitadungwa. Yeah, honestly, uko na nguvu ya kufikiria utakula juu saa hiyo uko na afya. Ukishikwa na COVID kesho, you don't even think about kukula. You think how utakuwa why the next minute. Because we have been seeing watu wenye wamekuwa tu open on how it has been holding them, watu kama kina Amos wako and the others wenye wamefunguka law, utasikia tu mtu mwenye anakuelezea about it, unasikia manzi is not a good thing. So to people who wako na uwezo and then you think it's good for you, just go and get it. Because I don't think because the first time mtu ulikuwa nasikia mtu anasema mimi sidungwi, hiyo ni mercury tunawekwa kwa mwili. So man unaweka kama ni mercury, okay, kama ni mercury inaponya, let's get it. Kama ni mercury inaponya, basi tundungwe hiyo mercury na tupone, and then we move on. Because kiangalia kama saa hizi, like maybe in US some state saa hizi they are almost free back, vitu zinaendelea vizuri sana, and the economy is soon itakuwa ina come up. Lakini in Kenya what are people doing? Tunagongwa hii wiki, tunaweka quarantine wiki mbili, tunarudi the same spot. You see? And then hawa watu wataki they don't want to, yani our put kama ni kama COVID is the priority. Nimesikia mmesema dai kuongea politics, but manzi I don't think, sijui kama kuna mtu saizi anakaa chini unafikiria anything else other than vile utaponya nchi yako na COVID. I wonder how mtu anakaa chini unafikiria on how there's anything else you can do. Ukiangalia kuna watu other countries wasikia wamelose almost 500 people wanakufa. How do you lose watu utalulu nani? People should think like leaders. Ufikiri kama someone from the village mwenye afikiri atalidi akina nani. So na pia sisi tukuwe tu attentive manzi. Like those places zenye ziko crowd and evil, na unajua kabisa hauna vaccine na umeshajiambia mimi sidungwi, hata nikipewa bure sidungwi. Keep it away from you, because ikikuhit huyo Ruto na hao wengine na kina Raila watawatafuta manzi, takuwa unashinda hapo na pembe na hata kusaidia. So it's good. Vitu zingine you don't have to be told like ati usiende kwa crowd, because honestly let's say kama unajua tu COVID is about this is like mtu akiwa hapa cough, the next person anashikwa nayo, and then tunaenda watumia place moja na hatuna mask, na hata hatukai kama tutakuwa nazo, hata tukipewa tuvae, because at some point hata unaona mwenzako ako nayo, lakini unasikia wacha nitoe, si hata huyu ana, unasahau the next minute it's you. So saa zingine si lazima mtu akue to the other brother's keeper. Saa zingine pia wewe ujikeep mwenyewe, think about yourself, think what can happen. Hata kama si wewe, the next person, brother yako, sister yako, mama yako, utakuwaje? Because for example, if kama ni wewe unategemewa then umegongwa, that means the rest who are depending on you, they are down. So if you have an opportunity kupewa vaccine, na kama hauna, if it means kopa pesa, afadhali ubaki ukilipa lakini umepona, because hata ukikaa hivyo and then ugonjeke, so what? So ukiwa na nafasi have it, na kama hauna itafute. Let's say that kama hauna nafasi, just look for it, because kama ukisikiza watu wenye wana talk about it, utasikia you need to have it. And then to our government, watupee nafasi, hata kama the way wanakuwa na nguvu ya kutuprichia na kutuomba kula, watuprichie. Let them, ukiamka kuongelesha wananchi, first thing you tell them, waambie wapate vaccine. Because nchi zingine mpaka watu wanalipwa, because hizo nchi zinajali hao watu, they are afraid of losing them. Unakuta mtu kama umeajiriwa, kuna kampani 3 wanakulipa, did you get the vaccine? Yes. Yani wanakumotivate, you need to have it. Unaona, because it's for you and the other person. So pia serikali yetu hata tuone, hata kama ni advertisement zikifanya kwa TV, yani at least tuone wanataka tupate, hata kama haziko. Because itatusaidia at least, hata ikikuja atakuwa tusikia tuliona venye Ruto alisema hiyo kitu ni mzuri.
Hata nilisema leo wakati niliona Ruto kwa mkutano, nikasema ni anunue vaccine za 1 billion, akuje vaccinate mahasla, ambie mahasla wapange laini, apatiwe license na hii government, because if he is able to give millions and millions every week in out, if he's serious about the hustler nation, to me, I would urge all those Moses, like I saw Irongo Kangata in America the other day, and Sakaja and the other, they have money to travel. So if they care about the hustler narrative, we need to see that hustler narrative now operating on the ground. If the government does not have money, instead of him buying, now popularizing himself through Wilbaro and all the others, which we already know what his idea is, let him lobby for him to get vaccines with all that money, and Nancy, tell the hustlers to queue and get vaccines.
You remember
even let him try. The government might refuse. The government might refuse him, but let us see him do something.
But you remember when he was giving food, Mwiti, just a moment. You remember when he was giving food, immediately he left another consignment with poison, let me call it so, was sent to the same area. People were admitted because of the food, just to tarnish his name. Don't you think if he does that, it will also be a tactic that the enemy, or the opponent rather, may use to tarnish his name? I think maybe
no. But the vaccine should only be given from a controlled area, whereby it should be controlled from. Because for me, it bothers me that none of the leaders, even when walienda bunge wakasimamisha rise ya is it what mkate and something else,
border thing.
Yes, why didn't they tell the government this budget cannot go like this without 10 billion za shindano?
They have already given 14 billion. We are yet to see.
But that money has not been released to India. That's why you guys don't have the vaccines. So because your Akuru Etani, it's not properly accounted for how he's gonna pay the company that produces AstraZeneca. So let everybody who meets with their local MP and MCAs, acheni kuambia 2022, waambie mnataka shindano kwanza. Bila shindano hakuna vote.
I think that's the
route we should go down.
Yeah, it should be the clarion call to everyone. Yeah, that before a politician gives you any form of talk on what he will do, I think the first talk should be, we need the vaccine. I think that should be the talk. Mr. President, before we
bring it home. Tell us your remarks so that we can go to the juicy part of the bone.
I hope
Mr. President, are you there? Nilikuwa naona uko mahali kuna kigiza. Are you in Naivasha?
He's in the tent somewhere in Naivasha.
Jex, niko na swali Jex.
I think network imepotea kwa tent.
Niko na swali Jex.
Uliza sana.
Jex, William, the DP, is responsible for the second, third, and maybe the fifth wave of coronavirus in Kenya. Jex, sasa ile topic nilikuwa nasema ya kesho, we petition Muigai Kenyatta to arrest him or to remove him. Because tukiendelea hivi kutakuwa shida. Bana, ukiwatch hii video ya William akiwa Nakuru, unaweza lia.
Propaganda.
The other, hata when uli emphasize your point, kuna ule chali alisema, you understand, it's not just about the leaders, pia it starts with us, wale watu wanaenda kwa hiyo rally, you understand?
John, I concur with you.
Let me ask a question.
We are all responsible. We are all responsible for the spread of COVID-19. We are all responsible for the spread of COVID-19.
Exactly.
Let me say this.
Then another point is,
God, no, 1 minute. The DP did not go out to hold. Sometimes it's good to tell facts. The DP today had no political rally organized. He was passing through Nakuru town. And people had already congregated waiting for him. For me, I think he should have driven off and told people, COVID, let's meet when COVID is over. But given the Kenyan society, kama angeenda, he would have created so many enemies. Kenyans are the ones that need to think there is COVID. Even if DP goes to a church down the road, let them not go to the road waiting for him. So it's about Kenyans rather than political leaders as well.
You see, the problem is
but Nancy, my sister, don't you think, I kind of disagree with you, kitu ya kusema these people do not go for handout. Maybe when I look at our population, I don't think we can continue blaming the victim. I think, Nancy, wewe, Jake, for us, who are educated, who are in Nairobi, but angalia yule common mwananchi, huko Maimahio, huko somewhere deep, ama huko DP alikuwa. Don't you think the politician, somebody like the DP, PhD, jamaa amesoma, don't you think he has much more of a moral responsibility for these people? Me, I think he do. I think I hold him more accountable.
But my question I asked, because he found these people already lining up and queuing, you expected him to drive off, or what? Because you're saying you hold him morally responsible. What would you have expected him to do?
Just a moment. Just a moment. I am from Nakuru. I live in Nakuru. At the moment, I'm in Nakuru, where DP attended the church. No, my home is way far from Naivasha. But believe you me, kesho unaweza niuliza kama nilikuwa Naivasha. So what was I saying? What was I saying? Anyway. But where the DP was in a place known as Langa Langa. It's just near town. And then where people congregated, lazima DP angepita hapo. Hakukuwa na shortcut. Then what happened? People assembled on their own with no mobilization. I can tell you for free, there was no, I was in town. There was no mobilization. People just began assembling because word was that Ruto was around and they knew for a fact. Ni kama usimame kwa entrance ya kuingia Nairobi, yani ukiwa airport, watu wamesimama strategic kwa gate ya kutoka, yani it's must utapitia kwa hiyo gate ukitoka from the airport. So what people did, they gathered, and when they gathered, the police tried. I wish you look at the clip. The police tried, but walipozuia kabisa what he did, he ended up addressing the crowd. Now the only problem that I took from the whole thing is he alianza ni kama tu ni story anataka kumalizia kidogo kidogo, but it ended up being a political rally all the same. I wish angetusalamia tu alafu atuache or anything, but you see every other politician who was there had to speak, had to criticize BBI, had to praise the DP, had to praise the governor incoming in the name of Susan. So basically that's what happened there. And for real, most of the people who came, others didn't even have a mask from where they came from. So they were already breaking the law right from home. They didn't come with masks. Number two, everyone chose to disregard the COVID protocol. So when Nancy says it is our fault, it is our fault. If everyone stayed at home and chose to watch, because it ilikuwa live streamed from YouTube and all, tungemwonea kwa YouTube and hakungekuwa na such gathering.
You know, Jake, you and I, you, Nancy, and probably even, you know how I feel about the DT. Me, I've been Tangatanga all along. So this is not bashing the DT. All I'm trying to say, Nancy asked a very good question. What did I expect him to do? What I expect him to do, he should never have been in there in the first place.
The other thing, I think he also, pia yeye alichangia juu alikuja na chopa but akarudi na gari.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying.
He also knew what will happen. He also knew he also knew what would happen.
I'll take you back. I'll take you back when we were doing the campaigns over here, when it was a duel between Biden and Trump. Do you know how awful? Do you know how awful it looked to see Joe Biden addressing a campaign rally kwa magari? Literally, the guy is sitting over there talking to vehicles. It looked awful, but he had to do it. You know, but he had to do it. So all I'm trying to say, if the DP cared about us, if he cared about his hustlers, if he cared about Wanjiko, then he should never have been in Nakuru. Simple. That's all I'm saying.
But that leads me to that. You remember when we were talking about degrees and making education a universal right for everybody? Because if, Wagungu, you're saying we are kind of privileged when you're from a background where you've had nice education. So you thank God and you think, I'm actually really privileged. So for me, I think Kenyans need to shake the system themselves. And actually, because how I look at it, if my cousins who they have no money from where they come from, if education from class 1 to the TVETs were free, and all along they go and get educated to that level, the idea of seeing people in these political rallies would disappear because the idle people would go. So I think we need a turnaround, and even the bottom-up approach will not do it. We need a leader who come and shake that system and invest in the right places, because if we are going to change our society, education has to be key. Because I think education lacks and makes people become other people's poodles.
I could not agree more. I could not agree more.
Well said, dear. Allow me to bring. Sorry. Unaambia kuna watu wako nyuma ya tent, eh? Kuna watu wako nyuma ya tent.
Okay. Sijauliza swali langu, so I was just
kidogo tu. Kuna hii story tulikuwa tunataka kuanza. I think if the panelists agree, we should go straight into politics. Tumongelea COVID, tumeblame Ruto, tumeblame kila mtu kulingana na topic. Now let's go to something else.
Kuna Eli ameongea?
Eli naona tu yake na load. Sijui kama anatusikia. Eli, can you hear us?
Haezi ongea venye ina load.
Ndio naona yake ina load, so
acha nimtoe alafu
Mr. President ako hapa nyuma ya tent anasema anataka kurudishwa. So Mr. Godana, let me ask you. We begin with Sonko. Do you think the courts had it on point rejecting his bid to come back as Nairobi governor?
Actually, the judiciary was on point to uphold what county assembly did.
Okay.
The impeachment was lawful because if you look at it, Mr. Sonko, actually he was overexcited with power. He shouldn't behave that way.
Okay.
So what the court did, I concur with it. He should never come back. He should never come back to the power. He should never and ever. That is not the kind of leaders we need to elect in this 21st century.
Sijui ni kwa nini nasikia wabungu wakisema amen nyuma ya tent.
He was the luckiest person to be elected to such kind of position.
Okay.
Even Nairobians were wrong to send home Dr. Kidero.
Okay.
So what we did to Kidero is
but Mr. Godana,
yes,
the last what do you call it? This commission on corruption.
Yes, ethics and anti-corruption.
Yes, it gave a report the other day that Kidero, together with the Sonko, had the Samburu governor and another one. The four of them, in their possession, they hold over 11 billion shillings that they couldn't account for. Actually, it was even taken back to the government. So, and you're here saying that the Nairobi people did wrong to remove Kidero. Do you think that's right?
Both are evil, but there is better evil or devil, whatever term you want to use it. Let me tell you one thing, yes? Corruption issue is there. But for Sonko, what he did, for example, he went public and he bashed the president. What he did with president privately, he told Ujamaya Bangi, hiyo jama tulifanya hivyo. If a president of a country has a trust in you, hata mwende mutongoze adem na president.
No. I like that with Sonko.
Why are you telling to the public?
Ile kitu walikuwa wanafanya na president na akatoboa hiyo ni poa.
Bona. You see, that is being crazy. An executive.
Yes. Godana, let me ask you.
Yes.
So, according to you, if I do some shady jobs with the government, rather the president himself, I shouldn't come out clean and confess it. I should just keep it under the rug and maybe sink with it to the grave. Do you think that's the right thing? Because what he did, he just exposed some of the dirty things they did together. So according to you, what do you think was the problem with that, sir?
For example, smoking a bang with someone or a cigarette, or you drink a pombe alcohol with someone, you go and expose to the public. And that person is the president of a country.
Kama wanavuta ni sawa.
Yes. Yeah. Is it a crime? Why are you telling?
Hakuna kupiga juni preso. Hakuna haja kupiga juni preso. Kama preso pia tunajua preso uvuta. Si macho zake zinakuanga red 24/7. Kwa hivyo wanavuta na kanywaji ni sawa. Ama anatuambia vile tu watu wengine uvuta na wako kwa public na
atuchomi, lakini Ben anatuambia
isemwe.
Unajua kila mtu akitaka kujitetea. Yes.
Acha niulize Abdulkadir swali.
Yes.
You've told us that, don't get me wrong, I'm just being a devil's advocate here, right?
Yes.
You've told us that you agree with the court.
Yes.
But my question to you is, do you think the process matters because our courts have told us, our judges, especially our Supreme Court, said the process is important as much as the outcome. So what do you think about the process that was used? Was it a fair and just process? Do you think if it truly the courts were not siding on one side, do you think the process could have been watertight?
But the process was very lawful. By all means, it was good to eject Sonko from power. He was so irritating. No. By all means, Sonko shouldn't have come close to power. He shouldn't have come.
Godana. Yes, we all agree. Nancy, you, Jakes, probably even Jane and everybody. We agree it was a good thing for Sonko to go. I agree. But I think what Nancy is asking, did the court close their nose? Walifunga, wakasema, you know what? We understand all this, but for the good of the county and probably the country, let's get rid of this guy. But there were some things that were done unlawfully. Glaring. Kila mtu alikuwa anaona.
Yeah.
But we will revisit the process. We will revisit later. But Sonko is out of power.
Abdul Kadil, don't you think when we go to the court, everyone deserves a fair hearing? Everyone is entitled to proper representation, and above all, justice should be served whether we like it or not, because it is these same courts that have told us the process really matters. So I think the question to you is, or Nancy is asking you, do you think the process, do you agree? Do we do the same process to all the governors? Because it was done in a haste. It was slightly biased, almost one-sided. It was dancing to the tune of the handshake. Do you think that should be the same thing that happens to other governors?
But from my point of view, the process was fantastic, was okay, because the impeachment motion was introduced before the floor of the assembly. MPs or MCAs voted. He was voted out. What are we discussing?
What about the deputy governor? What about the deputy governor? How she came into power? What do you think about that?
About the deputy governor?
Yes.
Yeah, because the thing is, I think the constitution
you see now, the deputy governor is not in the picture. The bigger picture is NMS now.
But now you see Abdul Kadil.
Nairobi is back into its glory.
Abdul Kadil, Abdul Kadil, you know what happens by that ruling? It means that now that the court approved Kananu, that it goes without saying that she becomes automatically the next governor. Actually, next week you'll see her being sworn in, and you see, we didn't see the process in which she came in. We just had her name.
But
after the impeachment of the governor, rather, it became public. So as I tend to think it was someone trying to run away from an election. Don't you think?
But you see, but you see, Kananu, she's like a puppet. Even if she will be actually sworn in next week, the person who is calling the shot is Mustabadi. That is NMS. You see?
But then I'm going to say this, and I want to respect your view. But if we're going to realize the rule of law and jurisprudence in Kenya, that if the court speak to a matter, that matter has to continue going the same way.
Nancy, let us not behave to be sent. We are not Pope. We only have one Pope who is in Vatican.
Okay.
Wacha tuvunje mambo ikuwe sawa. We want service delivery. Hatutaki mambo ya Pope kukuwa sent. Sonko has gone.
Godana, you are the reason Kenya is the way it is.
No.
If you say that Sonko was not supposed to be a leader, what were they doing banning people's cars with Uhuru? Should Uhuru also be in power? We have to use who has authority of the other. There's nobody who has more, who is over the law.
Actually, President Uhuru
more. And second, there is the law. There is a way you should follow. If those MCAs were in Mombasa, how did they vote?
They voted virtually. They do whatever.
None of them have a phone. There is a video evidence that they were not voting. We appreciate
some of us, we can speak in this thing.
And it is me that are spoiling our own country. Whether we like Sonko or not, we have to follow the process. And if that process has to be used, it should be used on the president too.
We appreciate God that we have President Uhuru Kenyatta, the son of Jomo, as our president. Our life has changed. You see, we in Isiolo, for the first time we have seen Tanak. You see, the country is open. We love Uhuru. Yes.
I know you are happy.
There's a difference between Sonko and Uhuru. What we are saying, we should follow a process so that our country can be orderly, and that's the only way we are going to move forward. If
the process is very slow. The process is very slow.
the end does not justify the means.
Ashley,
we have to have order.
Ashley.
And that's why you see when things like, let me finish. That's why you see things like vaccine, there is no order. We have to, from ourselves, we cannot choose what we are going to disregard.
We are not seeing you. Ashley, I want to see you. I want to see you on this platform. Where are you? You're in the back. Come out from the
handout. Ashley, how are you?
I am incensed by Godana, and it is people like him. It is people like you that are bringing our country down. It is people like you. We have to change. We have to say, okay, Sonko has done this, but there is the way that he should be removed. It should be legal. We cannot use our court to sanctify unjust. We have to go to court. We have to expect justice from the court. I hope that Sonko can appeal that ruling. He should be removed in the right way.
Okay, thank you, Ashley. I hope Godana has heard you. Godana, let me ask you a question.
To Godana, please. A question.
Okay, go first and then I'll come next. Godana, you have a question from Jane. Take it. Go ahead, Jane.
Godana.
Yes, go ahead.
Is there a difference between Uhuru and Sonko?
Yes.
What's the difference?
Uhuru, you should say President Uhuru. Uhuru is not a common man like an ordinary man. According that respect, withdraw and apologize.
Me, I don't recognize him as a president.
You are in abroad and you see fanning violence in our country.
Let me tell you
should respect.
Godana, there is no birds of a feather flock together. Uhuru and Sonko walikuwa wanavuta bangi pamoja, wanakunywa pamoja. So what is the difference? Sonko alitoboa siri tukajua.
Wacha hata kukunywa bangi. The arsonists. Ndani mwenyewe Sonko alisema they were going to buy cars and banning the cars and blaming ODM. That is a crime. And we have the president as an arsonist. Yes.
Let us not revisit what happened in those years.
We have to revisit.
What happened in ODM? The bodies are now together. Raila and President Uhuru are now one thing. We
cannot be here really in thieves. We cannot be here in criminals. And then we forget the past. And
let us not live in nostalgia. No.
We should rebuild the church in Kiamba.
No, at the same time, we love Ruto. Whoever will be president in 2022, only God knows. We don't have grudges for anyone. We are very democratic people in Kenya. We love our leaders. We love Raila. We love Ruto, and President Uhuru is the best president ever elected in this country. You see, we will bring our country together. Yes.
Abdul Kadil, I love your sentiments.
Uhuru na Ruto, Uhuru na Sonko. Walikuwa wanafuatana. He was everywhere. Si ndio? Jubilee bado ikiwa poa. They were everywhere.
You can't use Sonko and President Uhuru in the same statement. Withdraw that.
The same thing.
Delete Sonko. Delete Sonko from that statement. No.
No.
Yes, Jex. Go ahead.
Abdul Kadir, just a moment.
Yes.
Allow us to have other inputs. But we are coming back to you so that at least
let me take my milk, camel's milk, to re-energize myself. Come back. I want to sleep.
We are with you. I can tell you by morning utakuwa usha apologize na kutu support, but sawa.
Okay.
Ile energy iko na Nancy na Ashley na Jane. Kunywa glass mbili. Wait, hiyo ni maziwa ya ngamia. Is it brown in color? I didn't. Okay, now. Eli, how are you?
Huyu wako Isiro. This guy is in Naivasha.
Hiyo maziwa anakunywa, tuambie nini anakunywa, awache mchezo.
Anafanya mukisa kitui style, eh?
Eli, how are you?
Oh, I'm good.
Paul, you found us on our note of high. So, karibu sana. How are you, sir?
Not too bad, not bad.
Umepotea na wewe Jo. Hey. Nilikuwa nadhani ukipita Kenya uende Vasha episode.
You know, it's just busy kidogo.
Okay.
But no, I was interested to ask Wangugu a question, but You changed the topic. You changed the topic. And I think he has a medical background or something, or even you, Jex, because I heard you guys talking some big words there in the medical world in relation to COVID. So I just wanted to ask a question.
Please do.
Okay. I have been following some intelligence sources about the death of President Magufuli. And I honestly, I don't want to change this topic. You're discussing about corruption and the previous one. I just wanted to ask this question previously. And there have been some kind of talk about what are the conspiracies and realities about Magufuli's death. And of course, one of the leading ones is COVID because of his strange anti-COVID protocols, decisions, yeah. And I really liked this guy, Magufuli, but unfortunately, he had to go the way he went. But anyway, the apparent suspicion is something to do with his pacemaker, because there was an issue a few years ago, and it's still live, that pacemakers can be tampered with, hacked.
And they can be hacked.
Yeah, and hacked seriously, yeah. And in fact, in the case of a certain company in America that I'm not going to mention, around 500,000 pacemakers were recalled a few years ago, in 2017 actually, yeah. Now, personally, me, I use an insulin pump, and insulin pumps and pacemakers are always put in that kind of security discussion about being hacked, yeah? So I know exactly what can happen to me if someone tampers with my pump, even maybe I'm a distance away from them, but they can do it. Because there's Bluetooth connection, they can tamper with the battery even without touching me. So this issue about Magufuli, there is an apparent security suspicion. Do you think it is possible, Wangugu or Jex, that this is what happened? I mean, I believe that it was probably COVID, but then the other story would be, if it was COVID and yet he was so careless, he would have been one of the first victims maybe in March last year. So for me, that disqualifies the COVID. But I really want to ask this potent question, because this is one of the issues that is in the security world, that they could not shoot him, they could not do anything else, but this is possible, the hacking of his pacemaker.
Maybe
So what do you think?
Wow. What a beautiful question. I think, to me, what I would struggle with that theory is the timing. You know, if you're thinking about, a hacking of a pacemaker, can it happen? Yes. Those devices, especially the ones that are newer, I don't think it tumble. Even your insulin pump, let's say 10, 15 years ago, I don't think they had that capacity to be able to hack it. Now, the new ones, with the new technology, they can access them, like you said, remotely. So I can see that happen. But the timing, why now? I think the final thing that they said about Magufuli was, I think the final diagnosis was afibrillation, AFib. But even that, I mean, AFib by itself, I don't think AFib by itself, it's pretty easy to control. There are many things, abrasion, medication, there is a way to control AFib. So I struggle. Even the final diagnosis that the vice president gave of the reason, I disagree with that. There are many, in the current world, the president, I cannot see how AFib by itself killed him. But like I said, Hacking a pacemaker, I cannot rule it out. But, literally that would be, first of all, Magufuli is an older guy. I don't know when it was placed, so I don't know if there's a newer version that is prone to being hacked. I cannot see it happening. I still think Magufuli died of COVID, but like we have said on this platform many, many times, COVID by itself does not kill you. It's the other thing that it does to your body. It's the effects on your organs, your kidneys, your lungs, neurological impact. I mean, it's those other things. So could COVID have, caused cardiomyopathy? Is a good one. But maybe I cannot sit here and say that I can rule out what you are saying. That is, it's possible, but I cannot see it happening. Or Jake, what do you think? I cannot see it happening. I mean, it's a good theory, but the practicality of it, I don't want to rule it out, but I cannot see it happening. It's certainly not.
The other thing, a hacked pacemaker gives what we call sudden death.
Sudden death, exactly.
Even that he was sick for some time. Yeah. So if it was hacked, you cannot hack and then say,
and then you delay
a week or two. No, you cannot delay it. So when you hack it, yes.
But we all did not know about Magufuli. The announcement of Magufuli, the day they told us Magufuli died, I don't think it is the day he died.
Yeah, but there was
only that they could not hide it anymore.
There was this report by many that he was sick, and in any case, others even rumored he was in Nairobi hospital and the likes. So there was that other element of him being sick.
But that is what the government wanted us to speculate. For me, I think Ellie's theory, I've been also reading a bit about it because I have a guy, I watched a certain clip, a guy from Tanzania did a clip online, and I think somebody somewhere wanted Magufuli out.
Okay.
And for me, I think that he emasculated a lot of powerful people, and there was a plan to remove him from the system.
Okay.
And the day Magufuli died, maybe one day, one time, we will come to know the truth. I do not believe the day Samia Suluhu told us Magufuli died is the day he died. About his sickness, I also believe is what the government, it was choreographed in a way for people to start speculating, and then they announce. I do not see because 4 people died that were with Magufuli in the same meeting. They all died of COVID, but Magufuli was left standing for more than a month. So for me, someone who met somebody with COVID, I work with, and I got COVID after a few days, I cannot see how these 4 died and Magufuli was left standing for more than a month. So the conspiracy theory will come to learn one day, like the way we don't know about Musando, but I know truth will come out. But I don't believe Magufuli died of COVID, and I struggle to believe that.
Yeah, but it doesn't help when they don't give us the final.
Actually, I want to contribute here, Dr. Wangugu. Hold on. You have been talking, you see?
Hello?
Yes,
Can you hear me?
Really, Godana, you've been talking more than everyone else. Come on.
Let me contribute.
I can't hear this, Godana. I can't hear him.
I said on a lighter note.
Godana, just a moment. Ellie, can you hear me?
Yes. I was going to say
this other thing you had asked about insulin pump. Now, if it is hacked, there are symptoms. I'm sure you're a diabetic because that's why you have an insulin pump. Now, there are symptoms that you are aware of diabetic, whether it's high or low blood sugar. So you should be able, just in the, God forbid, just in the event it happens, the symptoms will be the first trigger that should tell you there's an issue. And it is, I've read a certain article just when you have asked the question, and it says it's not an easy thing because your data is highly protected. But in the event it happens, God forbid, you just need to look out at the symptoms. And because unlike the pacemaker can kill you immediately, because what it does, it's supposed to act as a defibrillator to kind of, ile kushtua roho unagete. So hii insulin pump yako inaweza maybe regulate sukari ikiwa juu na ama ikienda chini to bring it at the normal, right? The only challenge of yes.
And Jakes, sorry, Godana, I'm talking too much. I apologize before hata niongee, let me apologize. I was also going to say,
I appreciate doctors in this platform. I appreciate you have educated me and many people who are not doctors.
But Wagungu was answering a question that he was asked. So he wasn't talking very much. He was answering a question.
Sorry.
All I was going to add, you see, Jakes, now when we talk about a pacemaker, the reason I would disagree with that is because when you say that when you bring that theory, you are assuming that a pacemaker works continuously. Remember, a pacemaker is just a device, that is supposed to kick in when your heart rate goes down below a certain point. Unaona?
It's a defibrillator.
Yeah, so just because it's there, even if you hack it, when it's not needed, it doesn't make any difference. You understand? Like you would have, like Mr. Eli, you would have to time when Ujamana and the Brady, where then the pacemaker would not pace his heart. Unaona?
I think you're information deep kidogo, but in short, what it means.
It's not. But you see the thing is,
let me just explain it in a simple. Umayona mtu sasa anafanya resuscitation,
Yes.
Tunamwambulate, tunaweza mshock. Let me use that one. Kuna patches zinekanga kwa chest, alafu tunagonga.
Yes.
Umayona kitu kama hiyo Eli, I'm asking you. So tukigonga hivyo, what we are trying to do, it is the pacemaker tunajaribu kuizindua together with the heart, ndio heart irudie rhythm ya kupump, because the heart works in form of rhythm. So what we are trying to do by shocking you ni kama jumpstart battery. Tunai jumpstart ndio roho ifufuke, or rather ianze kupump damu. So pacemaker kazi yake ni hiyo. Normally, even when there is no issue, that is its function. So if it is hacked, that's why I said if it is hacked, what will be entertaining is what we call sudden death. Unakufa hapo hapo.
I disagree with you about sudden death, because I think what it. I mean, I don't have a medical background, but from the scratch that I know, I think it also just acts as a, regulating the speed of the heartbeat. Am I right to say that?
But you see, Eli, what you would be.
So is it not that it can be slowed? Is it not that it can be slowed by the actual hacking?
The issue is neglecting it in what sense? If
no,
it is
what I'm saying. What I'm saying. No. What I'm saying is it not just the fact that the hacking can also be a way of slowing the pace?
But you would have to time where your heart is out of pace.
That's what I'm asking you.
So you would
have these
to
people who claim, and whether they're right or wrong, that pacemakers can be hacked, they are not just saying that it's a security issue that the users of these pacemakers will just die immediately, right? The people who did the R&D, research and development of these items were the ones who were first of all trying to find out information of its weaknesses, especially the latest ones that you have said, the high technology pacemakers of these times that we are talking about. So when this story came about Magufuli, just 2 seconds. Let me wrap this up.
Let me ask you a question as you go ahead.
Yeah.
Why do you think we even put the pacemaker in the first place?
Well, now you're the scientist and I'm not the scientist. So
because if you know why we do it, it will be easy to explain why I'm telling you.
No, because you have said that if that thing is tampered with, it will be sudden death. Now, I'm saying you said something about like the guy had been ill for, I don't know, a month or something like that. Nobody is saying the truth about the death of Magufuli, okay? Nobody wants to say the truth. But the security system, there are sources that say that there were many possibilities, and this is one of them. Yeah. So, I don't even disagree with the fact that you have the scientific background and all this, but this was a powerful man who was changing East Africa as a whole, and Africa actually, and he had many enemies in Tanzania itself. Yeah. Now, if you watch the way his opponent was speaking on Twitter before or after he died about his illness, yeah, there's so many questions to ask. But anyway, I don't want to spend, the quality time here to discuss this, the former president of Tanzania. But I believe that in future, like what Nancy said, some of these things will come out and people will want to know the truth. Yeah. My last question, which I typed there at the chat, was for Clinton, but Clinton is away.
So let's come back to the debate. What do you think about Sonko's final nail on the coffin?
I'm not worried about this kind of people, Sonko and all this kind of no. Honestly, let me tell you something. Yeah,
please do.
You see, corruption, right? For me, I always like to compare and contrast, and when I do that, I don't like to make our continent, Africa, look as if we are the worst.
Okay.
Yeah.
Okay.
I'm telling you, you see, on this thing called Facebook Marketplace, I'll just give you an example. Yeah. So my kids wanted this Lego toys. Yeah. And we then found the person who was selling, and they said, I asked them, how many kilos is this thing? Akasema 12 kilos. Skia. Let me tell you how corruption is universal. Akasema 12 kilos, yeah? When we went to pick this thing, we just, accepted it was 12 kilos. We lifted it. We came home with it. Tukapata kuna vitabu humo ndani under the package, which were nearly 3.5 kilos, yeah? So there were books. Ni kama zile viazi zile kule ukienda Rift Valley, unapita kule ukienda kutoka Nakuru ukienda Nyanza, mtu anakuambia kuna viazi hapa sijui kilo ngapi, kumbe kuna mawe, sijui kuna vitu zingine hapo ndani ya bag, na mtu anakuuzia viazi, yeah? So this corruption story in Kenya that we have, yeah, it's a universal thing even on this side, yeah? We have the rules, we have the laws, we have all the mighty ways we can deal with these people. So I don't think that the way Sonko, Mbuvi has been dealt with is something that we should celebrate or not celebrate. These things should just happen. Yeah? It's the job of the court to nail these people. It's the job of the police to nail these people. Nobody should be taking any ownership. These things should just happen. Yeah. The problem is because when they happen, it's such a big story. We should go beyond that. These things should just happen. It should be natural that someone is nailed. It doesn't matter what standing in society they're in, and this is a major problem because we have the laws. The laws are there, but we just don't want to use them. Every time I hear you guys talking about chanting Ruto, this, Ruto that, and I'm thinking, you guys, were you around when this guy was printing money with Kinanjirongo in 1991, 92? And here we are celebrating him.
But,
and I'm not saying Ruto.
To be fair to you, sir,
I'm not saying Ruto alone.
To our audience, I think Deraru is in charge of that. So how are they printing money?
Wewe, wacha nikwambie ndugu yangu, that 500 shillings note that was used in the campaigns of 1992 election.
I know it was called Jirongo. Was it the 500 or the 5 shillings? I'm not sure. I can't remember.
500 shillings. Everyone knows.
I know it was called Jirongo, but how it came about, I don't know. Maybe you should tell us.
They were overprinting. They were overprinting for political purposes to just dish money out to people, because KANU knew that it was in serious problems, and they had to use that money to split the vote.
If you're answering me, is it Ruto as a person or government through some influence? It directed Derarul to do the same, because that would mean he has the ability to print money.
Yeah, he had the ability to, no, not him going into the print and saying, come on. No, of course there is a system. Even this system that Ruto is complaining about, he was part of that system that was able to empower certain people to do those things as young as he was, him and Jirongo. So for any there was smoke
at that time, sir. But that time we are talking of why 92, Ruto was not in any political seat. Actually, the first time he was a chairman, but he became an MP in 1997. So why do you think in 92 he was busy printing money? For what purpose?
No, because at that,
was it for Jirongo?
Why his name is used, and forgive me for just taking a different tangent of the former governor of Nairobi, but why his name keeps showing up, him and Jirongo, is because even at that time in the early 90s, their names were being mentioned about this, and another guy called Kangwana.
But Eli, with all due respect, it's one thing to mention, it's another thing to have verifiable proof to even vindicate or prove someone to be guilty, because I think
how
can you separate propaganda from the truth?
He has never been taken to court, but he has actually done a good job of denying all these allegations on different TV programs. He's actually a brave man to actually sit there and say, no, people are just finding ways to attack. He actually tries to deny these things. But I would call him other names, but I don't think that is fair. But for many of those people, they don't.
Eli, just a moment. Dan, how are you? Dan, can you hear me? Dan, can you hear me? Yeah. I don't know where you are. You look good in uniform, but if you can mute your mic, I'll have you in just a while. Allow us to continue with Eli. I'll have you come in later. Is it okay, Dan? Okay, just mute your mic because we can hear you from the background.
Okay, thank you.
Mute your mic.
Thank you. Eli, go ahead.
What I was saying is that these things, what they say, where there's smoke, there's fire, right? Someone didn't just wake up one day, and those days there was no social media, right? There was nothing like that. But these stories were there, right?
Oh.
That Ruto and Jirongo were the youth for KANU 92 machine behind the delivery of this money. They were giving this money.
Has not answered one question. At least
so what I'm saying is this, right? In relation to that guy.
And we need to start with Uhuru before we go to Ruto if we are going to discuss corruption here. Otherwise, we stop wasting our time. We have given him so much time. So can other people also say something?
Yes,
and if he starts with Ruto, he must tell us something about Uhuru. I have questions for Uhuru.
You know what is happening here, Jex?
Kidogo too, so that we can make informed information. One, as you have said, some of them are stories, so they're not verifiable, right? We were not there. I would rather we will talk now and talk of what is latest and what we can almost say with certainty. So, because if we begin to bring things from the archives, we will bring from all angles. We will attack every other leader because none of them has clean pair of hands. So, Eli, the question was, and I think that is what maybe you are trying to explain. The question was, do you think the judgment given to Governor Sonko, was it fair? Was the rule of law followed? Do you think due justice was served? That was the question. I don't know how we ended up.
Okay, let me answer that question straight. Okay.
Okay.
I think the natural laws of justice were followed, because I listened to a clip by one of those judges who was delivering that judgment, and he even mentioned things about how this former governor was playing with the judicial system, with the actual with the Senate process at the time, watching from home, or wherever he was, but saying that he doesn't want to waste his time over there, but watching from home, bribing the actual MCS, which the judge said that was a breach of a certain, I don't know, section 28 or something like that of the Constitution, which was a criminal offense in itself, So, this judge actually said that there were so many opportunities and very few gray areas for Mr. Mbuvi to rely on. Yeah. That's
final question to you, sir. Final question before I go to Arika and Ashley and Dan. Yeah. There's a precedence that the courts have set that every time they have issues with the process, they have a way of even nullifying a presidential election on a mere count of the process. As per you, the process of impeachment, without minding sides, without being partisan, do you think justice was followed in impeaching the governor, whether he's a crook or not? But do you think justice was served?
Yeah, listen, I actually don't think, I don't have time for the guy, but I don't think that a bunch of senators who don't have any ethics should have the right to, penalize and impeach someone. I mean, those guys, maybe over 3/4 of that Senate could be just the same way as Sonko. This is part of the problem, you see. Yeah, this is part of the problem. Yeah, this is part of the problem, because even that's why he was laughing it off. And many of these people, even the former governor of Kiambu, would have laughed at the whole process, because you're going there in front of a bunch of thieves, and you're going to be judged by thieves who think that because they're so eloquent in the parliament, in the Senate, they can do a better job. I mean, so if you think, you're asking me if I think that the process and all that the Senate did was legitimate, or was it right or fair? I can't answer that question because my bias will be that those people should not have the power that they have, because there are a whole bunch of corrupt people.
Because you see, if you remember correctly, one governor, same charges. If you remember, there was this governor who had the ability to play games while her case was on. So she was busy playing games because she knew all was well. She knew whatever we were doing, we were wasting our time. She knew she was safe. So and
why are you afraid of mentioning her name? Is that the one of Kirinyaga? Just say it.
It's okay. So thank you very much. I love meeting fan kidogo. Naona mwiti anasinzia. David Arika, I'll come to you, Eli. David Arika. David is gone. Caesar.
Hey, Mambo.
Hi, sir. How are you?
I'm there.
Yes, I'm good. And you?
Niko salama, unaendeleaje?
Niko salama kabisa. Nashukuru. Yeah,
so let me ask you, sir, as you even come in, uliona stories za Sonko, do you think eventually justice was served after all is said and done?
Of course I saw, and I've been following. Sonko Yeah, Sonko is my best friend. We have been come from far. Akiwa mbunge wa Makadara tumekuwa na yeye.
Okay.
But unfortunately, the only difference we have to understand in courts is that, these judges, they only deal with the evidence and the facts. So it does not mean whether was genuine the process, whatever you can call it. So for being Sonko kicked out, okay, for me, I'm from Nairobi. Sonko was my governor. But I think Sonko yeye ndiye alichikaranga na mafuta yake. Kwambia na ukweli. Because for one, Sonko was not the best candidate in Nairobi, but since Jubilee wanted to win in Nairobi government, that's why they used him.
Okay.
Although I'm not saying Kidero was the best governor, Kidero also is a thief.
Okay.
But meanwhile, Kidero, he knows how to play his cards.
Okay.
That's why if you can remember the other day when Kidero was almost to be impeached, so he played two bats. Akaegemea side ya president.
Na
akacheza hii side ingine. If you can remember the other day, he even wanted to speak on Uhuru back, but this NASA people by then was called. They refused him. They said no, Kidero wewe hatukutaki nini, because alikuwa ameba kidogo. So the problem with Sonko, I think Sonko anafaa kuomba sana. In fact, he was even to be killed, but yeye mwenyewe alishindwa na kazi, koti ingefanya vile inafanya, akirudishwa kazi ilimshinda, na yeye mwenyewe akaanda over hizo kazi zake akapeleka kwa national government.
Don't you
and
think
I think
was a survival tactics, I think his impeachment was long coming, but alipo notice ananyang'anywa kiti, he kind of had a smart way of relinquishing some of his duties to NMS. And don't you think it was a survival tactics? Unfortunately, hakuweza kusurvive for long.
Was a survival, but was not going to stay for long. Ilikuwa tu ni kitu ya muda. Yeah, Sonko, I think Sonko, kuna kitu tumefunzwa, more especially to elect somebody like a governor, we have to look so many things before we elect somebody.
Okay.
Sonko pande ya akiwa senator, hiyo mambo ya senator anaweza fanya vizuri, but governor, unaona kama sahi kuna pesa mingi zimepotea.
Caesar, now that you have followed him in his career, remind me as a senator what he did that maybe was remarkable.
Pardon?
Okay, I can't remember his regime as a senator. So since you have said you really follow him, remind us something remarkable in his term as a senator.
Okay. Sonko was good for pushing governor to be accountable. Pesa zimepotea nini. Sonko was good for that one.
Okay.
So hapo alikuwa tu sawa, but since he became a governor, alipotea. Alafu kitu kingine alisahau, once you are being a governor, like now in Nairobi, Nairobi is the headquarters of the whole Kenya. It is a big county. Kuna vitu zingine unafaa kuacha. Of course we know, all of us, we are human beings, but going in a crowd unasema president unafuta naye banki nini, of course we know, but you are not supposed as a leader ku blackmail watu, mara si kutusi wasichana nini, so many things. Kila mtu ako na familia yake, ako na bwana yake, yeye ni mama wa mtu. Unaona, so kuna vitu zingine angalia kama sahi. Sasa ukiangalia, I think sijui kama uliona hiyo clip hii ya Mukisa. Uliona kitu Sonko yenye alisema hiyo nini yake, hiyo tweet yake vile alisema.
I didn't really look at it, but anyway, what did he say?
Utaiona because Sonko alikuwa anasema eti unaachia ache side jik simu ukifanya packaging, na ilikuwa ni audio ya ni video. Yeye mwenyewe alikuwa ametweet. I think with them you will come to see it. Na ndio naona sasa Wakenya nao wakaleta ile ya Shebesi na yake. So Sonko bado kuna ile utoto ako nayo hajamajua.
Okay.
Yeah, so na I think imetufunza kitu kingine. Next time tukienda kuvote mtu tutaangalia vitu mingi.
Okay.
Yeah, apart from electing somebody who is with a lot of money, tutaangalia mtu mwenye ako na akili. Unajua Sonko to be sincere, Sonko kama si kutumia handouts, Sonko is not a good leader, but ni ile tu anatumia handouts hizo tu, pesa. Unaona?
Okay, sawa bro. Kidogo tu nisikie kama Dan ata agree na wewe. Dan, before I go to David, Dan ni aje?
Jex.
Yes sir.
Kweli ako na shida ya network, lakini akubali nimtoe kama ile time, akirudi itakuwa sawa.
Kama uko na mtu kwa tent ni sawa. Unmute your mic, Dan.
Alafu Caesar ameongelea.
Yeah, can you hear me?
Yes, we can, sir. Now, I don't know if you have been following our debate. We are now talking on the impeachment and actually the final judgment handed to Governor Emeritus, if that is correct. One Sonko Mbuvi. Do you think the court served him well? Do you think justice was served?
No, I think justice was not served. Irrespective of the fact that Songa kwa mtu ako straightforward, but you know, it's politics, you know. The thing is, all the system was doing was to neutralize Songo so that they can play the politics they need of the day. So what I can say, we as Kenyans for now, what we should be focusing on is for the government to give room for clean politics, you know. Electoral body need to be cleaned so that we cannot have a repeat of this every time we are in violence politics, you know. So iwe ni Raila, iwe ni Ruto, kitu mimi naomba tu election ikwe clean, mwenye anashinda ashinde na mwenye anashinda ashindwe. But hizi vitu za deep state kuthreaten watu ifai kuwa.
Where are you, sir, at the moment?
When will our politics be like Europe?
Where are you at the moment? Where are you at? Uko wapi saizi?
I'm talking from Kuwait.
Okay. From there, I don't know if they have been holding elections, because we umeshaanza kuleta stories of elections. That was the next topic, but anyway, how do they do it different from us?
No, I like the leadership. Actually, there's no corruption, and you know, the citizens like the kind of leadership they have because their living standards, you know, their people, they put people first than foreigners, you know. You get what I mean?
Okay.
And me as a foreigner, I can say I have a decent life than what I had in Kenya.
Okay.
If we can have, even if it's an anarchy we can have in Kenya or a monarchy, you can call it, but if the government can take care of its people, it's okay. But what we are saying, we have a democracy, but this democracy is like dictatorship because people are crying this rampant corruption.
Okay, we'll come to that topic in a short while, but thank you.
Thank you.
Spotek atuapo. David Arika, I want to come to you. David, are you now there?
Yeah, I'm there, Jex.
Yeah, how are you? Umepotea sana.
I'm good. How are you?
We are doing well. We thank God. Tunajinais tu huku Naivasha kwa wale ambao wameenda.
Okay. Anyway, quick, niko job. Wacha niongee mawili ndio niwaachie wengine.
Okay.
Sonko's case is politically motivated.
I've always wanted to know where David is. Are you in Kenya, David?
No, he is in the US.
I'm in the US.
Oh, okay.
Okay. Jex, just give somebody else up. I think I need to address an issue here, then I come back.
Okay. Elimwiti, before I go to Nancy, what's your take on the judgment handed to Sonko?
Sonko hata kama angeimpeachiwa, something could have done. They didn't want Sonko at all. Sonko alikuwa tu anatumiwa. They knew after Sonko kuchukua Igathe as a deputy, Sonko will go somewhere and then Igade will come. And then things along the way as it went the way they plan, so that's why Sonko alisukuma. Kwani Sonko nini aliambia mwenye aliambia walivuta? Tumeona wengine sama saying ati wewe ni mtoto wa hiyo kitu nataka kusema lakini sitaki kusema hapa you know. Kwa nini hiyo kama wanavuta ni kweli wanavuta? We know a certain man aliita president wewe ni mtoto wa hiyo. Nothing was done. It was like that.
Mwiti unaona vile Godana ametulia, usimwamshe.
Nataka amke sababu because kama sio corruption because Sonko alisema hakuna hapa amta grab vitu no. In Nairobi no. Na akasema on my look hapana. I have to do something. And then what happened? Wakaanza kukumsukuma Sonko, there was hakukuwa na justice hapo because it's all about corruption. I'm talking because in Kenya right now, honestly, and I'm sorry to say, we don't have judiciary. Because what are you trying to tell me? Kuna judiciary if what MC wanaenda kuvote and then we see vote kwa watu wenye they didn't vote. Now wenyewe wanasema we did not vote.
Mweti huko Nairobi tulisikia kuna watu wanaitwa ghost workers. Si maybe kulikuwa this time round na ghost voters.
Is this the first time kuna ghost workers?
Lakini umesema watu wanavote na wako, si maybe kulikuwa na what we call ghost voters.
Ghost voting.
Okay.
I was saying about the corruption is Sonko alisukuma hiyo because kuna they know Nairobi it belong to them.
Okay.
If you look at like this one, why I'm saying is all about corruption. Ukiangalia, a DJ was shot in a club. And then these people wanatuambia wacha tufanye investigation. What are you trying to tell me? Unaona huyu ni Mweti ameshoot Jakes alafu unaniambia investigate what?
Interesting question.
We investigate
Interesting question. I think Godana will answer you, but before Godana answers you, I don't know if you have something else to add.
Yeah, this is because corruption. Sonko alisema in Nairobi you are not going to have anything. Then they decided what? Wewe utaenda. Ulisema nimevuta, utaenda. So in Sonko kukuwa na justice yote. Na Sonko again, is it because we want because wewe umesoma, unaongea kizungu mingi, yani you are good. You good look, anyway uko sawa. Good ndio tunataka. No, we want someone mwenye atafanyia kazi. Mwenye atakuja kuambia Jakes, leo umelala njaa na kubaia unga na mafuta. Unaona? Atakuja aniambie, Mweti, do you have a job? No. Tomorrow come to work. Not because you talk a lot of English and German and whatever. No.
Final question to you, Mweti. Final question to you. What do you think happens now to Sonko? Do you think his political life as we know it is over?
No, Sonko ni master. Watu wanampenda in fact. Unajua it's not about the court and nini. What is about how people want you. Where they want you. You will be somewhere. Me, I know Sonko will be somewhere because people love him for what he normally does. Yeah. So he's not done.
Okay. Yeah. Nancy, can you come in there? I'm asking this all story tangu ilipoanza mpaka saa hizi. Do you think it's finally we are seeing the courts handing justice? Am I just playing politics again?
Unfortunately, I thought Maraga had left behind a legacy that the courts were going to continue upholding. That if they tell us the process is as good as the outcome, we should if we're going to realize rule of law, as I said, and jurisprudence for our country and where we advance our constitution, to me, the process was not right. I'm not saying Sonko was a candidate for impeachment because Nairobi is our capital city.
Yeah.
He did not, there are some areas that he fell below the par. And for me, even his dressing style alone sometimes had a lot to speak for. And if at all the money, we are told that they took the daughter to America and the wife and they spent the county, they were given per diems and all that. If at all it's true, and there was evidence to me that was an impeachable offense.
Okay.
And also, he lacked a strategy on where he wanted to take Nairobi. I know that Sonko is a populist, so he goes by what people want. So if they want nappy, he buys nappy. If he wants, he needed a strategy. He needed a strong strategies behind him to execute his plan, because Nairobi is our capital city, and he failed. He was very ad hoc. It's like at time he had bipolar. He would wake up and go to the market. To me, he was very incoherent. So for me,
to you, alikuwa na behave kama mtu anaachilia kiasi.
No, he behaved like he's. I don't know whether that's the way he conducts his own home, but Nairobi was at risk of being the hands of Sonko. But saying that, he's a good person. He means well, and I don't think the court should have said Sonko. The court should have sent him back, the county government, to go and impeach Sonko properly and follow the process. If the due process is followed and he's impeached, then fine. Even the Senate did not follow. We know, even I always question when they say they're going, what do you call it? Plenary and the whole house, committee.
Yeah.
I always find, why can't they say that if a governor is being impeached, all senators need to vote about it? Why do they take some through plenary and some through committee? Why? So for me, they want to favor some and not some. We saw Waigoro's impeachment. It was catastrophic. It was a game of cards. She was actually playing games in Bunge, disrespecting even us people who pay her salary. So for me, our courts have let us down. And I had so much hope. I thought they would follow what Maraga taught them and to follow. They should have sent Sonko's impeachment back. Let them follow the process. If they impeach him, he's an impeachable candidate. I think we have enough facts about Sonko, but if the outcome is as important as the process, our courts let us down, and our judiciary is the only place that can give reprieve me and you. So I was very saddened yesterday by the judges that made the ruling about Sonko.
So I've heard you so much talk of his dress code and all. So what does it say about our Kenyan voter, especially those who elect our leaders in office? Because some of these things did not start with him being a governor. They were there way before he even became an MP. We saw him and how he dressed and the kinds of acts he had. Do you think the voter knew very well what they were getting themselves into, and they chose to close a blind eye and elect him anyway? Do you think the voter also played a role in Sonko's predicament?
Let me put it this way, because it makes me very sad, because why we elect such leaders is because it's who has a lot of money. So the voter kind of is on a catch-22, because let's say, for example, if I came to Kenya today, and let's say, for example, Sonko versus somebody else, if I voted somebody else because I want to play clean politics, Sonko will still get in because he will pull people because of money. So for me, and that's why I have always said in this show that if we talked about civic education, number one, and this is why you find that African leaders oppress us because they do not carry out civic education. Look at what they did with BBI. They did not carry civic education and proper participation because they don't want people to be enlightened. They don't want people to know what they're doing. So Sonko was elected by a whim because of how much money he had, and also he had the time to go and talk to people. So he has that charisma that connected with them. But saying that, he's not the type of leader that we need, because the first impression you create is important. So what I would say to my fellow Kenyans, that come 2022, guys, let's not think, if you're given £100 or 1,000 Kenya shillings, how long will you use it for? A day or two? And then we need to fight for strengthened institutions, because if everybody had a roof over their head, they had bread, they had food, they can educate the children, many people like Sonko would not come, and the culture of handouts has to stop, and especially during general election.
Okay. Well said, Nancy. Thank you. Godana, there were a lot. David, just a moment. Godana, there is a lot that has been raised by both Nancy and Mwiti. I don't know. I start with what Mwiti was asking you. Do you think there is justice, given that some of our leaders escape with serious issues, including shooting someone in glare of our eyes, full glare actually? There is more than enough evidence to convict the person, but they are out in the streets roaming about. Sorry. Do you think justice has a way in our courts, or we only play when the piper is playing the, or how do they put it, that he who pays the piper calls the tune? Yes. Do you think that's the case?
I think Mwiti and Nancy, they have actually enlightened us. Especially Nancy was on point. What happened to the former governor of Nairobi was long overdue. He came in by mistake, or you see. Anyway, but I think you are alluding to what happened to DJ Evolve.
Yeah.
The incident,
many other criminal issues that we see.
Other criminal issues we are seeing around.
Yeah.
Especially for that DJ, it was very unfortunate.
Yeah.
We never expected such thing to happen to any man in this country or any woman in this country. But the case is already active before the law of court, actually the court of law. So I don't like to delve in. You see, as lawyers, even if I'm not a lawyer, it is not good to discuss any case that is actively pending before a court of law.
But the question is, now that we're discussing the case, the question is, do you think the application of justice, even when that case is brought to its finality, do you think that there is justice in our courts? Because we have seen some people run away with serious issues, and in fact, they even end up being witnesses in crimes they committed. I don't know if you're aware of such.
Yeah, I'm aware.
Is a witness in a crime that they participated in.
But you see, for example, what happened to that DJ? The accused person or the person who perpetrated it is carrying himself with decorum. Now, for example, DJ is bedridden, and you see the perpetrator in court is attending to him, is with him. There's that part of humanity. However much let me tell you, however long the will of justice will take.
You Godana, I think you stop the impunity. Why do you have so much impunity, Godana?
Let me tell you, I mean, I respect the law. I respect the court of law.
Let me ask you, Godana, a simple question.
Let me tell you one thing.
Let me ask you, Godana.
That case has already used around 18 million on DJ Evolve. Whatever happened is unfortunate. We condemn it with the strongest form possible.
Just one moment, Godana. Do you have a child? Do you have a child, Godana?
Nice question.
Yes.
You have a child. I want you to imagine you're the father of DJ Evolve. I shoot your son, and then simply because I pay all his medical bills, do you think you can allow me roam around and enjoy my life while your son is bedridden for life, constantly under medical care and all? Do you think that is the life you'd wish for your own son?
Okay, no. But in the book of, you see, religion, be it Christian or Quran, let me tell you one thing, my brother, let me tell you one thing. Whatever will befall you tonight, God has written for you when you were 120 days in your mother's womb. If God says that you are going to die of corona, no, apana, wacha nikwambie bro. Whatever has happened or befallen that DJ, God has already christened it for that gentleman. God has already written it when he was 120 days in his mother's womb. You can't change the course. But it is very unfortunate. We condemn it. We don't entertain in our society. But we can't reverse it. What has happened?
Now that it has happened, the question is, now that it has happened, would you still allow the perpetrator, the culprit who caused harm to your son, who caused your son to be maimed for life, would you still entertain such a leader?
If God has said it, what can I do about it? Kuna kitu wewe unaamini ya kwamba inaweza fanyika kwako bila Mungu kusema? Just tell me.
You're seriously giving me wordless sentiments. Sina maneno ya kusema.
Ndugu Jake.
Okay.
Unapumua kwa sababu Mwenyezi Mungu alisema you are going to live 80 years or 100 years on this earth. Okay. Bila hata kuumwa na kichwa, sio? Na mwingine sasa yako ICU. Ni vile wao ndo wametaka ama ni destiny ya Mwenyezi Mungu ndo inataka hivyo.
Sasa ni Mungu alisema huyu apige mwingine risasi.
Did you write an application to Allah or God that you are going to live healthy?
Godana, kidogo to allow me to cut you. I hear your sentiments. Wacha tusikie kama kuna mtu agree na wewe ama ita create more issues. Caesar, go ahead before I bring in David. Caesar.
I think Jakes, you have to understand something. You know,
please do make me understand.
Yeah. This guy, at least he came up and na akakubali. He did a mistake. Na yeye ndiye alimpeleka hospitali. And remember, he's not the only person who did that. We have so many people. You see the other case for Sharon, she was killed, but this guy.
Yeah, that's what we are talking about, Caesar. We are saying that all these criminal issues that befell our leaders, a common mwananchi. Let's even go there. Me and you, tukifanya such crimes, do you think we'll be out here talking? It's because they have the money, they call the shots. Because we have people in the remand, rather, waiting for years for their case to be determined. They're not even given bail, they are just remanded. Do you think it's fair that, I don't know, maybe the law cuts both mbele na nyuma, as they say, but do you think it's fair and it's just that such serious crime, the perpetrators are out here roaming and about, in fact, even committing more crime? Do you think our society and our justice system
Checkers, you are asking this question as if you are living in different country. You know, in Kenya, once you have money, the rich people, they always get the justice. You know that. Ukiwa na pesa zako ndio itakusaidia.
That's what I've asked. Does it mean that he who pays the piper controls the shot? So mwenye ana uwezo wa kulipa hana haki. So in short, haki zetu zimekuwa intertwined with
Yes. Can you let me answer this guy called Caesar? I wish I could see your face.
Caesar.
And the question.
Caesar uko job saizi, but sijui kama ataweka sura. Caesar uko job leo?
Niko job sahi.
Caesar.
Yes, ma'am.
The question I'm gonna ask you: what type of country do you want to live for your children, you and Godana? Because the country that we are building today, we are not building it for you and me, because the current politicians have decided how our life has been, life of poverty, life of problems. And Kenya needs a generation that believes if you're wrong, if you commit a crime, we say it's a crime, whether you have money or not. And it's when you and I believe it is possible, we will change our country. But if you continue thinking the way you're thinking and accepting the status quo, we are doomed forever. I'm sorry.
Caesar, you watch. Allow me to bring in someone else.
Now that kila mtu amenyamaza. David Arika.
Madam Nasi.
Yeah, thank you Dex. Thank
Kidogo
you. You know,
kidogo sisa. Acha tusikize Arika kidogo.
sometimes hatupati time vizuri, but I want to start where you asked a question about Sonko's case, and I have this to say. One, Sonko's case is politically motivated because we have seen people go to the Senate, come out, some go to court, they are cleared, but him was found guilty depending on the situation and circumstance then. But I also want to say that Sonko, as the rest of the people have said, was not the best candidate for Nairobi. Sonko is more of a politician than a manager. But he used his money and he convinced the poor. And then the poor, of course, plus the wave, he became the governor. But he failed to live to the requirements and the call of duty of governorship. So to me, it was a big disappointment. I'm not pained that he is out because he disappointed many people. Thirdly, I want to say that, you know, human beings have a tendency, according to Maslow, to first address or get concerned with the basic needs. So what Kenya has done is to ensure that Kenyans are such poor, so that when you give them small money, they praise you and reward you with their votes.
Okay.
This one even happens in families. Today, Jakes, if you start educating your brother's son, your brother would be mad at you by saying, for example, could have given me that money Nikule. So we have seen it happen. And that is why we are not able to think beyond the basic needs. That's why we see someone giving us 100 more important than someone who is putting something to help us in the next 10 or 5 years. So with the Sonko, I think those who have the ability to vote in Nairobi, you need to think twice. Okay, he may be in my camp as such, but he's not the best candidate anyway. But again, there's a day I asked the pastor a question there that everybody seemed to kutetea mtu wa pande yake sana. Like, mtu wangu akipatikana na makosa, nasema, hiyo, huyo ako sawa. Wapande wengine akipata makosa, huyo ako sawa. So we are not having Kenyans reading from the same script that this is wrong and let us stand against it and say, no, this is wrong.
Okay.
But sometimes we worship the thieves, the corrupt, the murderers, simply because they fall in our political divide.
Okay.
And we end up embarrassing everybody. I think that's my take on that. But again, on Abu Kadir, Godana, really, if you say that everything is by fate, I don't think I believe in fate. I believe in thrift. I believe in hard work, because there are people who believe in fate and they have remained where they are in their comfort zone and they have refused to change their lives, that God planned us to be like that. I don't think that is how we... No. Once someone has done something wrong, let it be prosecuted, and that is it. We have had people lose the political position because they have been found in mistakes, in scandals, in criminal cases. Why are we trying to kind of defend a person who has made somebody to be bedridden and then say that God designed that? I don't believe in that fate aspect. Personally, I don't. I'm sorry.
And also, Daniel, and if the BBI people were honest in regarding to make change, one of the things that should have been in BBI was chapter 6 of our constitution. If you're a politician and you are found with any criminal or anything that you need to answer for, you need to step aside. They should have put Mombi Gogi's ruling in that BBI. If they were really genuine, they were helping us resolve all the outstanding issues that we have. But because they were not genuine, they would not put such a clause in the BBI, because they know they all have issues to answer for.
Okay. Ashley, can I have your take before we go to the next topic?
Yes, and I'm on the road, so I won't stay long. I just wanted to talk to Godana. I know he's saying he cannot comment on Babu Owino's case because it's in court. I wonder how they also are able to comment on BBI, which is also in court. And also, as far as Babu Owino is concerned, the way he shot that guy, it's like he's done it before. He shot like a professional, and he didn't even look shocked. You know, you can shoot someone and you're like, oh my God, what has I done? He didn't look like he cared after the guy was shot, even the way they were pulling him out like a bag of potatoes, a sack of potatoes. He has shot before. If I was the DCI, I would investigate him further, just more than that one person that he shot. And second, for him to stand there and teach people online and stand there and take a selfie with the president, I think Sonko is a saint compared to Babu Owino in the crimes. Would you rather someone who has stolen public money or someone who is shooting people? He should have also stepped aside. There's something wrong that Babu Owino continues to be called MP today. He should step aside until his case is decided in court. And for anybody to say it's still in court, they are normal. Why do we normalize crime? What are we teaching our children? What are we teaching those children who sit there to watch Babu Owino give lessons? We really need to think seriously. Even when we come on this channel, why are we coming here? If we want to have a country that has laws that are for some people and not for some, you know, this thing about Babu Owino should be, everybody should be on board, that he should step aside. Someone like the governor of the one who shot Sharon, or who is involved in that case, he should also step aside. There are some things that should, especially when it comes to murder, shooting, that should supersede corruption. I mean, that's just common sense for me, I think. That's all I had to say.
I think, let me say
I was coming to you, Mwiti, but I think if Godana said he believes in the rule of law, there is what we call Chapter 6 of the Constitution, which talks of the integrity and all, and personal conduct and all, and how someone should carry themselves. So if we have to bring sanity to our nation, if we have to, just a moment. If we are to live by the rule of law, it means we need to also obey what the Constitution says. If you are a lawbreaker, if you are someone who does not live by the rule of law and breaks it as you feel, I think you should do the right thing, step aside. Above all, allow due process. Allow the courts to investigate, or rather to carry out justice. Allow the police, and then if you are cleared of all of your allegations and all, then you can come back to the office. Fate and all without withstanding, but I think we need to bring our leaders to the level that they are accountable for their actions. Otherwise, we'll be entertaining hooliganism and goons because we would say it's fate, yet it's a crime. A crime is a crime, period. There is no sugarcoating about it. Crime is crime. Ellie, go ahead.
Let me say something to Corona, because I think kuna mahali alipotea in a way, because let's think in this way, yeah? Hata sio mtoto wako Godana, not even your kid, even your brother's kid. Someone comes and shoot that kid. Hata hakumshuti, hata ni mvutu alimshoot. What are you trying to tell me at if the family agree that's all? What do you expect? Ukipea mtu mwenye ana pesa umwambie, hey, Jakes, you either have this 20 million or nothing and forget about it. I'm top of you. Niko na powers. And then someone who is mwenye ako huko mashinani umwambie, you know, do you see how Dr. Uhuru and Laila? What do you expect huyo mtu atafanya?
Okay.
You'll go public and say, what? We have agreed on this. And then the DPP sit there, then ni kama tuna watch a movie. No,
you know,
so
also,
it's like if you do something and then you say sorry, that's all. Hata utaona mtu kama mwenye utaki kusema governor, you go and steal the money that could even buy us more than 100 million vaccine doses, and then you say sorry, that's all. Hiyo ndio nchi tuko nayo. No, it's not about when alisema or what he has been doing. Hata kama alimpeleka India akamwambia ishingi huko, hata kama alimletea daktari wake nyumbani akamwambia I'll pay for this, that doesn't matter.
And that is coercing a witness. Let me tell you, you know what? Because Babu Owino works for the government. Let me tell you, it is the government that is supposed to be footing those bills, and then the court will decide how much Babu Owino is going to refund the government. He should not have contact with the witness because he will coerce him. Just I heard there's a time even they were wanting to throw away the case. Those people, the victim, and saying that he wants to throw away the case, and the court refused. And this is because he is being coerced. So the government, the courts have refused to defend the witness because there should be no contact. The government, just like when Matiba when Moi put him in jail and they crippled him and they maimed him, do you know who paid for all his bills? The government. So I don't even know who his lawyer is, because his lawyer should put a stop to what Babu Owino is doing. The government should pick up the tab on that boy, because Babu Owino works for the government. So the government should be liable. And the government should have asked Babu Owino to resign, or they should have suspended him until the case is decided. But the government is the one which should be picking the tabs, and Babu Owino should not have any contact with that victim until the case is decided. So there's a lot of inconsistencies, and I don't know what our lawyers are doing. The same lawyers who were talking about before, they are running to court to talk about that they want their leaders. You know, there's somebody, Mutua. I'm starting to like, is it Mutua? Someone was saying, no, today, Kinyanjui said, some people come here in the church, they go to rallies, and they start to complain what the government is doing. Why are they not going to bring those bills in parliament? Why are they not going to take those bills to court? Like when they come and tell us they are doing this, they don't take it to parliament, they don't take it to where something can be done. But when it comes to about them not being able to get elected because of their whatever they don't have degrees, they know how to go to court. They know how to go to parliament and bring that issue immediately because it affects them. So we have to start thinking about us. I don't know where Godana, whether you are with a dynasty or a beneficiary of them, but if you are not, you need to go and sleep and rethink. We have to start, there are two tribes in Kenya. There is the rich and the poor. If you're rich and you're fighting for the rich, if you are a dynasty or a beneficiary, I understand everything that you're saying right now. But if you're a poor person and you're fighting for the rich, what I call you is a stupid person, because you're fighting for people who will not put food on your table. Everybody needs to fight for people who will put food on their table. Like in America, Trump, wale weupe walikuwa namfightia, I could get them because alikuwa ana look out for them, but mtu mweusi anawafightia, to me they are foolish because hakukuwa ana look out for them. So we have to think, hawa watu tunafightia, are they looking out for us? Or are we fighting for them so that they can put food on their table? Who is going to fight for you to put food on your table? And we are more than them. So we can decide. If people start rioting and say Babu Owino must go, he will go. What akaenda kalipie agoje kesi idecide, the court will decide how much he owes to the family. He should not be doing what he is doing is called interference, and the lawyer of the victim has failed him because they should have stopped it.
Now, Jax,
I think you should allow me to
finish.
Just a moment. Godana, Eli, just a moment. David, you are saying something?
I'm just having a recap. Yesterday, I read a newspaper here that a lawyer who went to court and represented Trump and said that the elections were stolen. He was stripped of his license to practice.
Very powerful, Giuliani, very powerful man.
Because he lied in court. That's how serious integrity is to some people. And I don't know, how many years we need to reach such a level in Kenya where we can say the truth and truth alone.
But we are educated, we can reach that tomorrow. But when we have people like Godana who are enabling impunity, then we will take forever.
Just a moment.
Brother, just give me a chance.
Kidogo to Godana. Caesar, I wanted to say something.
Please. Let me respond to Ashley.
Just a moment. You're coming next. Caesar,
you know this. Okay, this question is going direct to Godana. Let him answer.
Okay. Godana, go ahead.
I'm a very youthful man, but with a lot of wisdom, and you see some sobriety in me. I don't rush in my engagement. Whatever Babu did was wrong. But if we are in any Islamic state, whoever did wrong to someone or killed someone, he or she should be killed on the spot, an eye for an eye, in any Islamic state we have in the world. But we are in Kenya. We are supposed to give some agencies, you see, that deliver justices, like courts of law, to take its course. The matter is before the court of law. Even if we are going to have this discussion throughout this year, up to 2022, when we are going to have an election, nothing will happen. We will be emotional. We will be whipping emotions. You see, we need to get into our senses and allow wisdom to prevail.
Okay.
Yes, Babu did something wrong. What would you want to do to him? Would you like to kill Babu Owino? No. Would you want to cripple him the way he did to DJ Evolve? No.
He needs to go to jail. That's where he belongs.
No, please, listen to me. That is why we have currently in Kenya, we need to have soul-searching period in our life.
And you know, Godana, what I meant, I think you misunderstood me.
Listen,
let me just add this so you can. What I was saying, it's in court. I'm respecting that the court is still working on it. What I'm saying, in the meantime, because we all say what he did, we don't know why he did it. He needs to step aside as a leader. He needs to step aside until his case has been decided. That is where I'm coming from. I'm not judging him, but from what I saw on CCTV, and he's a leader, he needs to step aside until the judge makes a determination.
Ashley, we are not on Jupiter, we are on Earth. And on Earth, we are specifically in Kenya. Very bad place. We are not in Europe. In Europe, once an allegation comes to you as a leader, you step aside.
That is not an allegation. I'm saying in this case, this is not an allegation. That's something we saw. Maybe you are blind. I saw it. I saw him shoot. He should step aside because what he's telling our youth that it is okay for them to do that. He's a leader. He's held to a higher moral ground. There is no allegation here. He shot DJ Evolve.
Let's allow the court to conclude the matter. Let's allow the court to conclude the matter.
Yeah, so he should step aside while we allow the court to conclude the matter. He should step aside.
Okay, now let's go back to the panacea, the solution to all this problem. We said it is BPI. You see, we are going to
you for real, my brother?
Godana, you are a joker. Spending our time here listening those theories, you are simply a joker.
Can I finish up my point?
You see,
Yes,
in
go
BPI,
ahead. Godana will come to you.
Have you read it?
How can we read something which is already unconstitutional? I thought you said we don't discuss things that are in court.
It is already in court, Godana, so we cannot discuss it.
Before it was declared unconstitutional, we were called as Thomas. We read the documents, and it was good.
I thought you said we cannot discuss it because it's in court. So why are you discussing it?
We cannot discuss things in court. Have you said
okay,
so?
let's go to now 2022 politics then.
Yeah, just a moment.
We will
so
go
that
there.
we can get
We are
out of this
going
mess.
there.
You know, Jakes, why some of us will give up is because of the minds of people have that resonate with what Godana is saying. Sometimes changing people who have some stand is so difficult. You just give up and look at them and you laugh at them. Look at the way he's arguing. He doesn't even understand he's on media. He talks like, I don't know. I'm sorry.
Jakes, before I was cut off by Ashley, na unajua from where I come from, ladies wakianza kuongea, you just shut up. You just wait for them to wait.
Uko ni wapi Mwiti?
Yeah?
Uko ni wapi? We need to send our men there.
Uko niko kwetu. So, let me finish my point.
Okay,
Gonana, I don't know.
Mwiti, tell me where is that? I need to get a husband from there. Oh.
Kwetu ladies are talking, you just wait. That's why it's happening.
Tuambie link.
Tuambilie tukuje in Rome.
Nitawatumia linki mtafuta watu huko.
Sawa.
Gonana, I don't know. I think nimekusikia vizuri. Not unless Kenya inakunywa sio maji. Are you saying BBI was so an issue like that of Babowin? I hope I'll banish people because it's either
that is what he has said. That's what he has said. He has called Apanasi. You know Apanasi means what?
I also kama hivyo ndivyo unasema. I think
we are going to have an ombudsman. We are going to have an ombudsman.
Jesus
if
Christ.
you feel that your case is dragging in court, what is the work of ombudsman? If you doubt that the judiciary is corrupt, why do we have the ombudsman? It will provide check and balance. All right? So that is the kind of
Godana. Mwiti, go ahead.
Anyway, what I mean is
joke, Mwiti, unakumbuka there is this guy who was caught kwa kotini akasema the reason as to why yeye uvuta bangi na ukunywa pombe so that he can be able to understand BBI. Do you think it's the same joke Godana is trying to bring home? Yes.
I have a question for Godana. Sasa tukikuwa na ombudsman na tuseme hiyo kesi ya Sonko ni right that the president orchestrated the arsonists. Then he is charged. And then the ombudsman, and then the ombudsman answers to the president. So are you saying the president will be above the law? Because then he cannot be charged. Like BBI would not have gone through because the judge would have been, the ombudsman would have found reason to remove the judge if that is not what the president wants. Or if there's something that the president has gone wrong, how can he be corrected? You know, that's why the ombudsman doesn't work. We can't give the president imperial powers. We have to have separate powers.
Actually,
separation of powers.
To your point, do you think if BBI had gone maybe through and there was a case that Justice Odunga and Justice Ngugi had presided over that had a similar magnitude like BBI, do you think the ombudsman, just like the president refused to appoint them, do you think they would still be in office?
No. You see, that's the problem, and that's why we have to protect it, because even the integrity of the BBI is not there, because even the people, the framers of that BBI are not they are not straight, they are criminals. They are trying to do something. They've already planned why they want an ombudsman. They want to cover themselves. They have some crimes we know or we don't know that they are trying to, everything was etched on the president making the final say in a lot of things, and that is not good.
Okay.
So that's why BBI had to fail. We need a BBI that works for the country, but not that enforces this dynasty to rule for us forever.
The problem in Kenya is secret violence. We want to expand.
Caesar wants to help you. Godana, okay. Caesar wants to help you. Caesar, I can see you want to help Godana.
I think we have to
you know what? Nobody will change what Godana wants to say. He's either a beneficiary of the dynasty or his dynasty. Please engage all these other people. Tuachane na Godana na maneno yake.
Actually, kuna kitu Godana anakunywa na Mwiti is questioning what is drinking. Yes, Caesar.
Just like someone say, just ignore him. What happened?
You have to be realistic. You know. Sometimes it's good to be fair.
Okay.
I'm a really support of Raila Odinga for a long time since I started to vote. But this one with the BBI, I don't support the BBI because I don't know what the BBI is talking about, because I've not read that Katiba and Nijue what I'm going to support.
But
for one, but
Godana has read it. Do you agree with his sentiments?
Where he find that BBI?
Godana is telling you as a NASA supporter that when we have an ombudsman, cases like what we are talking about, as in a drag, and we would have had them completed.
The problem is, will they follow? If this the current constitution, they are not following. Ndio watafuata. What will it change? So it will be the same.
Caesar, the problem is the holder of that office, the ombudsman. Once you see, you have the Bible in your hand, you take an oath, or you have a Quran in your hand. You see, unasema Mungu unisaidie, nitafuata vile katiba inasema. Why do you bow to executive pressure? So fanya vile kichwa chako inataka. Na vile umehapa ya kwamba you are going to uphold the constitution of the country. Bona president anakubali?
Jex, we have had before we
unauliza swali na unajijibu. Huyo president unasema yeye alitumia hiyo katiba akaapa nayo na Bible. But saa hii kuna vitu mingi amefanya against na afuati hizo vitu.
But question him as a person.
Sawa, Godana, allow us to move forward. Godana, can we move forward again? I don't know if you guys were able to watch Ruto on Thursday. He was on KTN before we come to yesterday rather. The day before yesterday, he was in KTN. And I want to start with David. Did you see the show? And before I even go to the questions, what did you carry home? What was your take-home message from what he said, from everything he said?
No, I didn't watch the show. I'm sorry, I didn't.
Okay. I watched.
Kidogo too. Elimwiti, did you watch the show? Not so, guy. Jesus. Elimwiti, are you still there? How are you left?
Yeah, I'm here.
Did you watch the show that was aired on KTN between Ruto and Sophia Wanono, the interviewer on KTN? It was aired on Thursday for I
watched it.
You watched and followed?
Yeah.
So what was your take-home message? What did you take from the DP? What was the DP saying? What was his communique to the people of Kenya?
Well, I think Ruto has been the same thing since 2014. I've not seen anything new to Ruto since 2014 because sababu ya kusema hivyo ni he has been talking all along about bottom up. Hiyo ndio imekuwa language yake from 2014, I think. So the only thing is that ni maswali tu anaulizana the same question and he gives the same answer with a different version. Like nisikia akiulizwa ni nini atafanya in 2022 yenye hakufanya since 2013. Okay. Na alisema atafanya what they did not do, whereby they didn't get more job for people, they had promised free education. So I didn't see anything new from venye nilimsikiza, sikusikia anything new. I just saw the same man.
But in all fairness, I think my question was, do you think there was a take-home message for you? I know you don't support him and all, but do you think there was something he was saying?
No, I support him, but I don't keep saying because I don't believe that you support him to lazima uongee every time. So I think mi sikusikia anything alisema new as I'm saying. Alisema to the same thing na hakuna kitu nilisikia yenye can say I heard from him. Unaona ati nilisema that hiyo siku aliongea. No, I understand that.
Okay.
Yeah.
Sawa. Hey, Caesar, you say you heard him and listened to what he said. What was your take-home message, sir? Before we go to the content of what he said.
Yeah, I think the guy is always repeating the same statements. So there was no new thing, only that he is just on the Lani ile tu kutwist tu, and it was and it was not too fair to answer the questions. You know, sometimes when this lady was asking him, akimuuliza swali, so the guy jibu ilikuwa ni I can't discuss my boss. You see?
But with all fairness, the boss was not there even to defend himself. So how was it to discuss his boss?
But okay, it's okay. But if you cannot discuss your boss, then why do you go ahead and tweet about your boss? So what is the difference here?
Why do you do what?
Okay, why do you go ahead and tweet about your boss if you can't discuss about him?
I think he explained it. Not that I want to defend him or defend what do you call it, or participate in the debate in form of what do you call it, in form of participant. But this is what he said. He said that he was reacting to the newspaper that had written like this, which was actually a propaganda from the Star paper or newspaper rather, that that the president will endorse a NASA candidate. That's what he was reacting to. So I think that's what he said, or rather, that's what he was reacting to. That's what he explained.
Okay.
Not that I want to be speaking for him, rather.
Okay, he explained about that one. But what did they say about today in Nakuru? Or the other day he said about the Jubilee joining ODM. Alisema nini? If that was if you mean that was about the newspaper.
Okay, I really don't want to go to the topic, to the integrities of what he said, because I'll go to them in form of questions. But and then you're also asking me, so you almost want me to participate. And you know, if I do, I'll be biased. I don't think you want me to be biased, do you?
Because I know you. That's why I'm asking the same question.
So the problem is when I moderate, I don't, but you know me, when I moderate, I like almost to be neutral if possible.
Really?
I'm a Godana, you'd want me to participate. Let me get from the panelists. I'll communicate.
I think you are a very resourceful person. We'll appreciate once you participate because you will enlighten us. Because we are on this forum to enlighten one another.
But you see, with all fairness,
but as a moderator, don't participate. Just give us chance. We are going to expound it well.
Please do. The problem is mnaegemea pande moja ya ku only criticize without even saying anything, because I don't think it's all dirty. There should be something good you can say. Because even if I moderate, there's nothing bad I can say about any of the candidates. But if I was participating, I would also choose not to be too biased on the opponents, or rather the candidates I don't support. So
from my engagement,
yes.
I'm not biased. For example, yesterday, actually, I watched the deputy president on KTN. Deputy president is a force to reckon with. He's a serious guy. And he looks and he's determined to be actually in this race. He's a very serious contender.
Okay.
Already, you see, he's in a campaign mood. So we wish him well. But as I've said earlier, my hope is to see BBI pass so that we don't like to polarize this country. After every 5 years, you see 5 years, once we go to poll, the day after election, people will start violence, we start killing one another. You see, we don't like to walk that path. All these big men should come on the table and, you see, take home whatever they want. Or, you see, so my hope is to see the BBI pass. We as youth we get our, you see, our
Godana,
you see,
you have gone to a different subject. I'm asking you.
Yes.
Achana na BBI, it's still a matter in court, awaiting approval or awaiting it to be returned back to play or full stop, depending on what the judges of appeal decide to do. But the question was, did you listen to what Ruto said? And if you
I
did,
listened.
what was your take-home message?
Yes, whatever I've taken home, I see Deputy President as a serious contender in forthcoming election. He has strategized. He has put everything in order. He's just waiting for official whistle to go.
So, according to you, with all he said, do you believe that he was appealing to the masses or just preaching to the choir?
Yeah, he was appealing to masses. He knows how to play this game.
Okay.
You see, this guy actually worked with Raila. He worked with the late Moi. He's a very smart politician we have in this country. After Raila, I think he's now actually following the footsteps of Raila Amolo Odinga. He's a very smart, you see, he's a very good schemer. He knows how to strategize. He's a tactician. He's very smart, eloquent. We love him. One day, one time, he will serve this country as president.
Okay.
Very smart. Yeah, but we don't
say
like.
It well. You say it well. That one day, one time, eh?
Yes, yes.
Okay. Before we go to what he said, Mwiti, I can see ndio una mega mkate.
Hapana, ni njugu nakula.
Oh, ni njugu. Sasa uliuliza Godana alikuwa anakunywa nini? Wewe unakunywa nini?
Nilisema hii ni maji.
Okay, I wanted to be sure ndio Godana asione kama siko fair.
Okay.
Sasa from all he said, do you think this guy was really appealing to the masses, or all he did was just mere talk but no impact to the crowd at large, or rather to Kenyans?
Let me tell you something. Every time Ruto anaenda kuwa praise, or every time anasimama mahali anaanza kuongea, he gains something. Every day, every moment.
Okay.
Because jamaa, me, honestly, right now, I think another kuwa yes, akona vidonda, akona scars mingi, but right now I think is the man. Every time he talks, hata ukaangalia how people try to listen to him. Sometimes it don't even matter what he is saying. They just want to listen to him because you know why? When I expect something good, something new from him. So there are so many people. In fact, right now, so many politicians about what I know wanasema mambo ya Exodus. So many people, they are just wakutu hapa nyuma, just want to go up, like onekane saizi. But just wait. As he said, it is just beginning.
Okay.
So every time this guy talks, there is something. He gains something every time. Whereby, in a way, next year.
So according to you, sir, in the event he chooses to go alone or even have a running mate stronger or weaker, do you think he's a force to reckon with? Amani.
So far, hata ukiangalia venye anaenda, it doesn't say that ati nitaenda huku. So no matter who comes, no matter hata kama atatoa nani, whatever atamtoa, he is the man. Because if you see venye anaenda, he goes alone, like hataki kurely kwa mtu yoyote yule ati nangojea hapa nipewe. No, he just want to be alone. So hata wewe if you want to come, usikuje ati ukionyeshana ati I did something like what he did to Uhuru, because akienda kwa Uhuru alienda because he had something to offer.
Okay.
So he just want to be alone. Whoever will come, even if atatoa mtu wapi, hakutakuwa na ile impact kubwa like ati you have lost because it's you gain this kama deputy wako. So I think no matter which way he goes, hata kama ataenda south, north, hata kama atatuletea nani, you still have the day.
Okay.
Yeah.
So Caesar,
Yes.
Kabla naona watu wameanza kupotea na kuna wengine wanataka kuingia nyuma ya tent. I don't know if the link wanaiona, nimejaribu kuweka. I don't know if they are seeing it, but anyway. Caesar, before we even go to the substance of what he was saying, do you think he is appealing to the crowd in any way? Hata kama na attract mtu mmoja, do you think he's making he's headed to some people's hearts eventually?
Of course.
So, if that is true, do you think in 2022 he will be a serious opponent that you said you support Baba? Do you think he's an opponent that will surely give your candidate a run for his money?
For now I can't say about Baba because Baba has not announced officially. So we are waiting. And for Ruto, as you can see now, Ruto is the only one already has shown the interest. This guy is ready, but for the other contenders, they have not said. So I have to wait.
Okay.
In politics, even 10 seconds is 100 years. So we have to wait.
Okay.
Yeah.
So Abdulkadir Godana.
Yes, Jax.
Do you think this guy will be a force to reckon with? Is he a grenade waiting to explode?
Sure, he's a grenade. But if elections were held today, as we are speaking, he will carry the day. But for 2022, we shall see how the realignments, the coalitions will shape up. But for today, Deputy President is a very strong man. And if we go the way Central Kenya is pulling towards his side,
you can continue, Godana.
You see, the way Central Kenya is pulling towards his side, if elections were held today, he will carry the day. Okay. Because the Central Kenya is most popular, region in our country.
Yeah.
But as you have said before, a second in politics is like 100 years. We don't know what will happen between now and 2022. And we are going to see coalitions of, political leaders coming together or coalescing together. So we'll wait for 2022, the way it will shape up. But for today, Deputy President will carry the day.
So Godana, for you, it is a wait and see?
Actually, we have to wait and see.
Okay.
And we are going to see, we have to wait and see the way the President Uhuru Kenyatta influence his succession.
Speaking of Kenyatta and influence,
Yes.
Do you think the merger between Jubilee ODM will tinker the ability of Ruto to finally clinch the seat?
You see, once the merger comes, another political party will come out.
Definitely.
Jubilee and ODM merger will rebrand and come up with a new formation.
Okay.
And all will be on President Uhuru Kenyatta to put his footsteps in Central Kenya. Akianza kuongelesha tu watu vizuri. Once he gets that mic na aseme 1, 2, 3 in local dialect, that is done. He knows how to pull the crowd. He knows how to whip emotions. He knows how to campaign. The game is done.
Who now are you talking about?
Uhuru, President Uhuru. Akikuja tu Central Kenya, ashike tu mic. Ashike mic.
Interesting.
You will see.
Okay. I think I'm so much confident with your president, Mr. Godana. Caesar, mute your mic. Caesar,
very confident.
Just a moment, Godana. Okay, thank you, guys. You have confidence. That's good. Mwiti, you had a rebounder.
I'm wondering what Godana means when who knows how to campaign. Who couldn't see on 2013 kabla Uhuru amke Ruto ameenda mikutano 6. Who does that? Ni aje alishow up atajua kucampaign. Anyway, whoever hata kama so far Godana, let me tell you something.
To be fair, have you seen President akiongea in local dialect? He's so eloquent na anajua kuongea na watu wake in local dialect. He only needs even a tour from Gatundu South to the larger central Kenya. Aongee tu lugha yao.
Let me tell you something, Godana. It's not about kwenda kuongea na lugha yao and what is it. For the first time, at least for the first time, tumeona Central, we are into two for the first time. In fact, saizi I can say Central, they are not the people who said who will be our I don't think so. Uhuru is not going to decide who will be the president. Hata kama atasimama aongee Kikuyu yenye hajaiongea doesn't mean that he will be the one who will be carrying the day, because for the first time tunaona Ruto can go somewhere in Central na aongee na watu wamsikize. Na hata watu wenyewe when they talk they say this is where we are. It's not about ati ataenda aseme who to the and not unless the only thing atasaidia nayo if he goes and says watu wangu nimekuja kuambia what we said is where we are going, that will make an impact. But the kenda aseme ati wenye nilisema saizi nimebadilisha, man, we are still here.
But Mwiti, do you think the president has an influence to think either in favor or not for the deputy president in terms of the large amount Kenyan and the vast people who supported him in 2017 and 13? Do you think he still has a say?
He still has a say if we say it's Ruto.
Okay.
Yeah, but if we say someone else, he doesn't have any say sababu. We can also see after something. There are so many things that happen. We can see because kama a governor ama senator anasimama ambie Ruto, ambie Uhuru from Central, amwambie hapa is not like the way you think. Hana hiyo say ati ya kusema anything else apart from
so where do you think the rain began to beat him? Where do you think it all fell apart
once he started beating his own people? Okay. Once he started to attack people who are coming up, because Central people can see, we can see someone who comes up with something like anataka kuinua kicha kidogo anagongwa. That's why he became the enemy of the people. Na wakati alionekana wewe you cannot stand with your ones.
Okay.
You're not the guy we saw 5 years ago. Hapo ndio alianza sasa kupotea. Yep.
Oh. So the other thing we may need to ask is Caesar, are you still there or umetuacha?
Yes, I'm there.
Do you think that the merger of the two parties will affect the performance of the DP, especially in the area perceived to be Ruto Uhuru's stronghold? Do you think in any way it will tinker with the performance?
Of course.
The gets?
Kapisa?
In what way, sir?
Mwiti, you have to know one thing. You cannot underrate Uhuru Kenyatta in Mount Kenya. He's our president. He comes from Mount Kenya. And I remember the other day when we had the BBI about talking about MCS, these people, they were talking things in the ground that are different like this. But when this Uhuru Kenyatta went and meet with the MCS, only one meeting, everything changed, and all Mount Kenya county assemblies they passed.
But Caesar, don't you think what the meeting that he had was a collection of people who supports his wishing, people who were given incentives, people who could not oppose a sitting president, people who maybe I would say have no moral standing to either say yes or no, given that they sing to the tune, and because there was a piper giving and issuing money in form of a car grant. Do you think finally the piper was calling the shots, and eventually the MCAs only voted, not that that is their political inclination, but they know deep in their hearts they had a contrary opinion, but because of the fear, they ended up choosing to vote yes. Do you think that was the case in this?
No.
Because
No.
I tend to ask you that because why do you think there is also some defect? Because that was barely 4 months ago. Why do you think now they're defecting if it didn't have an issue then?
You know, this okay, for this one defect, we knew it and we know was going to come. You know, Jubilee is part of it's a corruption. This one was ULB and the TNA. That's one we have to agree. Yeah.
Okay.
So these people moving from Jubilee going to UDA, it is the same, you know. But my problem, where my problem is,
yeah, nakusikia Siza, endelea. Siza, endelea.
unanipata?
Yeah, tunakusikia, endelea.
Sasa vile nilikuwa nasema hao watu kutoka Jubilee kwenda UDA.
Caesar, just one moment.
Okay.
To those who want to join, there is that link that I have sent. The guy written Mheshimiwa Jakes Kanja, that's me. If you click on that link, it will bring you where we are. So when you are there, we will add you. Is it okay? Okay, Caesar, go ahead. Sorry, I was on a call.
Yeah. Okay, it's okay. So as by now, Ruto being in Mount Kenya, sasa hivi vile tunaona ako na say, but you know, ako peke yake.
Okay.
Na vile nimewambia, don't underrate Uhuru Kenyatta. Uhuru Kenyatta ile siku na yeye ataamuka na hao watu wengine, itakuwa ni mambo mengine tofauti. You see? Okay. So by now, vile niliwaambia from the beginning, Ruto is a serious guy by now because he's the only guy on this race. So we are just waiting for other people to join. When they join, we will know. But for now, don't underrate Uhuru Kenyatta.
Sawa.
And another thing
Caesar nakukujia kwa sababu kuna yale yaliyosemwa na Ruto, and that is what I would want us to talk about. We are just laying the bed, kiasi tu, si ndio?
Yeah.
Allow me to welcome Senator Atuya. Can you hear me, sir?
Yes, I can get you. I'm Atuya Junior. Senator is just a fancy name.
I know, so I was just pulling you. I'm asking you, have you been following us, and what are your sentiments before I ask you a question?
I've been listening for a while, and I think for avoidance of doubt, I'm a die-hard supporter of William Samoei Ruto before I speak anything that can irritate Caesar. From yesterday's, I had you ask that question before. From yesterday's interview, I think William has exhausted what he needs to say to the media, because if tomorrow is interviewed again by another media house, he will give the same interview, same
Or
answers.
do you think probably the personalities, the media personalities are asking more or less the same questions, hence you expect more?
It's like it's the same content. and he's the most attractive candidate to interview. So they're just recycling the same information. So because I could easily tell what he's going to answer from the questions yesterday. So I think the media should also try to give us other interviews. We have Mkisa Kitui.
Basically, Atuya, now that you say you're a diehard fan, what was your take home message? What can you summarize all he said? What can you say? This really stood out for me, and I think I sail home with it.
For me, I think everything he said, I've heard it before. I've watched his interview. Even from the last Saturday, the other meeting we had, majority of the things we were saying yesterday, they're still the same, the bottom-up approach, everything. So I had nothing new because I'm just maybe an insider. I think it's the same old information that we had. Maybe he should find new language to sugarcoat this idea of ours. Maybe if we can find more content and more language.
Just a moment. Just a moment. Those who are commenting about the link, the ones I'm putting, are you able to see ama ni sisi wenye tuko kwa studio tunaona? Because we are really seriously posting the links. Are you able to see?
Why are you posting it?
A comment section. Are you able to see it?
No, you need to put it at the YouTube chat or Facebook.
I have, and if you can go to your comments, are you able to see my posts?
Let me check. The last time I was there, it was not appearing.
Yeah, click on that link. If you can see that link. Oh, they're saying they are not able. Now that the one who is supposed to do it anasema hata hawezi accept. Can I read it for you? You write, because nimejaribu kuiweka. It's there. I can see it where I am. Can you see it, Senator Tuya? Caesar, can you see it? Me, I can see it from the comment section.
Yeah, it's
on YouTube.
No, it's not on YouTube. It's sorry. Nikiweka kwa YouTube inakata kwenda kwa comments.
Let me try post it on YouTube and see if it will appear.
Hebu try on YouTube. Can you see it? Nimeweka kwa YouTube already. Can you see it, people in the YouTube, guys? Nimeweka severally now.
Even myself, I cannot see it. Jex, can you see the link that I've sent? I myself.
Let me see, just a moment. No, we can't.
It's not there.
Just a moment. AOG, we are working on it. Allow us just a moment. AOG TV, we are working on it. We will have the link for you. Just a moment. Give us one moment, sir. Inakata. Those who are typing, can I read it for you? Now that inakata kuingia via, because wenye wako Facebook inaingia, wenye wako kwa YouTube inakata. So kwa wale wako kwa YouTube, no, it's not in the private chat. It is in the comment section. Actually, nikiweka kwa Facebook inaingia immediately, but nikiweka kwa YouTube haingii. Can I read it for you? Is it okay? Can you be able to type? Let me see your response. Can I say it? Can I say it? Waiting for your response. Or you can't. Because si ngumu ni kuanza venye tu website uanza alafu nakusomea the link. Unaanza na HPPT, HTTP, whatever. Let me read it. Let me read it. Listen. It is HTTPS : do I continue? Can you hear me? Simeon Sako, we have tried. The problem is when we try from YouTube, it's not doing as well. But when we try it on Facebook, it's coming automatically. Let me try. Let me see if it's possible. Let me try to refresh it. Just a moment, guys. Bear with us. Just a moment. Sorry for that. Just a moment. Just a moment. Just a moment, guys. Bear with us. Just a moment. Sorry for that. Just a moment. Just a moment. Just a moment, guys. Bear with us. Just a moment. Now that I'm unable, can I read it for you? Is it okay? I read it. Andika streamyard.com/S9SE. By the way, this is what is in small, streamyard.com/SEGIIEK2. I repeat again, streamyard.com/S9STUEGIIEK2. One more time for you, streamyard.com/S9SEGIIEK2. If you got it, let me know. Jimmy, Simon, The Walk Show, AOG. I've chosen to read the link for you because I can't really post it on YouTube in Mekata. The link is streamyard.com/S9SEGIIEK2. One more time, streamyard.com/S9SEGIIEK2. If you're there, we will be glad. When we see you in the private now, we'll add you.
Or better still, you can direct them to the Facebook page.
Oh yeah, true. You can still go to the Facebook page. Go to the Facebook page. In the Facebook page, it's there. It's actually very live there. Just look for Mtembei TV, go to live feeds, and then you can find us there. I can see you guys there. I can see there are still some people following us on Facebook. We still have some following there. So those on YouTube, our Facebook link is there. So join via Facebook. Just search for Mtembei TV. Yeah, just click it. The workshop, just click it. It will come. If you're having a problem, let us know. But you have to begin how a website tunaingianga. You have to put the HTTP and all that. Ndio uingie vizuri. Ama niseme tu venye nafaa hiyo. Okay. https:// just reading normally. streamyard.com/S9SEGIIEK2. I think if you put it like that, it should make you enter. You can just go to Facebook. Caesar, are you there?
Yeah, I'm there.
Yeah, just let me help these guys who want to join the link.
Yeah, just help them first.
Okay. Is it okay? The walk show. Let me know. Let me know so that we can go ahead. I've really tried. That's the best we can do at the moment, given the circumstances. Are you able to see? And how comes when I post kwa Facebook inakuja direct kwa comments?
Is it okay? The workshop. Let me know. Let me know so that we can go ahead.
Okay, we go ahead as they try. Let us know. We cannot now know if Mesaidika or not. Who was on the deck? Was it Atuya or Caesar?
It was Atuya. Let me talk.
Atuya.
Yeah.
Okay, let me ask you, sir. Earlier we were talking on Sonko's judgment. Do you think all that happened to him was justice served on a cold plate?
Of course not. Of course not. But regarding the case that was before court, I think it was only fair that the court could rule that the Senate was did the right thing to actually impeach him. But the process before that was flawed. So I actually never expected Sonko to get justice from the High Court.
Yeah. So do you think our courts are compromised because of your sentiment?
Yeah, they are. Yeah, they are. Especially there is a influence from the executive. Some decisions are influenced.
But
So
when BBI flopped, the first people who cried foul was the executive. Now you say that the executive is in bed with the justice system.
Not entirely. It's a section. It's a section of because you can see how at times it happens that a court can deny some individuals bail, detain them for 7 or 6 days or what, but some individuals can get it in hours. So it's just some politics being played. So it's a section of the judiciary that is in bed with the executive, and then we have some independent jurists in the judiciary. So we're still in the journey of trying to actually ensure that we have a fully independent and free and fair justice system in Kenya. We're not yet there. And even if today we were to form government, I have to be very frank, even if today William Ruto was to form government, I think he will kind of find also some judges who will be very favorable to him. So something that will not be good for this country. So we still yet to achieve that fully independent judiciary.
But when we talk about the independence of the judiciary, do you think that when when it favors us, we say the judiciary is good, but when it doesn't, that's when we cry about the independence and all. Do you think we are fair at times to them?
From my end, I will always give them credit where it's due. On the Sonko case, on the very specific case that they ruled on, for instance, was Senate right to impeach him? That one, I'll say that according to the evidence that was presented to the Senate was right, and the court was right to pronounce itself on that. And you will find another issue that they raised was the Sonko lawyers were saying that Uhuru was the guy behind Sonko's impeachment.
Kuna watu naona nyuma ya tent.
Something I don't think the lawyers could actually determine argue correctly.
Sorry for that, Atea. I'm sorry. I was trying to find if we can find another way to help.
Have they managed to log in?
OMG says that you guys should try the link I have posted. Are you able to see the link? AOG, tell me if when you tried to click on the link, did it bring you to StreamYard? Just comment. We'll continue as you tell us. I know there's some delay because of the net and all. Atuya, go ahead.
So as I was saying, not entirely that we always cry when the side of our bread, which is buttered, is not being favored. Not entirely, but there are some cases that we actually can tell that this was actually politically influenced.
Okay.
Yeah.
Caesar.
Yes.
When the president's results and victory was annulled, we took to the streets in protest. When BBI was annulled, we were here praising, singing hallelujah. When Sonko's case, some sang, some felt they had issues. Do you think we at times don't know how to react, and because of not knowing how to react, we end up blaming or praising the judiciary, where in actual sense it was doing its job?
You know, Jacob, maybe you don't understand this thing. You know, as human beings, more especially Kenyans, with our judiciary. You know, today, if the court rules.
Atuya, mute your mic.
Yes. All right.
Someone is asking us to increase the faces so that it's kind of mimi too. There's someone asking we add our faces. Is it possible, Caesar and Atuya? Ama mko compromised in terms of how you appear?
Yeah, niko compromised, but maybe in the next 30 minutes nitakuwa nimetoka, so mwenye ataka kuona ataniona. So okay. And you know it, eh? So okay. Vile nilikuwa nakwambia, unajua shida yetu wa Kenya tunakuanga nao ni moja. Leo koti kirudi vile ulikuwa unataka na matarajio yako, unafurahi unasema koti iko sawa.
Okay.
Kesho ikifanya ruling vile ulikuwa unataka, unasema hii koti iko captured na executive nini. So hiyo ndio maisha tunaishi Kenya. 2017 koti rule on my side. I was so happy. Unaona?
Ulibambika yako yote.
Mimi nilibambika.
Okay, okay. At least today I found someone who has tasted both sides, or actually even me, I think I have. When the president's results were nullified, I felt so bad. Let me tell you for free.
Okay.
When BBI failed, believe you me, that day I even bought enough meat to celebrate.
You will celebrate, but me, as I told you,
the best way a Maasai knows how to do it. So tell me, Caesar, how did you feel? How was it for you? How was the experience of the nullification of the president's result and now BBI? I'm sure those are mixed reactions. One, you felt happy when the president.
No. I think it was just the same, because I told you, as I told you from the beginning, I was not the support of BBI. But I'm the support of Odinga. I told you. So this kadabla for BBI, I was not supporting BBI.
Okay.
For one, yeah. So, but for Sonko, I was supporting the court. You know, I told you, Sonko. I used to support him, but unfortunately, I think you see what's going on. What Sonko has taken us through so many things. So I became somewhere, and I said, no, now enough is enough. So I cannot continue supporting this guy. You know.
Okay.
So for Sonko, I think it's okay. And as I told you before, I think this one maybe I can bring to all Kenyans. You see, like now people, they are jumping, praising Samuel Ruto. Lakini mimi maombi yangu, if you can remember during Kibaki Raila, hiyo wakati okay, niseme like ilikuwa ni 2007, I think it was 7.
Can hear you. I'm trying to make some calls here.
Yeah. So
go ahead.
So I think if you can remember in 2007 when Kibaki was the president, and by then of course the Nusumukate government, but on that but during that time you know Raila was with more MPs wakati huo hata Kibaki alijaribu kufanya kazi kwa vitu mingi, alikuwa anajaribu kubidisha kitu fulani, unapata kuna wale watu wako opposition ni wengi, so inakuwa ni kazi ngumu, hawezi kubidisha kama sawa. But when we come to now, shida tuko nayo, our current president ako na wale watu wake na amekabuja wale watu opposition. So akitaka kufanya kitu yote atakuwa amefanya by 6 o'clock, atakuwa amefanya hiyo kitu. Na ndio unaona tunalia nini. Of course it's okay. If you like William Ruto, if you like Raila, whatever you like, it's okay. But don't force usipigie mtu fulani cause niseme juu that person is supporting William Ruto and maybe is not the best candidate, so you want to vote for him because he's supporting also William Ruto. So if you see William Ruto is the best candidate for you, just vote William Ruto as your president. But these other people like governors, MCS, just vote for the best candidate, even if it's from independent or even if it's from other parties. At least hata huyo Ruto akikuwa president, wengine unapata si wale watu wenye walikuwa wanamsupport. Unaona hiyo nini, ikiwa opposition unapata watu wengi, at least hatutakaliwa vile tumekaliwa saa hii. Unajua saa hii ni kubaya tupinsia, wacha tuambiane tu kweli. But Caesar, now the problem
moja tu Caesar. Guys on the tent when Abdul Kadir naona unasema tent hazikaliki hapo Naivasha, mnataka link. There is a link ambayo inaapia chini yako. Hebu niambie kama you're able to see it, Abdul Kadir. And Hezron niambia I can share it via Facebook. I've tried. So if you guys are able to join via that link, I think tutakuwa tumewasaidia. Mkinini tu hivi mkiingia just like I think ulipotoka umerudisha tu immediately. So once you are in, we will be able to add you kwa the people in the panel. So just try to link from what I've shared. I think it's enough. And if it's possible, let me know if you are able to or not able to, so that we know what else to do. But at the moment, yeah, go ahead, Caesar. Sorry for that.
Yeah, so nilikuwa nakwambia, if we do that, at least we can make change. Okay. But if we go as by these people, the way they are taking us, you see like now, those people who are following DB Ruto, maybe they are not the best regarding which place they are going to contest, whatever. So
okay.
I think like
let me ask you straight, sir. Let me ask you as it is.
Yes.
What would make you support him? What is the one thing that you would do that you'd say, at least I may give him an ear?
Okay. For me, I think DB Ruto is not the best candidate for me. I have my personal auditions. As I told you, I'm the really supporter of Raila Odinga. This guy has been promising so many things, but unfortunately, hajapata hiyo chance anionyesha hiyo uongozi yake. Another
okay,
thing,
let's imagine we are in 2027, 2032.
Yeah.
Baba says he's not running,
Okay.
Let's remove Baba in the question. I know you are a diehard fan.
Okay.
Would you support Ruto? Would you? And if yes, what would be the reasons then?
No, I will not support him. I would rather go to other candidates.
You'd rather go to
that time come, maybe I will look for alternative, but not for the Ruto. You know,
just
the Ruto,
a question. A question to Caesar.
Okay.
Yes.
What if in this coming election Raila decides to say Ruto tosha?
I will defect from there because Raila he cannot tell me to go this and this. You know, even okay. That's why I told you. Even 2017 mimi sikupiga kura zangu suti. Like in Nairobi, I voted for Songo for one reason. I'm an ODM member. I voted for Songo for one reason. ODM walipatiana ticket, direct ticket ya kwa Kidero, whereby maybe we had other good leaders, but juu ya pesa na nini, Kidera kapatiwa direct ticket. Hiyo kitu ikanifanya cause Kidera alikuwa hiyo since 2013 au kuwa amefanya kitu yoyote, but ODM vile walimpatia ticket, I defected, nikaenda nikapigia Songo kura yangu. Another thing, even in my MB, mi natoka Makadara, but I never voted for the current MP, this nani Aradwa. I voted for Benson Mtura. He's a Kikuyu guy, but I voted for him. So siangaliange diju mimi kwa presidential I support Raila. Na yeye akisema kama atasema hata he will not run for presidency, that means I will look for other alternative.
Caesar, if I was to ask you a question, who do you think if Raila is not vying, who do you think can give Ruto a real good competition come next year?
You know, in politics 2 seconds is 100 years. You can think or maybe you can see, you can think or maybe you can see now William Ruto already has reached somewhere you needed him to reach. But maybe within 32 seconds, everything can change. Even in 2013, we knew Raila was straightforward to be the president. But you saw what happened.
Personally, I never trusted that Raila was going to win. I knew that there was going to be someone else. I was never of the opinion that Raila is
I was so comfortable, mostly like 100+%. I knew this now we are going to make it. But
now
you saw what happened.
You're there. Can I ask you a different question?
Okay, ask me.
You supported Raila last time because Ruto is a newcomer in this, in terms of running for presidency. What do you think Raila needs to do new that will help him clinch the power? Do you think the merger with Jubilee will be the final thing that helps him?
You know what we need. I think what Raila need. Okay, I'm not his advisor, but what I think Raila maybe as you know, we need that denial. You know, like 2027, Raila he won the election fairly, but you know he was being denied. So I think maybe Raila naye akona kazi zake, na nishawaambia siku mingi, you know Raila akona brand A, B, C and D. People might think maybe Raila ameisha, but okay, na mnajua vizuri Raila akiamua kurudi kama ni.
Are you able to see the link? Ati, are you able to see the link?
No, just position your phone backwards kidogo. Mbele kiasi, someplace hapo. I think they can see from there.
Are you able to see? I've really tried.
He has gone off. Just put it on.
Sorry.
The phone has...
Oh, sorry. Sorry.
And the link, on Facebook, it's not clickable.
I don't know. On this one, that's the best I can do. Is it?
Nimesoma.
I think I'm really trying to help them, but now are you able to see?
They should read it from there.
Are you able to see? That's the best, even from my webcam.
Jekas, it is possible for you. Maybe you can take a short screen.
That's what I've done. I've screenshot. In screenshot nimefanya.
Now, how comes me Facebook naona the link?
I don't know.
So they're saying they cannot see the link totally.
I think so. That's what they're saying. Simon Sakwa, I'm going to read it for you because I think that's the only option I have. First, this is how it looks like. I'll take it slow for you. Inaanza hivyo StreamYard. Oops. Kidogo tu, just a moment, niongeze time ya kuwaka.
Mezima.
Hapana, ninataka kuchange settings ya display. Endelea tu as I go ahead.
Bado hawajapata?
Endelea tu, watapata tu sahi.
Endelea, niulize vile ulikuwa unauliza.
Nilikuwa nakuuliza, unaona kama match itakuwa game shot kwake, itakuwa ndio nini yake ya kuweza kumsaidia kuwin?
Sahi ni system ndio tunahitaji, hakuna kitu kingine. Hata DB mwenyewe analia juu ya system.
So how was the system in play in 2007? In 2013 and 2020? How was the system in play?
Unajua?
Go ahead, wewe endelea tu, mimi nitaendelea kufanya hivi.
Okay, vile nilikuwa nakwambia. Unajua kama 2017, ukiangalia zile viga zenye Raila alipata na Jubilee alipata, hizo viga hazikuwa zile zenyewe. Hii siasa na mambo ya election ya Kenya, tuambiane tu kweli, unless mpaka ile siku yenye tutakuja kubadilisha sheria na mambo mingi, IBC tengenezwe, ndio tunaweza kuwa na free and fair election.
Okay.
But kama ni hii mambo tunaenda tu hivi, angalia kama saa hii unasikia IBC bado.
Yes.
That's the link, people. Just end up kwa net, juu hapo, open a new tab, then type all this.
Watapata.
Go continue to watch and just few minutes.
Yeah. So I think presidency, I think kuna wale watu wana determine who is going to be the next president. Hiyo tuambiana ukweli.
So according to you, it's not the voter that matters, it's those who...
No, I don't think.
Okay.
Let me ask a question. Do you think Ole Kiapi angepewa system angeshinda kura 2017?
Na Ole Kiapi?
Or this Didi guy is called who?
Dida.
Who?
Dida guy.
Ura ako mbali mtu wangu.
No, the question is, if it is system, do you think if the system liked Abduba Dida, do you think Abduba would have been the president?
Wakiamua ni yeye watampatia, utafanya nini?
Ngumu sana. In fact,
okay. I want you to tell me, sababu where does this system come in? Where do they come in? Sababu no, some of us, I'm sure. Okay. I've tried all my best. Just follow us now. Let me ask you,
are you aware or do you know right now as we are speaking, we have some people somewhere sitting and they have already started planning about 2027 or 2032.
It's okay, but my question is, what happens? Where does the system comes in? Because I've been a returning officer in an election somewhere. I presented the results. They were announced just like I said. So where does the system come in? Does it come during voting, during counting, during displaying of votes, or do they interfere with Chebukati's speech of declaration of who won? Help me, where does the system come in? How?
Always the system, they always interfere. If you can remember 2017, just remember what happened. No. Just remember what happened to former governor of Bomet. 2017.
Former governor of Bomet was Isaac Ruto. What happened?
Isaac Ruto, yes, by then.
Yeah.
Isaac Ruto, after we completed voting, voti zake zilianza kureflect kwa TV saa 12:30 zinaonyesha Rabosho amepata kura fulani, na za governor they were supposed to be counted mwisho, lakini by saa moja TV ilikuwa inaonyesha Bomet zina flow tu, sijui wanatoa hizo figure wapi. From there what happened? Isaac Ruto was supporting the other side, alikaangwa asubuhi.
I wish those who are following us are able to but they have tried. I've tried clicking on this link inafanya, so it is working. Maybe there's a problem from your end, but the link works. If you click on
can
it,
they see the link? Can they see the link? That's the question. Because if they can see the link, if they click, it will bring them to the backstage.
Yeah, direct to.
Ukishaekwa backstage hapo pengine ni sisi tunakuingisha ndani, so if you're able, ukiwa kwa backstage unatuambia. Ukiingia tu backstage we shall know, but until then ni ngumu kukusaidia because the link is working. I've tried it actually. Nime log in twice using the same link without changing a single digit. It's working.
And I think we are not more than maybe 10 people. You cannot enter.
We are just 3 actually. Hata backstage hakuna watu. Wenye wako online kwa YouTube na Facebook.
So basically what I was trying to say, there's no way rigging of election can only
they can happens at the ballot. I think it happens because at the ballot
during
there is
transmission.
Stuffing, vote stuffing, ballot stuffing rather, where there is bribery and all, and then eventually maybe during tallying, especially if it is online and all, maybe during then, but there is still some documents that needs to be followed because of late what they are saying that the form 34A has to be physically present, so, and the results as the previous by-elections in Zimekua, it has to be pinned at the door at every polling station. So I don't know. I would want to have someone tell me this is how the system, because it's one thing to say the system, but it's another thing to show us how. Because by the end of the day, I believe there is a reason people wake up early. There's a reason people queue in long lines for hours. So where, how, and
but then if the government knew they are going to steal in 2017, they could never have used the kind of resources they used campaigning all throughout the country.
Because the only thing since I can say that maybe we saw the system was in 2007 where
that was clean.
That was clean, but 2013, 2017, you really have to convince us, because that's one thing.
Okay, Jekas, if you think so, then what was all about this Chris Monsanto being killed like this? If that's the case, you mean, So don't say this one never happened.
I'm not saying it didn't happen, sir. I'm just saying, we really need to have a clear way it did, so that we don't repeat. Because let me ask you, if this one goes to people's hearts, that the system is what determines our leadership, do you think people will be interested in voting? Honestly, will then be telling the system just go ahead, elect for us, and honestly, do you think really, or it's something that has been sold to us and we believe it? Do you think it's something that, because at the end of the day, even what we call I think they need to know, as much as we will queue and be in the line and all, that there will be someone else somewhere in a boardroom or in an office or in a server somewhere or in a system somewhere doing the manipulation of the results and all, and then eventually whatever will be tabulated and even pronounced as the final result, that it will be a doctored result. Do you think? Because some of these things, okay, I really don't want to say it is not there, but I also want to believe that there is fairness in all things, and maybe propaganda sometimes what na skuma sana, so as to drive a narrative that someone won and his win was taken to someone else, because that is what we end up saying eventually. I'm not sure.
What I usually want to be told in terms of numbers, where does the supporters of Raila Odinga think that their numbers were reduced, or where do they think that Uhuru actually added himself numbers? Because if I can tell from where I come from, Nyamira, in 2013, I was at the polling station. We counted the votes. Come 2017, the votes that we counted, they were higher more than what happened in 2013. There was a significant growth in terms of popularity of Jubilee. So there was that, numbers grew. It was never doctored. For instance, in Nyamira County, we were there, we were counting the votes. Even the ODM guys could agree that hapa hii 2013 we won, but this time tumeshindwa. So I really don't know, where do they think that their numbers were actually reduced? Ama ni wapi Jubilee ilijiongezea kura?
Caesar, umesikia swali? Caesar, are you there?
Yes, unanipata?
Tunakupata. Sijui kama umesikia swali ya Mr. Tuya.
Hebu rudia.
Anakuuliza ni wapi unaona Uhuru alijiongezea kura, ili awe alijiongezea kwa njia ya magendo, ya kuwa kupitia venye alifanya, hapo ndo alipoweza kumwibia Raila kura zake, akajiongeza kura na eventually akajiita mshindi.
Okay, kama hakuiba, why the election was null and void?
Let me ask you, did you listen to what was ruled on by Matiang'i, not Matiang'i, whatever,
Maraga.
Did you listen to what he said? He did not. This was what he said. He did not nullify who won. He nullified the process. He questioned the validity of the process, but he never said, you amassed yourself some votes, you know.
Yeah.
So let's
it
not
was
lie.
The question of the process. He said the process was not
the other day he said it was the process he had an issue with. It's not the votes, number of guys who had the you know. And in fact, he said that after it was the process was well, whatever. That's why he even had no issues with the repeat election. If you listen even to the interview that he did the other day with Sophia Wanuna, he said what he did then, and he can still do it again, is that the process was, maybe, let me use this word, fraudulent, or rather was not clean, and that's why he nullified it. And that's what we were even discussing earlier, that the courts have a way, and they have been pronouncing itself and has been setting precedents that every time there is an issue with the process, if it is not followed to the letter of and the spirit of the law, the courts would nullify such a process. So even the BBI, that is something that came out. The process,
the process,
who initiated it, you know, the process in which it came to be. That's what
they never questioned the numbers. They never questioned the content.
They never, even didn't question the people who endorsed it in counties and all. They just questioned the process. That's what I'm asking you.
Okay.
From what angle do you say that he won? Because even Raila himself says that wakiapisha tunaapisha, that's what he tried to do. But if truly, because I believe in 2007, the reason as to why he really had won, even his behavior is different from how he behaved in 2017. Remember this, in 2007, he did not settle for anything. He pushed to the final day until he became a prime minister because he knew he had won. In 2017, when he saw that the otters can no longer hold, he had to subdue and shake hands because maybe he could not really verify his claim. The other thing, I wanted also to ask you, sir, if you remember correctly, how many MPs, governors, senators, MCAs does Jubilee have, and if you can give the number, because I have it, I'm looking at them at the moment. The other thing is, I want to imagine you're a voter. You want to mean there are over 500 MCAs, there are over 184 members and over 27 governors, that when a voter goes to vote, Jubilee, all these people, he will only change when it comes to the presidency. That's what you want us to believe.
No. Jekas, if you are going to that route, that will not the exact figures. Because if we want to bring that point, you see, like in NASA, we lost so many seats due to you find let me say maybe one constituency we have Wiper, we have ODM, but this was our mistake from the beginning. NASA principles, they never went ahead and maybe to agree, maybe to do a joint nomination before they were election like Jubilee did. So that was the mistake, but does not mean if Jubilee got more MPs, senators. That one, I think you can't compare that one with prestation. That one is quite different.
So if
if you see,
it was the question. The reason why I'm bringing it up. Just a moment, Caesar. The reason as to why I'm bringing it up, if you remember in 2013, that was the argument of the former not attorney general, what do you call them? The Chief Justice. That's what he was asking. And actually, he's called Hu Nasir, this lawyer guy, the senior counsel. That was also what he was alluding to, that do you want to mean that a voter only changes his mind, especially even in the strongholds, to vote in other guys from the same party, but when it comes to the president, they change their mind and vote for ODM. That's what you want to really allude to.
Okay. My point is, as I was giving you example, like Stare, there are so many constituencies. You find we had the ODM, we have NC. Actually, what happened? You find this NASA voters, When they went there, some voted for NC, some voted for ODM, and that's the time you find Jubilee candidate. He went through, you see. But when we come to presidential, this one, I think this one you cannot account it like these people, they voted for ODM and they went to vote for Uhuru Kenyatta. I don't think. Hawa bunge vile walipata juu NASA haikufanya joint nomination. NASA they were supposed to agree. Na hata kama sahi wakisema waungane, hata wakisema waungane wote waende pamoja hivi, hiyo NASA, Jubilee na nini, hata huyo Ruto akiwa namba 2 still atakuwa na wabunge wengi. Kwa sababu gani? Cause hawa Nairobi hapa watapigana. ODM itaweka mtu wao kama ni governor. Wiper itaweka mtu wao kama ni governor. Unaona, mtu mwingine atatoka, maybe ni wewe wa UDA atakuja atachukua.
So according to you, sir, do you want to mean that it is only during that one ballot part of the presidential part, that's where rigging takes place?
Of course.
And if so, when and how does it happen? Because that is the key answer to the system. If we can answer that, I think we can answer the system, the question of the system.
I also want to ask a question to Caesar. ODM lost in places like Nairobi because of the joint nominations.
Okay.
In places like Nyamira County, where 2013 they almost had a clean sweep. In fact, NASA had all the seats in Nyamira County. In terms the MP, all the MP, senator, governor. But came 2013, came 2017, they lost almost all the MPs and they only retained the governor and the governor and the senator. Will you still say that the other parties influenced their loss in Nyamira, because Wiper and Ford Kenya and the other parties rarely appear in that county?
How many votes? You know, first you have to compare their votes. First, you know, I think this way we always take like, if I can say, normally you can't compare you can't compare like that. You see, we have so many MPs who won that the election easily because maybe they were independent. And what happened? Maybe you were to find the ODM Wiper. They have both candidates. So from there, these people, they just divided their votes. Then this guy will get maybe some and they will go through. Yeah? The kind of Osoro from South Mogrango, that's what happened. They go to Gomacho Gejache. See what happened. Eh?
Do you know that in the whole of Kisii County, ODM has got no MP? And in 2013, ODM was very dominant in that county. In Nyamira County, in the whole of Gusii region, ODM has 0 MPs.
Bonchari is where?
But now they have
Bonchari is the first one they got now
So
yeah, that's
if that is something to go by, do you think now ODM is regaining its former glory?
It lost its glory in 2017.
But you see, they have already recaptured a seat.
That happened because again UDA was pulling this side, Jubilee was pulling on the other side, and
so
then ODM.
Let's imagine that it's only Jubilee and ODM. Eh? So do you want to strongly believe that the votes that the UDA lady candidate got would automatically either go to Jubilee or ODM? How might it would have been a split between the two?
If Jubilee went there as one party without UDA, then automatically they could have won the seat. And if ODM could have supported Jubilee in that by-election, then UDA could have lost easily.
Okay.
But you see, that's a very big achievement for us. You know.
No, it's Kisii is a stronghold. You cannot celebrate winning a by-election.
Where are you from? Atuya, where are you from? Allow me to ask you, but not that I'm biased, but or rather tribal. Where are you from, sir?
I'm from Nyamira County.
Are you there at the moment?
No. Currently, I'm in Kiambu. I'm in Kiambu. Yeah.
Oh, okay. So, but guys from home, what do you think they are saying? Are they seriously behind the ODM, or are they, because when I say ODM, you know, there's already a merger coming into play between Jubilee and NASA.
The merger between who and who? Let's
the merger between because if you say, listen,
what can Murade bring?
Let me finish it here. If you say that ODM got no seat, and now ODM is almost joining the the Jubilee team, do you think that the people who hold their seats under Jubilee from Nyamira, do you think they will be inherited into ODM, and then eventually all the seats will now be said they belong to ODM? Do you think
They will
as things stand, as things stand, all the Jubilee MPs in my area, even the Ford Kenya MP, they're all working with UDA. They are actually spearheading the registration exercise.
Okay.
So Jubilee is not gaining any ground in where I come from.
Okay.
In fact, it will remain to be a battle between ODM and Jubilee, ODM and UDA. Jubilee is just dying a natural death. So when ODM tell us they are forming a coalition with the Jubilee, one of the main reasons, even from where I come from, people actually go to vote against Raila.
Okay.
It can't come to 2022 now. You want to tell them that now come, let's vote for this person you've been voting against for years. It won't happen. So what will Murade? The only asset that ODM can gain from Jubilee is Uhuru Kenyatta. And I was to speak something about this before. Uhuru Kenyatta, I think it was Caesar was saying he will still have a say in Central Province. I will agree to that, and it's something that is worrying us. For instance, me, I doubt if we will get the 98% votes from Central Province. Uhuru might be able to convince 15% to vote otherwise. There's the possibility, but majority above 80%, it's sealed.
Okay.
Because Maliniko, they tell me tutapiga kura kumpanish.
Okay. Oh,
and,
sorry.
And they know me as an ODM guy.
Kuna mtu amekuja na njia ingine. Go to Facebook, look for me. I've given my link. Ni search alafu uninbox. Atuya link.
Yes.
Since I have a question ambayo ina arise from what Atuya is saying. I have seen serious sentiments from people from Ukambani land telling Kalonzo you'd rather either go home or support UDA, but kindly don't support Baba. I've had some leaders from Western also say the same. Do you think, one, that Musalia and Kalonzo would fall to pressure and fail to support the NASA presidential candidate in the previous elections, or if they choose not to support him, will this affect the performance of Baba as we know it? It has always been a 44%, give or take.
You know, with Mudavadi or with the Kalonzo, I think there's nothing to bring Raila down. You know, for one, what you have to understand, the Kalonzo and the Mudavadi, they know very well they cannot go alone. They need any support from anybody. You know, just look what figures Kalonzo got when I think it was it for 7.
He got close to $1 million plus.
I think he got even like now.
$1 million is not a joke, man.
No, you see, even now, if we go to Western, now let's say it is Mudavadi against Raila. I think Raila at the end of the day will carry. He will carry it. Yeah?
But you see, let me ask you, Caesar, with all due respect to you, sir.
Yes.
let's remove $1 million and the 500,000 that Musalia got. That is around 1.5, right? Yes. I don't know how much Wetangula can bring. Let's give him 200,000. That's 1.7. Call it 2 million on a rounded off, given all the dynamics and all the lawyers in other places from Nairobi to every other place.
Do and you the campus in the coast.
And those in the campuses and everywhere else. Do you think that can change the dynamics and tinker with the final results that Baba gets?
You know what? Okay, you see what will happen if we lose that percentage, maybe from Western or Ukambas, wherever you are saying. Yeah? But you also remember we will gain another percentage from Mount Kenya. You see, that one will help us too.
Caesar, I will agree with you, but the amount of votes you will lose if you lose Kalonzo and Mudavadi I don't think Uhuru can bring that to the table. He cannot bring more than 10% or 15% from Central.
Number two, it means Uhuru has to bring close to 3 million so as to save what has been lost by the other NASA candidates, so as to
I don't know.
replace it
I
and
don't
add
know.
1 million. So do you think Uhuru can come with him 3 million? Do you think actually it's the whole Kiambu? Kiambu has close to 3 million voters, give or take.
You know,
do you think
I don't know.
Uhuru can
I don't know how you have done your calculation
No,
from Western. You know what I know.
This is what you have said, Caesar. Just to remind you, you have said in the previous election, basing on the 2013, basing on the 207, what Kalonzo and Musalia got when they first stood on their own without Baba. That's what you said, right? I gave you a rough estimate that Kalonzo had nearly 1 million, call it 1 million. I told you that Musalia got close to 500,000. Is it okay? Call it 1.5, right? Give or take. Then we have this other guy called Weta, right? Give him around 200,000, right? I know such figures have already changed because the voters one will increase by far, and a lot will come into play. But we're just using an hypothesis. Is it okay?
No, if you want to check us, if you want to compare like Western, 2013, Mudavadi, he was not with us. Just go to 2017,
yes,
2013.
Yes. That's what I've done. That's what I've done.
Just check 2013. How many votes Raila got from Western without Mudavadi? Then come to 2017. Check the difference from there. And when you compare those two different election time, you find this match is not very big for Mudavadi.
I've told you
it was almost 500,000.
I've told you each leader has a following, right? There's what Musalia got. There's what Musalia got, and whatever he got, it might, let's say, all factors held constant. Sawa. Let's imagine that if he was able to control 500,000, let's call it that. Whether it's below, whether it's almost it was above 300. That I'm sure.
It was the country didn't 500.
Yes, but I'm not sure of the Western figure. I'm not sure unless I
we give it 500.
Let's give it totally 500. Is it okay, Caesar?
Yeah, okay.
Kalonzo, the entire Eastern actually inakuanga na close to 1 million, actually close to 1.5 if I'm not wrong. That's the entire
around 1. See, the Merus are counted as from Eastern.
No, but the Cumberland
Cumberland is around 1 point something, 1.2 around there.
It's 1 point something. I'm not wrong, Caesar. I know it's 1 point something, but I've chosen to work with a lower figure given that tulikuwa tumeongezea Musalia. Nimeamua kuwork na a lower figure of 1 million. Is it okay?
It's okay.
So that makes a 1.5, a whooping 1.5.
Okay.
You cannot say that Wetangula does not control a single vote. So let's give to him 200, or even 100,000.
Hiyo hesabu yako unafika. Hiyo itaingiana.
No, I'm just let me tell you for free.
Ni wapi ukubaliani?
Hiyo hesabu yako ingiana, but already nishakwambia saa hii usianze kupiga hizo mahesabu unapiga ni juu ya nini? Raila atasema kitu cha kwanza.
No. Let's imagine amesema because let me tell you something, Caesar. One of the characters of him, he has never said it he has never go to the records. Ye usema a few months to the elections, ndio kuja anasema I'm now the candidate.
go to history. He has so.
Na tuko very sure Raila atakuwa candidate.
So it's too early to say kama atasimama ama atasimama, but
why are you
it is
very
one
sure
of his
about
tactics kungojea.
Instead being sure for DB Ruto?
We will go to him. We will go to him. Caesar, we will go to him. But we are trying first to calculate. Do you think he stands a chance to win without the NASA team?
He doesn't.
Of course.
How? How will he compensate the Kamba vote? How will he compensate the Western vote? How will he compensate any other following that Kalonzo has in any other region? How will he compensate such?
Okay. Also, let me ask you this.
Please do.
Yeah, if that's the case, the way you are calculating your calculation, I don't know.
No, it's an assumption. It's not.
It's
even...
okay. It's okay for that. And already, I've said yes, he can win. You have asked me how.
Yes.
Okay, when I compare, if there is any person who, if they go each and everyone in now, this all people, Mudavadi, Kalonzo, Raila, Ruto, if they go alone without any support, be an amount Kenya waende na mtu wao. What I know, at the end of the day, Raila will carry the day.
I think you just have too much trust in your candidate.
Of course, I know Raila will carry the day, because what I know, Raila, he will get some of the votes from Western, he will get some of the votes from Eastern without or with Kalonzo.
No. With that, Caesar, where I'm very sure Raila will get votes without their local leaders is Western. Western, Raila will win the popular vote without Mudavadi and Tangula.
Okay.
Eastern province, in Cumberland, it will be unhappy task. You can only get 50.
Okay.
Let me say something.
Let us approximate by now. In Eastern, let's say they have maybe like 1.8 million registered voters. How many voters did the Kalonzo got in 2007? Tell me.
Over 1 million.
Over 1 million.
Let me get the facts now for you. I can Google them. No,
no problem.
Go ahead. But the truth is, the Kamba nation cannot vote for Raila if Kalonzo is not supporting Raila. That one is a fact.
But Raila will get. What I know, Raila will get from Eastern, even if it is 2% or 3%, he will get.
And Ruto can get the same. Ruto can get the 2% from Eastern. Are you aware of that?
Of course, he can get, no problem. But come to Kalonzo, how many percentage Kalonzo will get from Nyanza?
No,
0.
The issue, we are trying to calculate head-to-head between Raila and Ruto. If Kalonzo goes alone, he is not winning. If Mudavadi goes alone, even if we have Mudavadi and Kalonzo on the other side, they will lose. That's just a fact.
Atuya, the point here is, you are new in this game with a new candidate. Now you have that confidence. That's how we have been being. We know we are going to win, but let us
just one moment. Caesar, just a moment. Let me ask you. Now, umefanya nikapata very interesting figures from my sources. Without Kalonzo, Raila got 4.3, and that time he was with Musalia.
That is in 2007.
2007, he had 4.3. Let's imagine zilibiwa sawa. Kalonzo had 879,000. Sawa. With Kalonzo and Musalia, Raila had 6.5 million. You see the dynamics, how they change when they are together. It shoots from a whooping 4.3 to 6.5, a whole range, you know. If you add the 878 to 4.3, inakupea 6. I think 1. So hao wengine ni because of votes venye zaongezekanga with time. So tell me, do you think if we disintegrate NASA, do you think he still stands a chance?
Of course. Of course, yes. As I've told you, checkers, you know, I've told you know, even if we are from now until tomorrow, I'm very sure still you will come with more questions to ask me because I see you are the two and you are supporting each other. Second thing,
I'm trying to be neutral. The problem is
no, not to be neutral. Yeah. Second thing, kitu ingine, you know, you are new in this game with a new candidate, so you have that a lot of confidence, you know.
Tuko na joto ya
joto na hiyo sisi tushakuwa nayo, tukanunua hadi viatu za kwenda kuabisha papa, but we never
hadi suti.
Tumesona hadi suti, lakini hizo viatu mpaka sasa bado ziko kwa nyumba. Unaona?
Lakini okay, unajua the Kenyan voter is an interesting voter, sindo? And at times wanapotanga so many things, So let's imagine, Baba is not running. Now that you have said you're not sure if it's running. Ameamua kuendorse, let's give it to Matiang'i or Atuya to pay another candidate, you think? Let's give it to who now?
A real candidate who can win.
Apart from Baba.
Maybe Kalonzo Mudavadi.
Hao tema wametoka NASA. We are now building a very new face.
A new face. Matiang'i. Mukisa is an unstarter. Who else?
Unamchomea ukiona video ama?
Kifuta Kibwana.
No. Okay, Kivuta is a good
who do you think? But Caesar, let's imagine Baba is now endorsing someone. Who do you think he can endorse comfortably? Because actually he said he cannot endorse the NASA guys. If you remember when they were busy telling him Baba to support, you remember he told them, when I needed you guys mliniacha peke yangu. You remember him saying so?
You know the problem is, if I say maybe Papa maybe to endorse somebody na anatoka mahali natoka, mtasema au napatia ujamaa.
Hapana, wewe Caesar sasa
now what we are trying to find solutions.
That is the problem. Okay, for me, from my perspective, kama Papa atasimama and Uhuru Kenyatta wanatakia inji vizuri and they want to put this country into a good track, hii kitu wapatie Matiang'i. That will be the best candidate, and I think Matiang'i will get votes everywhere in the whole country. That's what I know. Huyo anaweza pata kura Mombasa, hata Rift Valley mahali huyo DB anatoka, bado Matiang'i anaweza atapata kura. That's what I know.
Mimi, I come from where Matiang'i comes from too. Now that thing
this is interesting,
it's
Caesar,
interesting.
and we are talking of okay, so let's scale.
But from where I sit, Matiang'i cannot win an election. He is not political enough. Hata with the support of Raila, Uhuru, he is not political enough to win the election.
Atuya, can I tell
what do you say? What are you meaning? Do you want to mean ata governor? Let's say ata asimame preso.
Wacha asimame governor to kwetu.
Atuya, Atuya, can I tell you something?
Please do.
Atuya, uko na ile ukoroni ya ile ya wasasi wetu. Let me na nikwambie. Do you know why I say that? Yeah? Wewe unaona niliona okay, nakumbuka vile ulikuwa unasema mambo ya nini ya
endelea tu,
nakusikiza.
Vile ulikuwa unasema mambo ya eti wa Kisii hawezi wakapigia Raila kura. Unaona? Na hiyo si eti ni kitu imekuwa kwa sahi. Ini Nyanza wa Kisii na Wajaruo wanakuanga na ile vita ya 2-2. Mostly our parents. Because I remember by 10 Laila he went to support Kibaki in the state of Nyachae. So this all the guys now, yeah. So akasema now because Raila he has patrolled us, he has gone ahead to support Kibaki. Kutoka hapo sasa hiyo vita ikaanzia hapo. Na sasa wewe unafuata ile mambo ya wazazi wako. So you are following your parents. Wacha nimalize, utaongea, wacha nimalize. Now that's why the way you are talking about Matiang'i, you know, you are not like your father. Now wewe ni mtu umeona mambo mingi. If you compare Matiang'i with other leaders, of course hajakuwa elected, but zile kazi amepatiwa kazi na akisimamia na ameperform. So ni mtu anafanya kazi. Si lazima akuja achaguliwe. Kitu ingine Kisii, we have Kisii County and we have Nyamira County. Nyamira County, most of the time kura zenu huwa mnaletanga zinakuanga ni kidogo kwa ODM.
Sasa unaanza kusoma.
Very ni kweli.
Sisi tunakuwa Nyamira County, even now Nyamira County wanaletanga kura kidogo kwa ODM. Kisii County, wacha nikwambie Kisii County, nilikupatia example, kuna zile viti ODM ilipoteza. Sa ODM hawakupata wapunga hata mmoja. But Kisii mzima, Kisii ODM ilipata kura mingi zikaenda kwa ODM.
So but
before Jackson
change hiyo.
Wacha nimpe percentages. In Nyamira ilikuwa around 51 to 40, that is 51 to 49. Jubilee 51 to 49 ODM. In Kisii County ilikuwa the other way around, 52 to 48. 52 ODM, 48 to Jubilee. So with this, there is a very big difference.
Okay.
There is no big difference in that. Now, there's something I wanted to kuongelea Matiang'i. The reason why I say that Matiang'i doesn't qualify to be the president. Mimi, I don't have the hate. Yenye unasema the historical hate. The one main reason why Matiang'i he cannot fit to be the president, amepewa what we call political power. Amekuwa na government power. Umeona venye misuse the political power that the government power that alipewa. Few weeks ago alienda kubomoa gate ya governor, kwenda kuharibu meeting ya governor Ongwae and senator Ongwae. Unaenda kuvunja yeah, people are having supper talking and then unavunja gate, polisi unaenda kuwatoa ndani. That is a presidential candidate. Number 2, in Nyamira, when women were going to a church, wanangoja Ruto awachangie, you go tear gas old women and old wazes, tear gas kwa church, something that has never happened in the entire Kisii. And it is happening by our own son tear gassing his own people.
So do you think those things will come to haunt him come 2022?
They currently Matiang'i popularity yake, unajua it switched. In 2017 alikuwa anachukiwa na ODM sana. Kidogo sasa. Unajua atuya what in 2017 Matiang'i was hated by the ODM supporters.
Okay.
And I can tell you that for free. They even were saying that wanataka kwenda kuchoma nyumba yake in some place in Nyamira County. But the moment aliingia government, the hate now changed. Sasa watu ODM, some love him, but kuna ile element ya the guy is rough with power. Umeona venye ana misuse power. He's being misused. Mimi hata nilikuwa na where I am sahi. Watu wananiambiaga huyu jamaa tulikuwa tumeona anaweza kuwa
kama amechange or something. I think when the fear of him being impeached, unaona vile amebehave kiamba, we are not seeing the contingent.
Lakini unajua tu ya there is something maybe you don't understand. Unajua ministry ya security si kama ya ministry zingine. Matiang'i unajua ni kama robot, yeye ako operated na head of state.
Really?
Now, that one makes you look bad. Don't be used. Hiyo ndio shida sasa. Watu wanasema
unajua if you can lead from the perspective ya Matiang'i. I remember the other day akisema hata nyumba inaongozwa na mwanaume mmoja, akiambia DB he only follow one route, yani mfanyikazi wa serikali. Rais akisema ni left mpaka ile siku atabadilisha. So that means what? Already amekuanza hizo vitu zote zenye anafanya, si yeye ni kuambiwa fanya hivi. Na yeye anafanya.
Mwananchi wa kawaida ukumbuka who was in that docket when we suffered, because by the end of the day, people know him as the Interior Cabinet Secretary.
Matiang'i is a performer. What I know, Matiang'i akipatiwa ministry ingine like now Matiang'i vile alitoka education, mimi ni mmoja wao. Sahi mimi nalia Magoha, hata ningekuwa na nguvu Magoha hata sahi ningemuimpeach, lakini sina hiyo powers. Zile maneno.
We all agree that Matiang'i is a performer, but the moment alipewa hard power, ameonyesha he can misuse power. That's one thing. Now you cannot trust him with the state.
But what I know, but what I know, kura za Nyamira ama za Kisii, tuseme ni general Kisii peke yake, haziwezi peleka Matiang'i State House
anywhere. Yes.
Ni hivyo. Matiang'i mnaweza kuwa amumpendi, lakini watu wengine wanampenda.
Swali yangu ni wacha tumtoe basi kwa national level, tumrudishe nyumbani. Unaona akichukua kiti ya governor Mr. Caesar?
Matiang'i aendi kusimama kiti ya governor. Matiang'i hata kama ni
kwa sababu
uwezi mtoa huko juu, uwezi mtoa ile huku kasi kubwa umrudishe kwa gavana. Matiang'i is the best performer. Hata mwenye ataingia hata kama ni Ruto, it will be the next cabinet, atakuwa hapo whether you like it or not. That's my prediction.
I can tell you, Caesar, can I tell you,
hata Raila anaweza muweka Ministry of Tourism.
Anakuambia Matiang'i hawezi kosa hapo.
Unless atumwe kama ambassador kama kina
no you cannot run a government without Matiang'i. Matiang'i, he must be somewhere.
No, it is not a must because alikuja 2013, so it's not a must,
So, no.
Let me
he must be somewhere.
It is not a must, Number two,
unajua kuna kitu moja mnasahau na siasa ya Kenya. Unajua wanasiasa ile kitu wanabadilisha ni uniform. Sasa hizi unaona ni transfer. The same Matiang'i unaweza sema tunaweza fika by next year uone Matiang'i akona
I can tell you for free.
DB Ruto utafanya nini?
Ni sawa tu. I can tell you for free, Caesar.
Unless I change allegiance.
Hata akichange allegiance, whatever he has cost and brought to Ruto as a person, ni kama kuniambia ati Murathe akijoin UDA ati atafanya chairman ama tuju, whatever they have cost the DP, believe you me, they will because even listen to how they give their politics even when they campaign. They say so many bad things against him. I don't think even if he joins them, that will just be washed away.
Even me, I trust Matiang'i. Mimi, I will even tell you for free, even if Raila was to become president, Matiang'i will get a low profile ministry if it was to happen.
Very true. It's very, because
Raila cannot give him,
Sifuna himself said ni venye tu maybe handshake ilini, but if ingekuwa to the normal days angekuwa ametolewa kitambo kama jana. But the problem is the handshake made some of the systems and some of the juice ya politics ikakuwa diluted. Unajua kuna karaha fulani ODM ilikuwa inaleta kalisha, kuna ka taste fulani baba alikuwa nako, unajua hiyo kaviga ka stamina kakuleta difference kao ka taste kalisha na kalifanya kwa kama chaina skari, I don't know how to call it, as in ana kautamu fulani kalisha, na siko baya, with all due respect so with all due respect, I think Matiang'i will not make it to the next government.
Lakini unajua mimi Matiang'i mimi siwezi nikampiga vita juu unajua kila mtu akienda na ng'ombe yake kwa soko hata kama imekonda huwa anajaribu kuipapasa. So hata wakisema wafanye mpaka nini
I know ni kila mwamba ngoma najua unavuta kwenye, but sawa, lakini
ndio hiyo lazima
kitu moja tu amekwambia, sijui kama umesikiza, kuna methali inasema mcheza kwao hutunzwa, lakini huyu jamaa kwao alicheza vibaya. Bonchari hangetuma contingents of police and even army kwa, it wasn't good, it wasn't a good show. Hangetia gas some members there while they were politicking. Hangepiga hata Governor Ongwae, you know, those small things they may look little, but they can be the small hole that sinks a very big ship. I give it to him. He's a performer. He's a performer. He has done tremendous work. I cannot take that away from him. He has done marvelous, you know. Amechanged and transformed so many sectors. The Huduma Center alileta, you know, ali changed so many things. There are things we can attribute to Matiang'i directly, but also as we attribute good things, we can also not take it from him that he has caused some serious wounds to some people's hearts. And in politics, there are some wounds that are not forgotten easily. You know,
but Atuya, remember one thing. You see, these other tribes, they know how to seduce you so that they can get your vote. But not also you. No, I'm
not seduced at the tribal level. I belong to the UDA. Because I believe in its policy.
There's someone up and contradict. Who brought the Huduma Center?
It came during Anne Waiguru's time.
It was Anne Waiguru. It wasn't Matiang'i. I thought it was Matiang'i myself.
Matiang'i mostly for education. That's where he did a lot. And maybe with the police reforms, changing of the uniform and uniting all the from GAP and what they make into one national police service. So
nakwambia Kenya huwezi ukakosoa Matiang'i. Saa hii ile mambo yenye tunapitia, do you know saa hii ukipeleka mtoto shule kupata barua peke yake ni 10,000, unapeana ongo 10,000, na kama utapata
could join which level?
Form 1, of course.
Hiyo ndio inchi yenyewe Uhuru Muigai Kenyatta amejenga.
You know what happened there? Ile kitu Mawa alifanya, kuna watoto unapata, kuna watoto walipata like 190 something 200 marks. So walikuwa naitwa shule nzuri nini wanaenda. Alafu napata like now mimi nakaa Nairobi, alafu my daughter she has been called to Sagana Mixed. How can you expect mimi nipeleke mtoto Sagana iko na huko Thika huko mbele na ni day school? Sasa atafika aje? Unapata mwingine anakaa Nairobi lakini mtoto ameitwa huko sijui ni huko Nyakeminja Secondary and is a day school, na wewe unakaa Western. Huyu mtoto ataenda huko aje? So inabidi ufanye nini? Utafute shule nyingine. Ukitafuta shule nyingine ni pesa unapatiana.
Oh, it's correct. It's correct. I see it was when she was when she was a minister for devolution. Devolution and what? Let me get the correct word. Devolution. Oh my, kwani nimepoteza kidogo tu guys. When she was the cabinet secretary in the Ministry of Devolution and Planning in April 2013 ndo ilianza
But it was a government initiative. By then the deputy president was pulling the strings. So I might even accredit it to the deputy president.
Okay. Sawa. Jacoredo, how are you? I don't know if you can hear me. Watu wanang'ang'ana kutafuta link.
Hello.
Ashley aliepa.
Alafu kuna watu wako nyuma ya tent wanatuma wanasema wanataka kuingia, so akina Ashley, akina Eli Mwiti walikuwa wanadai kuingia. Tunakusikia, wewe unatusikia?
Yes, do you ever sleep?
Yes, I do, sir. Why?
No, you always are on for almost 8 to 10 hours.
My profession ilinifanya nikakuwa mtu wa usiku, mchana sana nalala few hours then I'm up. Professionally. Yes, sir.
Sioni watu wanataka kuingia. Hakuna mtu ako nyuma ya tent size.
Walikuwa ile mimi ndio nimewatumia hata namba yako yenye walikuwa wanasumbua. Kulikuwa na Ashley, kulikuwa na Elimwiti. Umeona?
Mwambia pin the link kwa YouTube for
ama pin link. Hata wana comment, wa comment wanasema utume link tena. Elfas Mwiti anasema hivyo.
Hata mimi nimejoin na link nilianza na issue. Nimeclick to hiyo comment. Nikatafuta hizo links kwa tunaweza tukianza show.
Elfas Mwiti, Clinton anasema uscroll up the comments utaona link yenye nimepost Yeye ameingia akitumia hiyo link. Hebu jaribu uone wewe kama utaingia.
Nimetumia link ya 6 hours ago. Na nimeleta hapa hapa kwa guest hakuna watu. Kama mtu
kidogo tu
itakuwa red na itamuingiza kwa show.
Kidogo tu wacha waingie tena. Nani amekucall? Kuna mtu amekucall?
Yes. Hata kuna mtu alinitafia na net yangu ndio amenicall direct ndio amenipata. So nimerekebisha net.
Mimi ndio nimeweka namba yako kwa private chat kwa sababu walikuwa nyuma ya tent akina Ashley.
Unaona kama Eli amejoin na hiyo link ya kitambo na amefika.
So guys, just go back to the comment. Nishaeka hapo. Just click it and then utakuwa ndani kama Eli. Eli, thank you for joining us.
Thank you, Jake.
Okay. Yes, sir.
Anything you just hakuna hata haja ya kucall. Just flash me na nitaona baadaye.
Hivyo umejitoa online. Umejitoa online na kujaribu kwa WhatsApp sikupati. Rudi online. Rudi tu online. Hebu angalia WhatsApp yako leo.
Kuna kaseba na alishika hiyo router yangu ya internet. Nimeamka nikamwendea. Sasa hizi shika.
Sawa. Kwa hivyo uko sawa sasa?
Sasa ukinicall WhatsApp utanipata.
So wewe nikikubiri jua kuna wateja behind the tent sawa, endelea ku rest kidogo. Ashley anauliza link. Ashley, if you're able to go back up to the comments and see the link by Mheshimiwa Jakes. hiyo link utaingia kama venye Eli ameingia.
Bana,
Kwa
any
YouTube
link
imekataa.
italeta actually mpaka kwa show. Any link.
Go via
Mbona
kwa YouTube tumejaribu, imekataa Ashley. But hapa kwa comments, hapa kwa hii comments yenye unaona kwa comments, if you're able to get these comments. By the way, let me ask you, Nani, Clinton.
Yeah.
Easy whatever, easy comments naona since zile niko online ndio nitaona hizi comments. Zile nimeingia kwa StreamYard.
Hapana, ukiwatch kitu,
Aha. Comment zenye Ashley anataka.
Hata kama hujajoin.
Ashley, wacha nikutumie kwa WhatsApp, wacha mtumie tu, wacha tuendelee.
Okay.
Anyone else who wants to join, send me the number. I'll send you by your WhatsApp the message. Go ahead. Who was on? It was Caesar or it was Senator?
We have Eli atuambie mazuri.
Eli, umekuwa kwa hii discussion, umesikia udaku wetu.
Nusu mlikuwa mnasema aje?
Tulikuwa tunauliza probability ya baba kuitwa baba rais. Unaonaje kama nasi ikivunjika?
Angewa dana na hiyo. Nilikuwa na bullet moja na alitupa.
Ati awa umekuja kuharibu zaidi, ati alikuwa na bullet moja.
Ndiye alisema alikuwa na bullet moja na hiyo ndio ya mwisho.
Lakini kulingana na Caesar, ati saizi hana risasi, amekuja na grenade.
Wow.
Kuna grenade inaitwa deep state na serikali.
Well, I think ule Raila tuko naye saizi is not the same guy tulikuwa naye 2013.
Okay.
Kuna vitu zimemtoka, yani ametokwa tu na hiyo Raila alikuwa nayo.
Okay.
For now ni ngumu tuone the same guy, ni ngumu because pia watu wamemzoea. Kuna propaganda mingi zimekuja, huyu jamaa anapenda complain, yani unaona, so there are so many things that zimemtoka. Yes, another make impact, but I'm very sure hata Ruto ingekuwa ni 2013 angemjaribu saizi. But right now it's not the same guy. Pia mwenyewe amejisahau. Okay, tuseme tu kweli, kuzeeka pia amezeeka. Unaona? Amedusi ile popularity alikuwa nayo 2013. So atumuoni. Hakuna anything inakuja. Yeah.
So kulingana na wewe uoni kama hii risasi amenunua ingine mpya?
Alinunua wakati alitupa risasi hata bunduki ilipotea. Kwani alitupa risasi mkono? Hata bunduki ilipotea, notaleza irusha na mkono.
Ngoja Eli.
Ashley, ile namba umeweka ni ya nani? Ni ya
Eli, nikuulize.
Ni ya what do you call him? Ni ya Clinton.
Hata ni assume.
Oh.
I did that by mistake. I was trying to put the link on there.
Oh, sorry.
Yeah. I've taken it out, so I hope it's not still showing.
It is. It's showing. Try to delete it from your.
No,
it's showing.
No, I did read.
For
comments nimetoa. I said remove.
Senator, can you able to see it, the number? Me, I can see it from my
within the chat.
The last comment actually.
On Facebook.
Yeah, no, on where we are on comments.
No, I can't see. I can only see the number you put here, Clinton.
No, hapo chini, wacha kwa private chat, enda kwa next ufinye comments, hiyo iko next.
Oh, comments.
Enda chini kabisa.
Bado iko.
I can see Ashley.
Yeah, it is there. Actually, it's still there.
So when I look myself from my end, I only see the link.
Do this, delete it from the YouTube.
The link, but I don't see the number. So from your end, I said remove.
Kutoka basi bado iko. Okay. Hope.
Maybe for those of us who are in the show.
Hope so.
No. Look in the comment section, not in the private link.
No, where you put the number ya Clinton uliweka au kuweka kwa private link.
No. Haiko sahi. Hebu angalia, mimi nikienda haiko.
Maybe ulipo delete ilitoka kwako, but kwetu bado tunaiona. It's okay. We'll find a way to...
Comments.
Yeah, iko kwa comments.
Because what I'm doing, I'm logging out and going to, the regular comments.
Okay, let me ask Clinton, can you be able to delete that text from Ashley? Are you able to do it?
Let me see.
Expose
mimi ninakuanga tu na options mbili. Ukitaka ku delete comment unaambiwa maybe amecomment kitu mbaya, sasa unamwona.
Si kitu mbaya, kenye amefanya kwa bahati mbaya ameweka namba yako online.
Siwezi delete comment yako.
For YouTube, maybe it's appearing to those of us who are in the show.
It's only in the show.
Kitu ukirestart nini yako azin umerefresh,
Yeah, it's not there.
Chini.
Yeah, nilitoa immediately because I was going to paste the link. And then when I did that, I noticed, so I did remove.
Okay.
So when I got, so like now, if you log into YouTube, you won't see it.
Okay.
You try.
Okay. Clinton, what are you saying?
Jex, kwanza nimesikia hiyo topic Eli ameongelea. Ni tamu mpaka yusi inatoka. Amezeeka ukweli, Jex.
Umelala kweli ama umekuja tu kuongeza chumvi?
Kitu tamu pana, inabidi usingizi na pack kando. Ni kweli amezeeka na hata hatujui
anafanya Siza kurushie jiwe ukiwa kwa kitanda. Siza.
Unajua hiyo ni maoni yake.
Ya Kalembe.
Unajua ile kitu najua mtu amezeeka ni mwenye hawezi jipandisha kwa kitanda.
Kama anajipandisha.
Wewe uliona baba anajipandisha? Maybe anapandishwa bana. Lakini
uonangi mtu mwenye wewe unasema kama unaona Museveni anapiga press ups. Sasa acha hiyo mambo yako.
Museveni na baba ni watu wawili tofauti.
Zile vitu baba amepitia zinamfanya azeeke. Mara ameshikwa detain, mara tiangas.
Mara operation za kichwa.
Museveni was a soldier.
Yes, unajua hii mambo na degree pia ita affect huyo mzee. Mara amesoma, mara ameshikwa kwa jela.
Anasemanga hadi ako na PhD. Kuna clip niko nayo they post. Anadai
angekuwa director of Nairobi University kama au na hizo madigrii.
Lakini nikuulize Clinton, kama angekuwa nayo unadhani Sifuna angesema watu wakuwe na degree? Angekuwa na support hata nani Mbadi ange support hiyo story za degree. I think they know na mabarua.
Sababu aliran nazo was 2013.
Advantage za hii ODM ni tumefungia watu wenye hawana degree watafute kwingine.
Sasa unasema hivyo na Junet unless na Junet atafanya
Junet yako na degree my friend. Junet yako na degree.
Junet ako na college. Oh, he has a law degree.
Kunayo.
Mbona gazeti lisema hana?
Achana na unajua hiyo sijui hiyo information yenu mnatoa wapi, lakini yako nao. Unafikiria kama hawana wangefikisha hivyo?
Yes.
Jex, hiyo ya baba iangaliwe vizuri. Huwezi kuwa jela at the same time Moi anakufanya sijui nini at the same time uko Germany unasoma.
Clinton nani alikwambia alienda shule akaona ako hadi kwa wall of fame ya wale wamepata degree huko Germany?
Hata mimi niliona picha ingine imewekwa kwa gazeti eti akifundishwa hiyo kazi ya welding na mkono ya mtu kitu ilikuwa ni yake na mkono ilikuwa ya mzungu.
Sasa unajua ukiongea hivyo unajua sasa ukisema hivyo that means hiyo ni matuzi na hiyo iwezi tusaidia. Sababu the moment utaanza hivyo na mimi nitaanza matuzi ya kutusi candidate wako, utaanza kusema eti niko na evidence.
Acha tusifike hapo kwa matusi both Clinton
na kusema welding ni matusi kweli.
Miguna says Raila alikuwa ameenda kufanya
ukisema hivyo nitaanza kusema hata huyu mtu wako ni mwizi, utaanza kuniambia si umpeleke court, na wewe si uende ulete evidence ya huyo kama hana makaratasi. Tuachie hapo basi.
Sasa tuambie high school alienda wapi, classmates wake walikuwa nani? Classmates wa Ruto wanajulikana.
Wewe tuambie huyu mwizi Ruto mahindi aliipa alipeleka wapi?
Sasa mahindi na relate aje na degree? Tuambie classmate wa baba.
Na degree na relate wapi na uongozi?
Jex, I rest my case, lakini nasema amezeeka.
Hiyo ni maoni yako.
Kusema ukweli, kuzeeka naye amezeeka. Juu mtu amezika Kalonzo mara 3 kwa same event. Man, unasahau jina ya mtu amekuwa mfanya kazi na yeye aje mara 3.
Mimi hata ile kusmailiwa alismailiwa na
Ashley.
Acha tu niachie hapo, lakini
kwani nani yako na miaka ngapi na ni president wa US hii? So Biden yako na miaka ngapi?
Biden ni Raila bana. Sasa mnamlinganisha na watu important.
Kidogo tu Jacob.
Kwani unajaribu kulinganisha Raila na Binde?
Na kuuliza kuna miaka ngapi?
Mandela alitoka jela akakuwa rais miaka 5
haina shida, hata baka mzee unywa masiwa. Wewe tulia.
Siza achana na Jacob, atakusumbua tu. But kulingana na kidogo tu Jacob kwa parliament portal inasema that Junet Mohamed akona degree of business administration from University of Nairobi na alienda Lenana School. Kajamaa kamesoma, ni sawa tu.
Sinawaambia ODM haina watu hawajasoma.
Nimeona kwa gazeti alikuwa amewekewa ni diploma amefanya in business management.
It's a degree. Enda kwa parliament.
Amefanya degree bwana. Junet ni mtu amesoma.
It is a degree from the University of Nairobi.
Kumbe huyu Msomali anawakula kijwa. Kumbe huyu Msomali anawakula kijwa.
Naona Imran ako hapo kwa list, nimeona hajasoma.
Hiyo list ya gazeti ndio hata mimi nilikuwa naangalia. Iko na mafans.
Kuna huyu MP from Coast huyu. Si anaitwa nani?
Wako wengi mpaka huyu hata huyu anaitwa nani
huyu MP wa Coast anaenda kuwa governor, ana graduate in the next 2 months.
Nani Nasir amesoma wewe.
Nasir ama nani?
Nasir amesoma. How come
amesoma? Huyo anaweza mtetea.
Ni mtu amesoma bwana.
Huyo ni mtu amesoma, huyo anaweza mtetea.
Ana degree kweli.
Acha nikuangalia Aisha Jumwa.
Aisha Jumwa labda ya kiuno.
Wewe
huyo mama wetu amesoma bana, ile Kiswahili yote. Heshimu mama.
Unadhani hiyo Kiswahili ni ya mtaa?
Kiswahili Mombasa wamebarikiwa nayo.
She has a degree, akona degree in akona
degree ya kiuno.
Huyo anasoma tunaye. Akona degree in Bachelor of Commerce. Usikize. Akona degree in Bachelor of Commerce from Kenyatta Uni.
Angalia ya huyo mzee amezeeka, tulikuwa tunaongelea. Amesomea nini?
Oscar Sudi
is a graduate from the streets.
Mwingine anaingia kwa parliament portal kwa sababu
inaitangwa nini hard knocks.
Mwingine anasaidia kuingia kwa hiyo parliament portal, itakuwa rahisi kwa sababu
alafu na nani na Rashid Echesa.
Echesa ni MP wa wapi? We Caesar. Tuheshimu bana.
Ana kwa sababu hatuna na alafu I want you to know nani alisema jana that kuwa CS don't need to have
a degree.
So unaona vile inakuwa tricky.
Just need to be a Kenyan ama
Mwiti huko ni wapi juu imewaka na huko wetu kuna baridi 95. Unmute.
Jua imewaka huku baya sana.
Huko ni wapi na huku ni 5 bwana? Unmute.
Seattle.
Basi simturudishie juu tuko karibu kufika 6. Ni sawa.
What? Ni saa ngapi huko? Is it 8 p.m.?
No, it's 5 in the morning.
7:15.
Uko kwenye saa ngapi?
7:15.
Najua inawaka kama ya saa 6.
Manze, ngiza inaingia 10.
Unaona ikikuja huku kwetu saa ngapi?
Kwani ni saa ngapi?
Saa 11.
Mbona hiyo kompe yako ilikuwa inaangalia tu degree ya Tangatanga? Angalia huyu mzee amezeeka, tunaongelea hapa. Amesoma wapi?
Sasa unajua niende kwa poto za mama simuoni. Clinton
akona certificate ya welding from Germany.
Acha nikuangalilie because
hiyo welding alifanya lini na alikuwa jela?
Ati?
Hiyo welding alifanya lini na jela alikuwa lini na Moi alikuwa anamkimbiza lini?
Unaona hiyo freedom unaongelea saa hii? Huyu jamani ndiye alikupigania ukapata. Saa hii ungerudi Kenya.
Sasa akipigania hakuwa peke yake, akae nyumbani niendelee kuongea. Jamani.
Raila alipigania nini? Alipigania nini hiyo unasema?
Kama ujui enda usome historia ya Raila. Sasa unajua hiyo nikianza kukuelezea tutaongea kuanzia leo mpaka kesho.
Aya, sasa siusikie alienda university inaitwa Raila amesoma bwana. In 1962 ndio alimaliza Maranda High School. Alipomaliza Maranda akaenda Technical University of Magdeburg. I hope I'm pronouncing it well. Alafu akaenda
Magdeburg.
Sawa. Alafu akaenda nyingine inaitwa Leipzig University na hapo alifanya education. Sasa sijui
There's history nasema Maranda hakumaliza, aliachia sijui alihepa.
Tuambiwe classmate wake hapo Maranda bana deskmate. Prefect alikuwa
kwa books za Maranda.
Manzejo, tuachane na huyo jamaa tumhurumie.
Tuachane naye lakini ya Oscar sijui unaongelea na wali.
Sawa. Clinton
University of Nairobi hapo lecturer alikuwa sijui
kidogo tu.
Shopkeeper.
Atuya kiasi tu. Zadat.
Atuya anachoma Jakes.
Acha na huyo.
Atuya anamdemote kuwa mwalimu mpaka shopkeeper bwana.
Zadat, can you hear me? Zadat.
Bwana good night.
Sawa, good morning from us. Zadat, can you hear me? Haya, sawa, huyo amejiamua kujituma nyuma ya tent. Sijui tuendelee na show. Ni sawa Haya. Swali ya mwisho so that we can call it a show and call it a day and
one question to the members. Is Matiang'i electable as a president?
Ebu uliza hiyo swali Ashley.
No.
Straight and
we
short.
We are trying to get away from impunity, and as a CS, he has shown that he has the boldness, even in his position, to disregard the constitution. Remember when he was asked to go to court during Miguna's time, he refused. He was asked to pay the money, he refused. He was asked to help him facilitate him to come back into the country. He refused, and he's just a CS. Why would you want to make him a president?
That was my argument.
Lift his hand and say that he's going to promise to uphold the constitution, yet you have already seen it is like a woman who is dating a man who is abusive and then going ahead and getting married to him. And then why would she be surprised that he is still abusive? And then like now I was reading another story the other day of a woman who married this guy who was abusive and came with her son. So she had a son already. And then he started sodomizing the son. And then they got a kid together, a girl, and he started even, having bad relationships with the girl, with the daughter. And then she didn't leave him. And she knew. So this is the kind of, when you said about Matiang'i, it's like we have seen even just the most recent elections. He's trying to interfere. Why would you elect him? What are you wanting from him? Or do we now want to certify impunity? That's what we need to ask ourselves. Then we better just stay with Uhuru, because he might be worse. If he can do that as a minister, what can he do as a president?
Fair argument. That was my reasoning too. But the guy who was opposing us has left.
Okay, fair enough. Can we go to something else for us to crown it well? Now that just a moment.
I've seen we have so many viewers currently.
Nimeingia kwa hii government portal imeanza kufanya vitu zangu zihange. Acha nitoke sawa.
Uko hacked.
Siwezi taka kuwa hacked na sina ubaya. Mimi ninafuata tu kujaribu kufanya aje kuinform wa Kenya. Sawa, let's go ahead. Now, jana ama juzi rather, DP alikuwa na show moto kama pasi. He discussed on so many issues but kuna zingine zilikuwa striking enough but maybe we'll just talk on one or two. And zingine zilikuwa interesting to hear from him like alipoambia Sophia Wanunu that ile time alikuwa Bomas ati aliinuka kuambia Prezo, the reason as to why nilikuwa namwambia ati alikuwa busy akipeana nitwaje the mantle to the opposite candidate. Ashley, do you think there is some truth in that ama alikuwa ajichocha tu?
Of course, I'm sure he cannot come there and lie what he told the president.
Because President akiwa Sagana alisema because I was comparing notes.
So in fact, then he prophesied because recently.
You remember what the president said?
No, that's why the president might have laughed that much. It sounded like a joke, but just recently he's saying that he's going to support someone from NASA. Then you know, so it was the truth. And I think that's something that would make them both laugh the way they laughed. It made sense when he said that. Now, I want to add that also from, someone was asking him, why can't you leave and you're not doing anything? And he said, like when an architecture draws a house, so, and then someone goes to build the house that the architecture has drawn, who gets the credit? Is it the person who is building it or the architecture that came up with the design?
Because there are things he said that originated from his office and
yes, the roads, the infrastructure that we are now praising. So from me, so actually Uhuru is just commissioning the brainchild, the things that Ruto actually did with some people, and Uhuru was not involved, and that's why he won't leave, and that's why they say, why is he taking credit? Now, yesterday I understood why he's bold enough to take credit, because these are his toys, these are his toy projects.
His ideas.
That is what, yes, not only the ideas, they sat down and chatted what needs to be done. So in the second term, it's like the architecture has already drawn the building plan, so that it's just being built, it's just being enforced. So in reality, what Uhuru is doing, from what I inferred from what Ruto said, he is committing professional dishonesty by commissioning the roads and taking credit and not giving credit to Ruto while he does that. Because in professional, like even in professional, when you like whatever they're in, you're supposed to give credit. When you don't give credit and you let people assume that you're the one doing something, it's called professional dishonesty. And I think that's why Ruto says, we've done this. He has done it, and he's just adding Uhuru on there because they are a team. But yesterday he said, without saying, that actually those are his pet projects. What Uhuru is doing is just commissioning, like opening them once they are complete. But he had nothing to do with the start of them.
Okay. Mwiti, Do you agree with the sentiments from Ashley? Nakusikia kwa barabara. Can you hear us properly? Okay. Zadat, can you hear me?
Yeah,
Zadat.
mko live YouTube peke yake. Facebook imeisha.
Facebook imeisha. Na nikiweka hii comment ikikuja watu hawezi ipata kama huyu Jimwangi. Akikopi hiyo link, anaiona?
Kuiona aje?
Anaiona hapa kwa comments venye nimeiweka. Ama sisi ndio tutaona hii comments.
Facebook, tuko live Facebook. Facebook imeisha 2 minutes ago. 8 hours.
Oh, juu 8 hours
Yeah,
so how do I help you?
Live inaendelea ni ya YouTube.
Huyu anataka link, tutamsaidiaje? Maureen, I really wish we could help you, but anyway, we'll see.
Tell them to go to YouTube. Tell them to go to YouTube and then just post the link there. And I think I left a link myself.
Umeweka, eh?
No, okay. I left when I was joining. I was going in. You just need to go and copy and paste from what we are on right now and just post it on the comment section.
Okay. Okay. I did that, but haikuji. Sawa sawa. Mwiti, there's this thing that Ashley says, that most of the things that we are seeing coming into play, just like the DP said, some of them.
I didn't say that, Jake.
Sorry,
that is what Ruto said. That and he mentioned 3 people they met in Karen and they came up with those like their classes of stairs of how the project was going to be opened up. I'm lacking words to put it in. Yeah. But you understand what I mean, right?
I do. Mwiti, this was the argument from the DP, that he even quoted CS Kamau, he quoted CS Masharia, and he said some of the developments we are seeing, some of them were crafted and the ideas were proposed from his office. And we have been seeing the president launching and even commissioning finished works. Yeah. Do you think the president is sailing on ideas that Ruto brought home? Because at TVET haikuanza hata na hii 2013, it began when he was the Minister for Agriculture, if you remember correctly. So some of the things zenye hata alikuwa anazisema, some of them are from his heart, or rather from his brain, his brainchilds. So do you think prezo wetu ni anamaliza kazi ya wenyewe, ama amenyima mtu kazi, lakini kuongea tu kweli kazi yenye anafanya ni yenye ameambiliwa na huyu jamaa?
Nikiangalia, honestly me I don't see you. Sionangi huyu akiwa na any idea kwa kichwa yake. Akini mtu mwenye anapeleka watu anywhere kama so anaweza angilia hivyo Ruto alisema, sababu unajua kuna kitu
alafu ana hijack ndio ikaeni kama zake.
Okay.
Kuna kitu anasemanga ni kama watu hawajaiuliza kwa nini anasemanga hivyo. Na anasemanga mimi ni deputy president. Na mimi sio mlevi, na mimi sio wazimu. Na ninasema ninajua. Hizo ni wande nakanga kurudia na watu hawajaiuliza kwa nini anasemanga hivyo. So kuna uwezekano some of projects na tunaona zikilaunchiwa na mimi zingine zimeisha hazikuwa idea za Uhuru, because Uhuru doesn't look like anaweza kaa chini ajifikirie mwenyewe, yani tu hivyo unaonanga wenye ana hivyo unamuonanga si akai mtu wa kukaa chini na ameka hapa idea na implement. I don't think kuna uwezekano ni waamini kwa hiyo ofisi yake na some of them kama that's why anakaa kisema akona idea on how vile atafanya vitu zake. And I trust him because mbona wakaba hapo kusema ni uongo? Yeah. Na hawana vitu kusema ni uongo because it's true.
But akiwa kunaitwa Mululu ama I cannot remember the name ya kwenye Mama Msali alizikwa. Alisema I'm in charge of this government and I know what I'm doing.
That is why I said That is why I said he's stealing, he's committing professional dishonesty. And that's why they want to chase away Ruto, because ameshawapatia plan, the master plan, what blueprints, amewapatia blueprints, so they want to implement and claim it as their own. You understand? He has done more in the second term, because the first term was planning, now it is implementing. So they want to chase him and claim that as their own. And ndio amekataa kutoka, because he can see the game, how it is being played. Akitoka, Uhuru will say, this is what I have done, and he just followed the blueprint that Ruto laid out, and is being implemented, which it shouldn't come out, but I think it's coming out, because that is what I got. What I inferred from what he said yesterday. That's what all the roads, not some of them. Some, all of them. I would like for Uhuru to mention one thing. He has called people in his office, apart from firing people from Jubilee. Kila kitu amefanya, what his pet project is, from bottom kuimalizia. Akuja tuambie.
Okay.
Yeah,
Wow.
ni kweli Jake, sababu mbona hebu
I wish I can get some ODM guys waingie ndo ikuwe hata tamu zaidi.
Mbona kila saa there are so many things zinafanya amkane, there are so many things zinafanya amkane na aseme manze nime give up, this guy amenipresent kwa wall, but he doesn't do it. So there must be a reason why. Maybe hivyo Ashley anasema hataki kutoka, watu waonekana we did it. So those are some of reason why watu wanaona then inaweza kuwa ni ukweli, some of these things they were planned through him. Juu jamaa hataki kutoka, it's because hataki kusemange kama vile alitoka ndio nilifanya kazi. So probably it's true.
The president just said he had done more in the second term than he did in the first term. But Ruto jana alisema in the first time it was more planning. What you're seeing going on now, the roads being built, that is what they planned in his office. So it is honest for someone to come and open and say, now it is complete, this is what Jubilee has done, without giving credit, like trying to imply that you did it while you didn't do. That is called dishonesty.
Okay, Atuya, Mister, let me ask you. Alisifu the other day that he has done more in this term than previous term. What are some of the things unasema zilianza kwa hii term na zikaisha?
Probably BBI na iko katikati ijaisha. Handshake. But the truth is Uhuru is suffering from an identity crisis. He's trying to show that he's in control. You know, when you are in control, it comes out naturally. And one of the reasons why the people around Uhuru felt like Ruto was outshining him, so like they tried to say, just push the guy away and try do things on your own, look like a president. But the guy was not ready, he was not cooked for that kind of a job. He's trying just to push things. So what can we say that Uhuru has done in the second term? Maybe the road that started from Mombasa Road to Westlands, but it is a brainchild from the Kibaki government. That I had Wetangula saying they passed that thing in cabinet back in 2013, back in 2010 with around 23 million budget. Billion.
But by the time Uhuru alikuwa anafanya ilikuwa 63.
Yeah, 3 times the original price. So he's just trying to cut a political image that he's working. He was trying to impress the kind of people around him. But if we can do just a thorough audit of what the president has done in the second term, maybe the completion of projects that started.
Kuna watu hapa wanasema Lamu project, and I want them to go back in history waangalie siku yenye ilikuwa launch. Actually Ruto alikuwa kwa ground aki-launch.
Which project are they saying?
Atiyo ya Lamu.
Ya Lamu, the Lamu port. That I think it started. Was it not even under Kibaki?
if I'm not wrong.
Kibaki had the idea, but Uhuru Ruto began it.
The groundbreaking happened during the first time.
Yes, it was during, and Ruto was, I think, very visible.
Instrumental.
Tulimuona sana hiyo function.
The only project that Uhuru started was BBI.
I think even BBI was Babas, but lakini ndio Uhuru aibai. Unajua nini? Uhuru didn't want a referendum. Well, they told him to Baba,
really
to him, maybe telling him they'll give him the prime minister position and give it power.
Okay.
And you are here. That's what I suspect. It was even Baba's project. But they had to sell it to him.
That was the main idea behind BBI.
Okay. Yeah, they dangled the prime minister position to Uhuru, telling you don't even have to retire when we do BBI. And then he was like, okay, I think I will accept the referendum. Because in the beginning it is Baba who used to talk about it. And then with time Uhuru got sold into the idea. Uhuru anakaanga tu analetewangwa. He's never made any decision in his life.
And to be factual, Raila is always behind all referendums. So I'm very sure
nationally hatuya kama kitu kama huduma namba, vitu kama huduma center,
vitu za kukula pesa kama huduma namba, what was it for? Those are the things that
happen first term. Mbona zimekataa ku happen second term? Hakuna any major landmark thing.
As my president says, my president, the next president, the fifth president, deputy president, coming into the second term.
Why did Yaga have to sleep early? Yes.
Coming into the second term, priorities changed.
Wacha tusikie kuna impeachment motion Clinton analeta. Who is being impeached?
Kesho tunatoa William kwa issue. We have to petition the government to arrest him.
Sasa yeye ataenda kwa nini?
Ati kwa sababu alikuwa na nini na rally Nakuru.
Can we also petition whoever authorized the safari rally?
Alikuwa na rallies.
Na yeye ndio aliyokuwa na hii safari rally. What about that person?
Kwanza safari rally ndio ina attract more gathering. I wish you go around, you'll be shocked. Me, I'm on the ground.
So
Nakuru, I can tell you the amount of human beings gathering to witness. You know, wengine wanajaribu kujikumbusha venye walikuwa wanafanya tukiwa wadogo when safari rally was a thing. This is ibambi juu hata hakuna matope. You know, ilikuwa ina bamba ikipita.
Even before we start criminalizing Ruto.
Yeah.
It looks like we always weaponize things when Ruto does them, because in Kisumu now it's on lockdown. Can you tell us who was there in Kisumu last 3 weeks ago?
COVID is always an issue. And
why are we impeaching Ruto while we start with the one who has actually we have tangible results?
Yeah.
Tumeona tu tuanze na yeye kujia.
Kwani kuna watu wako na license ya kufanya crime in Kenya?
Kama
hivi tutawa impeach moja, lakini kesho tumeona tuanze na yeye.
Tunaanza na kichwa. Tunataka kichwa kwanza.
Unajua Clinton is basing his argument. Kuna mahali nimesoma. I think I don't know if it was what do you call him? This guy who came with tyranny of numbers, Ngunyi guy. Ngunyi was saying that we impeach the DP so that we can put Raila as the DP. So I think
that was the intention. Hizi maneno zote usikianga wakitaka kuimpeach, they want to give Raila that position.
But that would even make the masses furious.
That will create a massive sympathy not for the democracy.
What we need to do, we need to bring Mikuna back.
Before
we all need to bring Mikuna back.
Mr. Tuya, do you think some people will take it lying down?
So let me ask you this: people are comfortable with a Matiang'i presidency. Why are they not comfortable with a Miguna presidency? All Miguna does is abuse people. But let me tell you, if they put him there, our watu wetu wameiba hizi pesa. kutoka 1963 zitarudishwa.
But actually, there are guys who are just good in. There are guys who are good in what do you call it, hyping the masses. But akiwa kwa ground vitu ni different. Our perform sana, you know, because if
I think
PLO
he would
is
do
a good
well.
orator,
I think he would do well and as an AG.
okay, we will see. But let's
Yes.
yes,
PLO amefanya nini?
Yes.
PLO Lumumba amefanya nini? Unataka kuwe rais na hiyo kizungu yote?
No, it's Ashley who says that he's good. I have my reservations.
What about
Bwana PLO
Maraga?
hawezi kuwa rais na hiyo English yote. Atatu address na hizo English zote.
Maraga
Tushinde
hapana.
tukijiuliza eti
You know,
rais amemaanisha.
Ashley, there's something that was said
Why
here. I
not
think
Maraga?
Actually, there's something that was said here. I think it was Collins. I can't remember who it was. That also to be a president, you need not just the good English, the good previous track record. At times, yeah, the ability to pull crowds. Unajua, the charisma, the ability to attract
But
people. Because
Uhuru
you see, for
doesn't have
example,
that.
no, but
Uhuru doesn't have that.
what Uhuru had a very strong campaign
Name.
person in the name of Ruto, who hata ukienda kwa rally zao za zamani utaona Ruto really kwanza ana hype the crowd, and then Uhuru anakuja na summarize tu kidogo, but the main man, the show maker. So unaweza kuta mtu kama Miguna anaweza kosa hiyo, so not so many politicians have that. But
I know Miguna has that because the last time he was saying we'll take all the pictures, we'll go and do a bonfire, and I was screaming in the house by myself.
Yeah, but I don't think he has it, because I remember when he was doing his campaign for gubernatorial seat in Nairobi, ilikuwa tricky.
No, the guy is not political enough.
Unajua hana the ability ya kuattract nini, what do you call it, the mass.
He's an intellect. He's an intellect.
Yes, but when it comes to pulling the crowds, akiwa peke yake one on one, ni mnoma. But the ability to control, pull, and keep up with the crowd.
Speak to the masses.
Yes,
that's a learned skill. That's a learned skill. I wish when he went, wherever he went to learn that skill. Some things are learned.
Yeah. I wish that if that one can be learned, it can be good. Yes, Mwiti.
I will never forgive Miguna.
Tukichagua leaders wetu sababu what will we do? Tunaangalianga nini? Tuangaliana kwa huyo mtu.
The folly of the moment.
Why tukienda kuangalia ati penye mtu hawezi push crowd, penye hawezi tulete, yani tunapotelea hapo. That's where we get that. Hivyo ndio tulipotea na kina Ruto na Uhuru, I mean.
But Mwiti, that's the Kenya for you, bro. Mwiti, that's the Kenya for you.
Hapo Ruto. Sema hapo ndivyo mlipotea na Uhuru.
Not even Kenya, but I want to believe even in the States. I've never been there. I'll visit Ashley once. In the Democrats or in the Republicans, when they're going through the nomination process, I think the most charismatic guy, the leader with the ability to speak to crowds, pull crowds, I think has the policies. Always gets the chance to get nominated. You can't just go with the policies that you cannot.
No, like when you look at Biden is so boring.
But you see, Kamala Harris was one of the things that ilimuuza vizuri sana. And also the backing
also
of
Obama.
No.
Kuna hii inaitangwa the base. Wala watu wa nini Democrat themselves in the party, the one who they wanted, they pushed that person.
The other thing, it was also a protest against what? Alafu ilikuwa protest against the failures of Trump. So if
Trump himself, if you are looking about charisma, Trump, you can sit there and keep laughing. His comedy in itself, the things he says, it's just like entertainment. If you are looking for comedy, but you will laugh until you learn that whatever is the policies are affecting you, then you start thinking. That is why we need an educated population. mtu kama Sonko mkicheka and then you see he's not doing anything. But Kenya, we laugh and we choose even now this time they might make the same mistake they made ile ya kumera because they are using the same mindset they were using during kumera to make another decision.
Actually, kumera was more of punishment to Baba, and now it will be the same mindset in punishing Uhuru. So
that's they haven't learned. They haven't learned that the policies of people, like why should someone go to school and work hard and then you start working and then you start being unapewa pesa, unatolewa pesa mtu mwingine abildiwe nyumba na yeye alikataa kusoma. Why can't we make enough jobs that someone can afford to build their own house? Kwa nini mimi niende kufanya job alafu nitaksiwe mtu ajengewe nyumba na sijiwete? Kama ilikuwa for disabled I can see, but to make for people because who don't want to work, who didn't want to go to school and they cannot afford to build their own houses, they should carry their own crosses, and that is what Ruto is proposing. I do not like that at all.
Niko na shida moja
Clinton dakika moja. Collins, allow me to do this the manual way. If you can open a tab, and then let me read for you the link, kwa sababu Clinton ameshindwa kuingia. Let me put it for you. This is what we have done to others. Acha nikusomee please, bro.
It's almost breakfast here. I've not slept.
me very soon nitakuwa na wacharge.
Nataka link.
Ndio nataka kumsomea. Collins,
unaweza iweka
Facebook imeisha. Inaanza hivi, ushaweka the website ile website https.
Okay, I meant on WhatsApp, sorry.
Uko na namba yake?
No, WhatsApp. Don't you go to WhatsApp and you paste it on the group.
Mimi siko kwa group.
What? You are in WhatsApp?
Nilitoka kwa group leo.
Why?
Hata alianza kuweka picha zinanikumbusha mahali pabaya, but anyway. Collins, inaenda hivi. Hata nikutumia kwa direct kwa your number, sir. Allow me to do so. I think I have his number directly.
Sasa unapomtumia text, niko na shida moja na Wakenya. Wakenya wanasema hii 2022 wanataka free and fair election. Okay. Wanataka sijui IBC ifanyiwe nini. Sijui vitu mingi, na mimi nawauliza, mbona hii time ya Ruto wangu tu ndio mnataka hizi vitu zote zifanyike? Si tuende tu na hii IBC tumezoea kuenda nayo. Alafu hizi vitu zote mnataka marekebisho William atafanya akishaingia kuwa rais. Tuende tu venye watu naenda. Mbona hizi reforms zote? Mbona hizi coalition kubwa? Simwache muunde hizi coalitions.
Collins, angalia WhatsApp yako unatumia.
I've also pasted one on YouTube.
Yeah. Angalia YouTube, angalia WhatsApp. Okay, alafu Clinton kuwa rada kwa.
Clinton, so you don't want a fair and free election?
Acha hizo tufanye after William amesha kuwa rais. Atarekebisha hiyo IBC mnataka. Atarekebisha. Hii hakuna time. Mbona hii time ya Ruto tu ndio mnataka kila kitu kiwe shwari bana?
But you know what, Clinton, it will work against him if the IBC is compromised because Uhuru is seated is the president. So he might use state machinery he has more power to compromise it. So I would pray.
Clinton, what is telling you, but what is not saying is, he knows when the president is still on and ODM is joining Jubilee, he knows it will be a sure ticket for Baba. So,
hey, Bana, I don't subscribe to Baba's presidency. Mi sitaki president aliingia anaanza kutafuta.
Na kuogopa Clinton, wewe unakuwa kamol kiasi.
The only thing that Uhuru is adding to Baba is state machinery. Ile Jubilee ni shell tu. Hakuna kitu hapo ndani. Hata watu wengine walikuwa eleweke.
State machinery can really interfere with the elections. You know, for example, if Ruto maybe goes and plans a meeting and then You remember what was happening in Bonchari, in Kabuchai, and other places. The state inakuja through police and all, inakuja inawahangaisha, the meeting inakuwa cancelled, tear gas and all, and then the other side their meeting inaendelea, TV wananyimwa airtime to speak
Yeah.
of, unajua they can finish
And that is
politically.
what Matiang'i is doing. So I really wonder what somebody in their head would suggest Matiang'i to be the president. Because he's the one who does, most of the time it's his name that is mentioned. Even recently they almost went to impeach him. So why would you choose? Is it that we want criminals to be our leaders? I don't know. What is
Actually,
our...
I don't know if you remember one time this Anne Kiguta wanted to interview a Tangatanga person, and she was told she cannot, and she had to resign. Because
Dindi.
Yeah, Dindi Nyoro. So you see, and I saw him the other day alikuwa kwa punchline after Nani had left. So I want you to know that if the state wants to frustrate a team, it's not difficult. It's using its machinery.
But Moses Kuria said that people are saying they are going to rig the Kiamba. And he was like, I've seen votes being stolen because I'm the one who's usually stealing.
At times I don't take Moses Kuria seriously. He makes serious jokes.
He hasn't. He doesn't care.
Just a moment, people. Collins, jiko umesaidika? Just comment hapo chini ndio tujue kama umesaidika. Go ahead, Jacoredo.
Hii system natutisha nayo. Niliona system ikinyima rais wangu Donald Trump awamu ya pili. Trump alilia yake yote, na mi pia nilimsaidia kulia. Tuliibiwa hiyo ya United States.
Ya Kenya na system ya US ni different.
Sana hiyo hapo pendo Slavia, sijui hiyo kubwa hiyo Jex, hapo tuliibiwa kabisa. Wale Trump alishinda ba.
So, Ashley natamko aje?
Hata hii system naturingia hapa eti system ya Kenyatta itaisha tu. Kama US tulishinda Pennsylvania, Biden akachukua. Tukashinda sijui wapi na wapi.
Mwiti is there. Mwiti. Kuna mtu wako hapa anaongea Kikamba la jina Kizungu anatamka. Ni Pennsylvania ama ni hata nimeshinda kusema vile. Inatamkwa aje hiyo jina?
Hata mimi sijuangi.
Hebu itamke tusikie.
I think ni Pennsylvania.
Pennsylvania. Okay.
Ashley, wajua hao watu wa Marekani ukianza kuongea English yao hautawezana. Tuongee tu yetu ya Nairobi. So Mwiti, baba naye amezeeka na William atamwachia kwa umbali sana.
Hezron, tutumie link. Hezron, send your number, we send you the link. Sorry, that's the only way we can do it. Tumeshinda today we apologize. Wale watu wao wanatuwekea link wamekuwa na challenge.
Tumelala bana na wakati wa kuweka link pia nyinyi mlikuwa mmelala.
Guys, I'll leave you. I'll have to go and sleep.
Hata mimi
sleep ama breakfast hatuya jamii.
Sasa mimi lazima nilale at least 4 hours.
Hatuya, you are from where?
Around Kiambu.
Ulisema Kiambu. We, swali ya mwisho, Moshomba alihama alafu leo niliona kina mama wakisema TB Mtialala that the lady alikosea. Do you think hizo sentiments ziko sawa? Niliona mama with placards wakisema
no, those I've done politics before. What happens usually when such a move happens, someone just buys 5 women, 7 women, you print them some t-shirts, and you pay them. They go for a media brief. Okay. But for ground, watu wanasema they will punish. I usually go to Kiamba for some walks kuona siasa venye iko. They say the only fear they have is that Uhuru anaweza iba, but they are saying they are punishing him.
Okay.
Yeah.
So, do you think in Kiamba UDA stands a chance to humiliate and finally put to rest Jubilee?
It stands a very big chance,
Aha.
There's
Uko karibu na mali nani Kiamba iko ama uko mbali?
in fact niko kwa border, let me say kwa border, yeah.
Aha.
Niko almost hapo tu.
Okay.
If you've been around Ruaka area,
I know Ruaka.
Sasa ubaya Oda watashinda hiyo kiti na hiyo time Ruto hatakuwa deputy president.
The issue is
next week, but one now, brother.
But tunamtoa kesho.
Wewe na nani?
Kesho tuna pitch William kwa hii show. Wait and see.
At last we have an ODM guy.
Final. No, huyu si wa ODM, huyu ni wa maendeleo chap.
No, I've not said anything.
Huyu ni maendeleo chap.
I've not said anything about impeaching anybody.
Maendeleo chap, karibu sana.
I've not said anything about impeaching anybody.
Sasa unaulizwa kama wewe ni wa
Tuonane jioni bana.
Sawa bro.
Good day.
Si jioni, kesho.
Huyu akoko kwetu ni jioni.
For some of you ni kesho, sisi ni leo jioni.
Ni leo jioni. Sasa good morning sir.
Collins ameenda wapi?
Leo siku nataka kuongea and nimesikia tu vitu zingine zenye hazileti starehe. That's why nimekuja.
Karibu sana. Kwanza kuna huyu jamaa anakuchokoza hapo, anakuuliza aje ati kama uta impeach deputy kesho.
Ruto is not going to be impeached by anybody.
Huyu anasema ati atamuimpeach kwa hiyo, nashindwa atatoa wapi numbers na tuko huku kama dhuraku.
You know, some things we say in this show and some of them are totally wrong. Yenye hata ukisoma, you just know this is wrong.
Yes.
And I'm so surprised when somebody said that they wanted to impeach Ruto so that they can put Raila as the deputy president. That is not the law.
It was a sentiment by
from Ashley. It was Ashley.
Okay, let me.
It's not me. I didn't say that. I said that is also what I suspected. I was backing whoever said that. I was condemn.
But I think that's what I saw Mutainguni said.
Let me tell you something about Mutainguni. This is one guy who went to a college of his own, a college that he is the owner, and then pronounce himself as a president, as a professor. Okay. That Fort Hall school is his, and he graduated from Fort Hall school to become a professor. That's not, Mutainguni is not a professor. I don't recognize him as a professor.
Wow, unachoma lakini ni sawa.
I've said it and I will say, I even said it on their page.
Umerudisha hadi Atuya na alikuwa ameenda kulala. Atuya umesikia
ni professor, is a real professor.
Is a PhD holder, is a PhD holder, is not a professor. I can back that.
All right.
He's a PhD holder, he is not a professor. He's a doctor, Mutainguni.
Hezron Kijangulu, can you be able to see the link I've sent you via WhatsApp?
You don't become a professor by going to your own school. That's the same thing like Gideon Moi did. That's the same thing that Gideon Moi did. Went to their own college, Kabarak, and then became and he never went to any class and has a degree. So that's nonsense. School is very difficult. That's why Ashley says you can't come and pretend that you want to be a leader to be paid 300,000 because you are an MCA and you have not gone to school. You need a degree, not just a degree that has been bought, a degree that mtu ameendea shule na amesomea. Okay, something about Raila Odinga becoming the deputy president of the Republic of Kenya is an impossibility. Election was done, and the election was between Jubilee and CORD. And Jubilee was not a coalition, it was a party.
Hezron,
with the pre-election part.
Now can you delete your number? Just a moment, Collins. Now delete your number from the YouTube. Kindly delete it. It is good there. Kindly delete for your own safety, brother. Go ahead, Collins.
Yeah, the Jubilee was elected in power as a party, not as a coalition. In 2013, we elected Jubilee as a coalition. with other 17 parties. The last time it was elected in 2017, it was elected as a party with a pre-election pact between Jubilee as a party with the other party that changed its name to UDA. There was a PDR something. And then there is KANU. And NAC Kenya did not get into any coalition with them. NAC Kenya worked on its own as a governor with the lady Karua as a governor. But they were not having any pact. They were just supporting as an affiliate. Just the same way ODM is working with the CCM. I know you don't know that party.
Yeah, Chama cha Mashinani.
Chama cha Mashinani. And then there is
my brother.
And there is also another party that was called, there is also another party in Kisumu that is being CCP.
Hiyo labda Clinton atuambie CCP inamaanisha.
I don't know the full name, but it was led by Grace Akumu, the wife to the late Dennis Akumu. So those parties worked together. So if Uhuru was elected as a president, the vice president must, if they're impeaching Ruto, then it must come from the same Jubilee.
Okay.
They can only make sure that, and make sure also that KANU worked with them as a pre-election pact.
Okay.
It was not a post-election pact.
Okay.
Can I say something before you go on?
Yes.
Yes, Atuya, kwani ulani leo?
No, that's one thing that I want to just remind Collins. We know the legalities around that the deputy president must come from the coalition that formed government.
Yes.
But currently, we have opposition MPs.
Clinton, mute your mic.
We have opposition MPs holding
mute your mic.
Holding committee positions in parliament, and that is against the constitution. So what will stop? We have Gladys Wanga chairing a committee, and she's not supposed to be chairing a committee. We have positions.
But Atuya, let me ask you.
Atuya, that is wrong. That is wrong. In the parliament, the committees in the parliament.
There's a law that does not permit some chairmanship positions to be held by the opposition.
No,
there are preserved. No, there are preserved for the position that won. But currently, the opposition has already crossed the floor and they're holding positions. So there is an illegality in parliament that is going on. That's what prevents the same parliament from approving Raila as a deputy president.
The only thing that
same government.
No, you read the constitution, Atuya. Atuya, read the constitution.
No, I'm just
don't hear what politicians are saying in rallies. Just read the constitution.
No, we have opposition leaders holding chair positions that are not supposed to be held by the opposition.
There is no law that is saying that they are not supposed. They are saying should be, or the only pack that can be held by opposition. Only pack. Okay? That pack is the only position that can be held by opposition. Others are free. And also there is interior, the how do you call it?
The security.
The security is held by the ruling party and the leader of government business. Those are held by the ruling party.
Collins, when did the constitution ever stop Uhuru from doing what he wants?
There are a lot of things that Uhuru cannot do. There are a lot of things that Uhuru cannot do. Okay, is disregarding the law because every another thing is not touching on the structure of governance.
Something in court to be unconstitutional, and those people are still on payroll
those
right
are
now.
civil.
By the
Those are
government.
civil things. They have not changed.
It doesn't matter. The
structure.
court has already ruled those are. If you're arguing about constitutionality, their constitutionality, I'm unable to say that word.
You can say it constitutionality.
Yeah. So if you're arguing about that, already the court has ruled that there are some which are already unconstitutional, and that Uhuru has not taken action to correct them.
Yeah.
So let me tell you today, if they removed Ruto and put Raila, what do you think would happen? Because he can do that.
It cannot work because you know the type of country we are living in. You know the country.
Again, Collins, I know your argument. I can tell your argument. You're saying that the constitutionally that one is not it's unviable. What about if Raila renounces his position as the ODM leader for a period 6 months prior to the impeachment?
But you see, the problem is
or even the coalition.
What happens? What happens?
Here's the thing. Raila is already in. Okay.
What happens is, according to the constitution, there are two sides in parliament: the majority side and the minority side.
Good.
Now, by virtue of ODM having more numbers in terms of NASA side, it is the one controlling the minority side. If Baba happens to move, automatically he loses the minority side.
Correct.
Guess who comes next? It is Kalonzo.
Yes.
So if Baba moves, my argument is if he renounces ODM, then he's free to be appointed by the president.
He wouldn't even need to renounce ODM. They would just need to be in a collision. Like right now, they became in a collision with KANU, and they put someone in KANU as a majority leader. These people know how to manipulate. If they decided that Raila was going to replace DP and they successfully impeach him, all they would need to do is call those people from ODM and say that they've joined a coalition, so they are now together, and then they would appoint Baba.
Actually, let us know. I said something when I started.
One moment. Collins, what happened to KANU having the majority? Before 2017, they had a cooperation agreement. So in a way, KANU is in Jubilee, but working independent. It's just like URP, not what do you call it?
PDR.
Yeah. So if the government, or rather Jubilee, wanted but the problem is he is a majority leader from a party that has only, I think, less than 10 people in both Senate and
two
elected and one nominated. So I think it is a joke, but the reason as to why it's there is because there was a signed cooperation agreement. But I don't think that really justified not to give a Jubilee person. I think they should have given a Jubilee person.
That's why I'm saying that is the same craft that Uhuru would use to put Raila. If they were successfully able to remove Ruto, Raila would take that seat.
Actually, let us not reason like laymen. Let us just use the law, okay? Sometimes
I am reasoning the way I know Uhuru. I know today. It's only that Raila Ruto has refused. I am telling you, whether it is unconstitutional or not. Is Nairobi supposed to have an MNS? Is there anywhere in the constitution that talks? Is in that person being on the payroll right now? They're not supposed to be. There's not supposed to be. There is already a governor. They say they put that guy there because Sonko was not performing. Now because there is that lady Kanan, why is that guy still there? Because
actually, I want you also to remember this person. Not only is he at the head of NMS, anaketi kwa cabinet. So you see, even if it is an illegality, you see, to the level at which Mbaka Menge into cabinet listens to the secrets of the cabinet, I think it is strange. It is.
You know what Collins is trying to say. Collins is trying to follow the law.
Collins is
as it is. We are trying to think like Uhuru. We are not trying to think like a normal person who obeys the constitution. We are saying what Uhuru would do, and that is
okay. Can I go to the next, because I think there is something we are not understanding. There is something we are not understanding. Anything that changes the structure and form of governance will need a constitutional amendment.
No, that is not a change of structure.
So if he's bringing in an opposition person to the government, that is changing the structure.
What if
And that's what
Raila
he's saying. What
renounces?
he would do,
What
he
if
would
Raila
put them as a
renounces the
coalition
position he
partner.
holds?
Yeah,
to
what
where there
Atuya
would
is
not
saying is
be
correct. You know what
opposition.
we should make our argument to go towards what Atuya is saying, because this is a very valid point. What if Raila renounces his position as an ODM leader? Okay, that is what we now should talk about. Raila as a person, he's as ODM leader, he's in a pre-election pact with the ANC, Kalonzo, and Ford Kenya, and their pact was ending at the end of this time. So NASA, as at now, wanaweza enda kwa party, kwa hizi marallies, they can say anything, but NASA is not dissolved. It's ending with the end of this election term. So it will end automatically. If Raila today renounces himself as the leader of ODM, then he must join Jubilee, because the deputy president must belong to the political party that won the election. That's why Ruto told you yesterday that the people who are moving, they are not moving from anywhere to anywhere. There is nothing called exodus. There is nothing called defection, because Jubilee signed a pre-election pact with the PDR. PDR changed its name to, how do you call it, UDA. So when people are moving from Jubilee to UDA, they are not moving with a written resignation. That's why they can't go for another election.
You know, Colin, we are not saying, what you're saying is how it should happen.
With that.
Nobody is disagreeing with you. The thing, what I am saying, what Uhuru would do, whether it is constitutional
or not, he would do anything except appointing Raila as the vice president.
There, and nobody would say anything. Nobody would say anything.
He would do anything apart from except. He cannot even if today Ruto resigns, he cannot tell Mudavadi, Kalonzo, but he can give the son of Moi to be the deputy even tomorrow.
Collins, use my argument. My argument. If Raila renounces his position as an ODM leader, that does not mean he's still in NASA. ODM will remain in NASA.
Yes.
But Raila as a person, he will be a free agent. He will be free to join Jubilee, and then he can be eligible to be nominated by the president.
Correct.
As a deputy president. And that is a loophole the Brigades will think of.
But do you think it's possible for Raila to lose his ODM to another party?
No.
That's generally thinking.
No. Principally, he can lose that. He can say, I've resigned. But the party, even if he leaves the party to Orengo, he knows he can go back and get it.
That's what you are thinking. That's not what can happen. So, no.
That's how who is running this country.
Let me tell you.
Yes.
Okay. Okay. Somebody says that Miguna can be Miguna. There are only 5 people who can pull crowds in Kenya currently.
William
Ruto can pull crowd from, even if he gets 4 people is enough to make a very big crowd. That will pull crowd. Another person who will pull crowd, Uhuru can never even pull 1,000 people if he's alone. Suppose as just said, after in 2017, kama hangesaidiwa na Ruto, he cannot even pull 1,000 people, unless it's in central Kenya. So he cannot pull even 1,000. Raila can pull crowd. Sonko can pull crowd.
Who?
Sonko.
Yes, he can.
Sonko can pull crowd anywhere. If you give him the shortest time, it will be full. Mudama can pull crowd anywhere.
I'm not sure.
Yes, Mudama can pull crowd anywhere.
But naona kama Mudama ameisha.
And Joho can pull crowd.
I can agree, Joe can.
Any other person that is in those groups is only an exciter, and a best exciter of a crowd, somebody who can excite crowd. Moses Kuria can excite crowd even if the crowd was done.
Very true.
Boni Kalwale can excite crowd even if the crowd is done.
James Orengo.
James Orengo can excite the crowd, and Babu Owino. Those people can excite crowd. There are females who can excite crowd even if the crowd is very dull. Aisha Jumwa can excite crowd even if people are crying. Give her the microphone. Everybody will be laughing. Then there is Florence Mutua, the lady who comes from Western, the one who talked of something like sisi wa mama tumebarikiwa kuna huku tumewekewa nini. That lady can do it anytime.
Huyo anaitwa huyo ni wa Trans Nzoia.
Yeah, huyo mama wa Trans Nzoia. Si Florence Mutua?
No. Acha nikwambia anaitwa aje.
No, anaitwa Walubengo, si? Is she?
Walubengo.
Is she the Walubengo, the lady? That lady
hizi amekaliwa, anaenda kutolewa, amepotea sana.
Yeah, ametolewa, amekaliwa. Alafu Boni Kalwale can excite crowd hata kama hamuna furaha. Give that man.
Janet na Gombo. Nangabo Wanyama.
Huyo mama can excite crowds hata kama saa ngapi, but she cannot pull the crowd. Another woman who can excite crowd is Winnie Otieno. There's a lady who comes from Siaya. That lady can pull crowd, can excite the crowd.
She's the woman mwenye alisema alikuwa na kampeni ya Tandi.
Yeah, the lady who campaigned for Atandi. If Atandi was left alone, she could not.
Yule wa Punda Udonje Cool.
Yeah, that lady.
That woman is very nice, man.
Those are people who can excite crowd anytime. Come and pick Meguna and put him. He will not even pull 1,000 people. He cannot pull crowd and he cannot excite crowd. So if you talk of charisma is developed, charisma is not learned. Charisma is somebody is born with it and then you develop. You cannot learn it.
Okay.
Ashley alisema hiyo. Muguna cannot make a good president. Anytime.
Atuya kuna history ulikuwa umeraise ya DP from what do you call him? Raila. There is a process. One, there is even going to the IBC. That name will have to be referred to the IBC. Now, as it is, IBC wako na records zao. They know that Raila was a candidate.
ODM. An ODM leader. And an ODM member. And is a live member.
Yes. And kuna how do you become a DP and and all. So
you know that can be manipulated.
The president. Unlike hiyo majority leader ni president ana determine, hii iko na ka process kidogo. Unaona kama venye walitoa Mwaura. It wasn't a walk in the park. Kulikuwa na kuenda kwa political party, sijui kwenda wapi. Hii kwanza kuko na impeachment. The impeachment has to sail.
Okay, let me ask a question. Yeah. If they had that plan, it's something that they will hatch like a year before, 6 months before. So,
but do you think at the moment they're able? Do they have the numbers to impeach him? Do you think it's possible?
No. Okay. Let's assume he was impeached. What happens if Raila resigns from being an ODM member? It's not cast in stone.
It's so difficult. Difficult.
Being a life member, you can revoke that.
You can revoke that, but getting through the system until he becomes the vice president, itapata kama the term ya hii parliament imeisha.
No, I'm trying to
unless anataka kuwa the shortest serving deputy kama Mudavadi.
These are legal loopholes. These are legal loopholes.
For 60 days.
Unless he wants to be a shortest time.
No, wait. Next, I want to ask, what if he resigns? He resigns earlier enough. He's no longer an ODM member. He joins Jubilee by the virtue of registering to be a Jubilee member.
What does the law say about leaving a party, joining another, and also qualifying?
It's just 3 months or 6 months.
It's 3 months. So if you put 3 months, do you think we'll have impeached the DP?
No, the plan was he was supposed to be impeached in 2018, 2016.
Huyo ameishi kuimpeachiwa mpaka tumesahau the number of counts.
Impeachment of Ruto started in 2019.
The issue,
there are so many people who have tried.
They can impeach the deputy president today, and Uhuru will take 7 months to nominate a candidate. That the grace period of 7 months, Raila can join Jubilee and become a member. So
and only serve for 5 months.
It's a preserve for?
Because 7 months from now,
so me, I'm wondering why you're thinking
I'm not speaking about today. It's already late.
It's
what
late.
That's why do you think Uhuru cannot, if Ruto resign today, that Uhuru cannot appoint Raila tomorrow? Because even like Murabe said, he has left the party, the Jubilee, and then he said, the president declined. So what they say, he had, they can come up with some documents that he already left the party 6 months ago, and now he's free. They can say anything.
What happened in the case of Murade is Murade resigned bila kuandika, and then later when he wrote the letter was not received through the right channel. He was told to wait. Then he was called by the president, advised, and then he never wrote the letter again. How many letters of resignations have we seen Zamurade?
That is what they told us. So what would they tell us about Raila? That's what I'm trying to get.
About Raila, people will go to court because he must take this thing to IBC. And there are a lot of people will go to court. And for these cases to go until they reach that, Raila, yes, he can join and he can be appointed, yes. But he will be like a vice president for 2 or 3 months. And what does it benefit him for being a vice president of 2 or 3 months? So at some point, as long as we look at the illegalities and the possibilities, we also look at the viability of the thing. As we have said, it will be short, the time will be over. Suppose it was done in 2019.
Collins, if you remember Buddy the other day, I think he was in 2024, I cannot remember. He said, when they look at the merit or lack of it, of impeaching the DP, wanaona hakuna haja. It will not add any value to them. That's what
I think Malifika Sai, it's not, it can't happen. It's not something
that's a possibility.
It
can't happen.
I was to say something, Collins. Ashley was saying something about being a member. I was a member of Jubilee before the 2017 elections. A week to nominations, I was supposed to go for Jubilee nominations. I left Jubilee, I joined another party. They backdated my membership to 1 year back. And I was,
you are the reason to konokora hii mtaa.
But that's possible.
I was easily accepted by the registrar of political parties, and I got my nomination from IBC as being a member of a National Agenda Party of Kenya for over 1 year. And it happened within 2 days.
Because you were not a live member. And they had nothing to show that you have not been subscribing to the party that you're going to. That's why we had people who were nominated in ODM. They went for nomination, failed, and got the Farmers Party. They were for the elections.
The argument to the registrar of political parties was, I was registered to Jubilee without my knowledge,
without your consent. Yes.
So that was the argument.
Yeah.
And I was,
but Atuya, honestly speaking, do you still hold the thought that a merger between Jubilee and ODM, let's not even imagine of impeaching the DP, do you think it is a merger that can work in the favor of ODM, honestly?
I totally disagree. The only asset they are gaining is Uhuru Kenyatta. And Uhuru Kenyatta might come with that. I saw somebody say maybe 2% or 3% from Central. That is the only asset they are getting from Jubilee. But believe you me, there is no leader from Central Kenya who will stand with Jubilee and Jubilee supporting Raila Odinga. There is no one. No one will risk that.
Atuya, I want to support you also. Anything that ODM is gaining by the merger is not even Uhuru Kenyatta. They're not gaining. In fact, they are losing a lot by joining.
So what would you advise them, Collins?
Yeah.
What would you advise them? Because I think they're just going deep to the muddy waters without knowing. They're sinking deep. And
anything that is being done in this, anything that is being done with the Jubilee joining ODM and the ODM joining Jubilee, the main aim here is only to ensure that the party is no longer Jubilee, so that when Ruto wants to simama na hii party, apate kama hakuna. So I think that's the only thing. My simplistic thinking tells me that they just want to try.
To the party.
They want to ensure that the party is totally swallowed, so that when Ruto comes, it's no longer that coalition. And the only thing they are doing is to dismantle Jubilee. And Ruto said it yesterday. They are trying to dismantle Jubilee. And today, I see somebody talking about the card.
Thing.
No. Impeachment of Ruto can happen if they want to do it. But is it going to benefit the impeachers? It can only be done just like we want to ensure that he is going to this election as a lame duck. But they're not impeaching him so that he goes out of the government. They're just impeaching him so that when he goes to the election, he approaches the election when he's already bruised. Nobody's impeaching him so that they can put another person. For example, if today Ruto is impeached, it's not going to take 90 days, less than 90 days. They work on a formula of getting another DP. Today we remain with 12 months to election. You take 90 days, that's 3 months. When is this one going to take part? And he must be a member of a political party. So that is with the same Jubilee in the government. So anybody in the ODM, nothing. They can only put, and again, there is something that Uhuru is trying to do. That's why they had to get Pogisho as a person who was going to be given, because Pogisho comes from North Rift. So they were trying to do something like regional balance. Hata kama tulitoa huyu, bado tumemweka huyu.
Replacing with a person from the same,
from the same region. So there's only person.
Came to Duale and Kimunya.
There's only one person.
For Duale, they brought in that guy who is the secretary
Kimunya.
of Jubilee.
No, they brought Kimunya. Duale was the leader of majority. They brought Amos Kimunya.
They brought Amos Kimunya, but they added somebody called Adan Kainan.
Yeah, Adan Kainan.
They added Dr. Adan Kainan to keep in touch. So in all these things, that's why when they got Murkomen out, they had to bring in Pogisho. The only person that still agrees with Uhuru in the North Rift is Professor Kamar.
But I can tell you for free,
I think for survival purposes.
I can tell you for free, she will not be elected. I have some great intel from the ground.
Yes, Professor Kamar. As at now, the only person who still agrees with him and is still in Jubilee Party is Professor Kamar, Margaret. So if he wants to get somebody,
you saw what happened the other day. She went to a church service. She was good that she had to leave. Actually, it was a burial. So Kamar wanted. In fact, she even began talking in Calais, trying to plead with the guys around to listen to her, but they could not have none of it. Actually, they said like it's kinda alifukuzwa kwao home.
She can't stand it.
Have a good day.
She can't stand it. That's why you see even Isaac Ruto is having a lot of difficulty down there.
Yeah, he is.
He is having a lot of difficulties in Bomet again, because the deputy, how do you call him? Deputy Governor Barjok has become so strong.
Yeah, he has. You know what he did? He sailed on Laboso's legacy.
Yeah.
And as much as he said on Laboso's legacy, jamani kama alikuwa na ngoja tu apewe kiti. He has really done a lot. Alafu amekuja na ideas kali. So
I was there by then a few weeks ago. I even saw a very good stadium and some
he's
good
really doing a lot.
You know, people thought
Bitok rather, I don't know.
Barchok.
Yes, Barchok, yeah. He's doing serious things on the ground. So umse wa mashinani itabidi ametry kitu ingine cause hiyo ya governor itabidi tu amekimbia. Alafu unajua Bartok amekuwa na Ruto, huyu jamaa amemjoin to the other day. So it will be an interesting competition to see. Ni kama tu in Eldoret, Buzeki and Caleb Kositani. That will also be an interesting one to see.
Kositani wants governor.
Yeah, Kositani is running for Wasingishu. He wants to replace Mandago.
And then just believe it, Buzeki won't be given the ticket UDA.
Buzeki amechanganyikiwa. One time anaongea na baba, next time ako Amani. It's not easy to tell.
Hiyo ndio shida.
Buzeki is in KANU, Buzeki is in chama cha
He's everywhere. He's everywhere.
Back in 2017, si walikuwa wanasema he was a project of the DP.
Yes, at first they thought DP hakuwa anataka Mandago because Mandago ni mtu mwenye ako independent minded. Unajuaga venye anaongea.
Actually, Mandago said he was the only governor supported both by Raila and Uhuru at the same time.
Yes. So Mandago is always independent na hataki siasa ya kukaa na mtu.
Yeah.
Hataki siasa ya kukaa na mtu. Uliona aliongea aje? Juzi tulitembea tukamzungukia Uhuru nchi tukamkampenia. Saa hii baba ndiye ako State House. Nikikutana naye kwa corridor nitafanya aje?
But so, with big politicians, you don't want somebody who's gonna compete with you. It happens.
Yes, so, I don't know. Let me ask Atuya. There is a drama ambayo itaingia very soon in Murang'a. Who do you think will carry the day? They are very interesting names. I don't know if you remember the guy named Jamlek Kamau.
A very strong man.
Yeah, very strong
former
man.
Minister of local government. He was
There is this lady by the name Chege. Sabina Chege.
That one has nothing. Can't get a governor.
Today she was ranked the best women rep. I don't know.
Yeah, but she can't get a governor.
She can't go for governor.
There is also Irongo Kangata. What do you think?
That's the next governor.
Irungu Kangata is the darling of the people.
Irungu
because
Kangata
of
is the
Barua
next.
thing.
No, not even of the Barua thing. That guy, he's soft spoken, but if you listen to him, you will know part of and it's very consistent.
Yes.
He's very consistent with what he's saying. The only thing that makes him problem is alcohol, and I can say this on TV.
He's a drunkard.
The only thing that messes with Irungu Kangata is alcohol.
But sinijamwa church.
Church hata wewe unaenda.
Lakini sikei. Nachoma bwana. Ashley anachoma unaachilia yende hivyo.
Even today, Aisha Juma was in church and she quoted a very good verse, 2 verses in the Bible.
Matthew 7:7.
Is she a Christian?
What I don't know is Jamlek is coming.
The best verse she has ever quoted was Proverbs 26:4. That was a good one.
But is she a Christian?
I don't know.
She's
what
not.
does the verse say?
Google. It is an interesting one. Kuhusu udaku.
Proverbs
26:4.
Mnapotafuta Proverbs, kesho tunatoa William.
Unataka kumtoa umpeleke wapi?
We labda tukutafutie bonga points za
Umesema Proverbs ngapi?
26:4 inasema
ili matusi bana.
Busoma vile nasema. That was my best. Hiyo alipoitoa ilikuwa fiti sana. Kwanza in Swahili.
Mine is written in the law. I can read it in the law, but I can translate it the way it is. If you reply a stupid man in a stupid way, you become stupid.
That's what you.
Okay, I'm just loosely translated it because mine is written in the law.
You Luo.
Yeah, Luo.
But maendeleo chap guy.
No, yes. I've always thought you are a Kamba guy.
Not really.
Luo, but chama ndio
chama ndio maendeleo chapchap.
Sasa amepata nini kwa hii chama? Haina
I
mwelekeo.
really doubt he's a real member of that party.
I'm a real member of that party
we have
because
Ayaga. Ayaga says he's Kanu, but he's
he's a mole in Kanu.
No, my uncle was a Kanu from 1992 and he has never moved and even contested in Kanu.
Okay.
My uncle contested in Kanu in 2002, and then even when his brother died, in 2000, the brother died, he campaigned in Kanu, he lost, and imagine he was in Kanu and the son to the late was in LDP.
Okay.
Now you can see. Then he was in Kanu again in 2007. Again, he is still a Kanu member. And he still has the Kanu t-shirt, the Kanu shirt, the short sleeve red shirt. You know it was there in 1987. They were given those kind of shirts.
I remember it.
So he's still having those shirts. Okay. I was a member of ODM in 2007. In 2013, I voted for Peter Kenneth. Okay, because I was in the team of Peter Kenneth in Kisumu. After that, I got into Maendeleo Chapchap. When Maendeleo Chapchap was made, I almost went with Wavinya Ndeti because I sat in her. Yes. Yeah, because that is the only thing that can make
kama Watford.
The problem is when you getting ODM party ticket in our area is difficult and the nomination is like going to heaven.
Okay.
So for you to campaign well with that nomination, you can win, but you can never get it. And those who get the party, those who get, no, I know I can give this and I can say this. There is a guy, a ward rep that won the election. But for him to get the ticket, he was told to go to a certain place because these people could not give the ticket. Everybody wanted the ticket. And everybody was everybody was presenting over 300,000 to get that ticket.
What?
And so now those are the people you want to be leading. I mean, like they already don't have democracy in their own party.
You didn't understand. Actually, you didn't understand me. I'm repeating myself. Because you are rushing to ask me to say something. That's a conclusion. The people who didn't win the election were already in the office, and the people were ready to give that 300,000 so that they be given certificates.
But why? Why?
And here's the thing: Collins resigned from his job in Nairobi. Okay, and he feels that he can be a ward rep. When I reach there, I find that I did not win election. Then because I believe money can run things, I'm here with my goons. I'm the one who won. I know somebody who was number 6, but when he went there, he wanted the certificate.
Okay.
But you know, I'm not just rushing to say, one time when Sonko put tapes online, what's her name? That lady in Nairobi, the women rep. She was asking Sonko to give her, she was asking for money because she wanted to give Raila more money so she could get prominence in whatever she was going to be. So it is a known fact that they bribe, they don't use. So what I was saying from what I have learned before, not from what you're saying, that those positions are given according to how much you give.
According to how much you give also is there, because, and it's in both, why are Kenyans so running with the parties? Because if I have a party here, let me tell you, Ashley, I've participated in 2 elections. One of which I was an officer, and another which I was almost getting to be a candidate, and I lost, which I always say I lost.
You were a candidate?
I was almost a candidate towards the end of the election. That's when I was told, Wachia Nani. And I had to leave it because sincerely I didn't have the numbers.
How much were you given?
I was not given anything.
You are not given hope that next time you have it?
I was only given that I will be nominated. That I was told. You can get a nomination. But at the same time, I did not resign because I was working for an NGO. So I did not resign. And let me give you something, actually saying it. Aldai constituency was another hell. Anybody who got the URP ticket was already one leg in.
Aldai is ndio kwa Keinan.
No. Aldai is in my area, Chemase. Aldai ndio kwa kina nani? Hapo Nandi South.
Mbunge huko anaitwaje?
I don't know kama ni nani ndiye alienda Busenei ama ni nani, because the other time was Sally Kosgei.
Aldai ni Serem.
Yeah, Serem.
Corneli Serem.
Whoever got that party ticket, any party related to Ruto, anywhere that Ruto is supporting, once you get the ticket, so people went to nomination and people were running with the money. Ukishapata wewe ndio umeshinda, unafika pale unapata mtu amejideclare na amekuja na goons na ako na pesa. So actually, if you say those are the people you want to get, even the people you are fronting now,
I am fronting nobody. I am still looking. Me, yeah. You know what? We are looking for clean politicians so that our country can be better. I do not support anybody who brings impunity to Kenya at all.
Nomination is the problem. I think you can check on my post that I posted in May last year, where I said Uhuru Kenyatta will be the president, but he will get less votes than Raila. But at the end of the day, Uhuru will be declared the president. Mudavadi will join and something like that. Of which watu waliniita ati ama hiyo deep set haikuwa, niliulizwa kama I have some clue of what's going on. And when Mudavadi joined ODM, somebody came to my post again. Here's the thing. Nomination is where we have the problem. If we can do nomination like this year, if today like America does its own primaries, mapema sana. Munajua so and so, ndiye anaenda kuwa what, and so anaenda kuwa what, anaenda ku fight in the other party. Our country is a country where Atuya belongs to Jubilee, na akisha realize apewi certificate, ama anaenda kwanza anashindwa pale anaruka.
That is what Kabogo was complaining, because
yes,
as per Kabogo, he says that the reason as to why actually he didn't make it eventually, it's because the dynamics of nominations as he favor. Do you think that it is a problem in all parties because then
all it is not, it's only a problem, it's not a problem to these small parties, because I never competed with anybody. I did not compete with anybody in Maendeleo Chap. I was given.
You know, Collins, and that's the problem. You see, like the way you're saying your person, you know, people come here and protect their person when they are doing illegalities, and that's why our country is the way it is. Me, the only reason I choose Ruto is because on top of whatever they say he does, his policies, the things that he's saying he will do, make sense. But it is, if I would get someone who has a cleaner path, I haven't had anybody, I would personally choose them.
No politician in Kenya has a clean path. If you want to get that,
tap. What is like now? You keep saying you're in this party. You've never told us what he stands for, so you don't sell him. We just know the party. We don't know nothing about him, and he might be the best. But the people who are in his party just say they are in his party, but they never tell us what that party believes in.
Jacareda is laughing behind the scenes.
I've never been asked by anybody, because you people concentrate. You concentrate on. You concentrate on Raila, and you concentrate on Raila, you concentrate on Ruto. Nobody's concentrating on what Kalonzo is saying, nobody's concentrating on what Mudavadi is saying, and nobody's concentrating on what Kivuta is saying. Nobody's concentrating on what...
You are his mouth, so you're the one who is failing by not telling us what
you're saying. You as a person who supports the party.
You ask me, what does your party say? And then I open it, because every time you people are discussing, we are discussing coalitions. If you tell us to discuss the political parties, which I think you people should set another day for it, then somebody can give you what the party stands for.
But you should hijack the like now when we are talking, you should talk a little about Ruto and say, but you know Mutua does. You have to be aggressive.
No, okay, then I think
you're not,
actually,
you're not then committed.
You're not a good ambassador.
I think Ashley, you know, there is something called
Jacoredo's the other day seriously selling his party in
that's when he's heckling. That's when he's heckling. So we don't need
those are times when is very serious.
My
party leader is very serious, man.
You know, there are some things that leadership is not about heckling. Leadership is going procedurally. You must have somehow. I don't need, there are things that we always say. Do not convince somebody to stay with you.
Okay.
Do not persuade somebody to stay with you. But make somebody not find a reason for leaving you.
Sasa tutalive aje na hatuja kujoin? Convince us to kujoin bana.
Collins, you've been here enough times. You cannot, there's no excuse you can use to say why you have not taken. You don't have to echo. Let me
tell you.
You sat that as your 2 minutes. Let me tell you, last time when you said you're in chapter, do you know I went to look? I had never thought, I go to other people. Just the fact that you mentioned, I went to listen to him. So imagine if you added 2 more 3 points, not only me, all these people who listen, you'd be getting more. I was actually telling you that because I went and I said, this guy actually, he's like Ruto to some extent.
Mutua and Ruto almost have the same points. Almost. And if there is a person,
campaign yake ni kama ya Kalonzo.
And let me tell you, the problem that Mutua is doing, he's too much diplomatic, but only in the Eastern Province.
Okay.
But another thing I like, in fact, your candidate, that's why I'm telling you that because I went and listened to him. He also talks about some of the things that Ruto doesn't talk about. He talks, maybe he stole the agenda from Ruto because it's on the bottom up. He's talking about the bottom up.
But actually,
he's also talking about corruption.
What happened to Mutua, it's just the other day ndo alianza kuongea hivyo, and I'm suspecting these guys are slowly drifting to the UDA kwa sababu you see initially alikuwa anabash the DP, but of late ata he's soft even when someone says something nasty about, because I follow him every morning on Thursday when they talk on the State of the Nation on Citizen TV. And when you listen to him, initially alikuwa anafanya show inakuwa boring given that it was more of a campaign strategy and all.
Let me tell you, what Ashley is looking for, what Collins is looking for, what Clinton and Jakes are looking for is not who is on the seat. What we are looking for is, and we are not even seeing which party is on the seat. What we are looking for is there any candidate that can take Kenya back to productivity? Because we are too much a consumer nation.
Yeah.
Is there somebody, a candidate that can, even if there are 3 candidates, is there somebody that can take Kenya back to a productive country? Because we need only production. There are only 3 things that Kenya needs: health, production, and infrastructure. The only 3 things that we need: health, production, and infrastructure. Because if we have good production with agriculture, as at now, we are having maize that is coming from Zimbabwe, Zambia, and Tanzania. Hiyo ndio mahindi tunakula Kenya. Na kuna mahindi in North Rift yenye inaharibika. Ukienda saa hii pale kanaitwaga aje, Tinderet, ukipanda juu, you will realize these people have a lot of maize. But their maize is not helping because the government wanajifanya, they were supposed to be buying maize, but government wanajifanya. Maize ikitoka nje inanunuliwa kwa shilingi 4,600 kwa gunia. Lakini wakienda kwa farmers wa kwetu wanataka kununulia at 2,800. You remember the other time Mandago alikataa the same thing. Watu wetu wanamwaga maziwa. So a farmer, umepotea Jex?
Kuna kitu ili happen. You remember Kionjori, one of the reasons that alichujwa
ni maize. Uhuru anasema walipwe do zinatolewa, siku mbili tunasikia zimepotea.
Yes.
What do you think is happening?
The thing is this, mahindi yenye inatoka nje watu wetu wanalipa 4,600 kwa gunia, na mahindi yenye inatoka kwetu, because me I come from one of our side is Rift Valley. Mahali home yetu iko only barabara moja and then Rift Valley. Our market is in the Rift Valley.
Okay.
So mahindi yenye iko pale inauzwa kwa gunia moja 3,200, but the government wants to buy from them at 2,800. So hawapeleki mahindi pale kwa silos.
Inaitwa NCPD ama inaitwa
NCPB, the National Cereal and Produce Board. Wakipeleka pale mahindi, sasa Uhuru alisema if you are buying mahindi from nje at 4,600, why can't you buy the same maize from our farmers? Alafu Kiunjuri anatoa pesa ana rate at that 4,600 na wanafinya farmers at that 2,800, wanapotea na 1,200 I think kwa kila gunia. Unaona? Na hiyo pesa haifiki farmers, and then farmers are supposed to be paid immediately. It should be 14 days after you deliver your maize, si ndio?
But I think watu wanataka kulipa, wanangoja mahindi ikae. Unaweza enda kabla mahindi yako iwe weighed na waichukue, wanakukaisha hapo nje. So by the time wanachukua mahindi, mahindi kama ijakauka kabisa ina lose weight kwa sababu maji inapotea.
Yes.
So by the time wanapima mahindi yako unakuta kama ulienda na gunia 400, gunia kama 50 zinabidi zijazilie hizi 400 kwa sababu kilo imepungua, so hazifiki kilo. So eventually you end up making a loss because they took too long. By the time they are buying your maize, either ishataanza kuturn because of poor storage and all. Eventually wanaidismiss, wanakuambia iko na aflatoxin, wanakuambia hao ndo watatupa. They don't eventually tupa it, it becomes their problem.
Alafu kitu yenye
eventually they own your maize.
Kitu yenye Ketera alipinga was this. When they send the maize, farmers are supposed to be paid in 14 days.
Yeah.
So in that 14 days pesa yako imeshatoka, wewe hupewi, wanachukua nayo another mahindi. So they are trading with the farmers money for 3 months.
Okay.
In that 3 months, divide by 2 weeks.
Hii sakata ya maize, you remember when I think it is the regime of Kibaki and Raila, one of the reason Ruto alichujwa kwa Ministry of Agriculture ilikuwa ni maize scandal. You remember mpaka they had a vote of no confidence, but I think he won it. I'm not sure. I think so. Ilikuwa tu scandal ya maize. Hii sakata ya mahindi. So I think it's something that has been chini ya maji, but it has serious corruption issues that goes with it.
Even today, if you want to get rich today, Jax, I'm telling you this, I know Clinton is still here. If you want to get rich well in Kenya, number one thing that you can do, kaa na lori yako na ukae na pesa. Zungusha lori yako ifike Tanzania, utakuja na mahindi. Okay? Then ukuwe na a good store in Kenya yenye imekauka. You will have a lot of maize in Kenya. Ikifika mwezi wa 12, mahindi yote yenye tulikuwa tumepata imeisha. Ukianza kuuza hiyo mahindi, that is what is going on in Kenya. Wanaleta mahindi kutoka nje. And then now when they start selling it, the prices are almost double. No. Then it becomes a big, then unaenda wana create something called hoarding, scarcity. They hoard mahindi ndio bei iongezeke, and then they talk to millers. That is what Ketera alikata, Alfred Ketera. Wana hoard alafu wanaweka mahindi, then they tell the millers mahindi hakuna, bei ya unga inapanda because bei ya mahindi imepanda. So if they increase the prices of maize, they will increase price ya unga. Or waki increase price ya unga, mahindi itaongezeka automatically.
Collins, in as much as we are blaming the CS.
Karibia simu Jacoredo atukusikii.
Oh, nasema sasa nasema
uko sawa, unapotea. Karibia vizuri bila pingika.
Kama pia wamekuwa wajanja, wanakataa kupeleka mahindi, wanasema let's wait, kutakuwa na
Vuta simu tena, umeenda chini.
Oh, acha nivae earphone maybe.
Not all farmers are taking mahindi to NCPB. Wengine wanauza, but our government is funny. Ukiuza mahindi yako nje with the equation.
So how do we solve this? Because eventually the common mwananchi unga bei itakuwa juu always.
Yeah.
Uko sawa.
Sasa farmers wengine wanakatalia mahindi yao, wanangojea at the right time ifike. Right time pia ikifika, serikali wanakuambia hatujaingia kwa msimu mwingine, so kama ulikuwa umeficha mahindi bei ni ile ile. So unakuta unaendelea kuficha mahindi yako mpaka Jex, mbona screen yangu inaniambia eti live imeisha? Mnanisikia kweli?
Live inaendelea.
Okay. So I also blame farmers, bana Jex. Alafu unaona kina Ruto, kina Kiunjuri, all these leaders, they are the real farmers. Because wanajua ni serikali imetoa pesa lini, imetoa pesa ngapi.
But Ruto the other day said, Ruto the other day said that he's farming basically mahindi yake hata huwa hauzi hata a single grain yake ni ya kupea kuku.
Sisi pia tukamwambia aache kutumia hiyo mahindi yote kwa kuku. Sisi Maasla hatuna mahindi.
Ya kuunda feeds, unajua kuku zinahitaji feeds. Actually ile inatumanga production ya mayai na nini inakuwa serious ni because feeds ni bei kali.
Yeah, hapo
okay, we are burying Jacoyo today.
Yes.
We are burying Jacoyo today.
But Jacoyo smiled, Collins. No. Jacoyo smiled.
Jacoyo according to Jacoredo said that it happened that during the the view that Jacoyo had a smile for Baba, the last smile.
Yeah, because Baba supported him politically, you know.
Unajua Clinton guys.
Jacoredo has never seen anybody dying, and I know you, Jex, you have seen people die.
Hey, many uncountable. At times wengine wanakuacha na memories.
Yeah, so there are some people when somebody is dying is in pain. Some of them die in pain, and there is something called rigor mortis. Huh? You understand it? Huh?
Yeah, we are discussing.
Yeah, rigor mortis. When somebody is dying, if he was saying no, and then ikakatika, oxygen ikakatika, that muscle imeganda na huko,
so lazima
itarudi with time. When somebody comes anaona mdomo imekuwa
smile, kama alikuwa amefungua macho bado itabaki hivyo until for some time.
For some time. So when Raila was called, he was called when Jacoyo was almost dead, and then akafika pale akapata kama, so he thought that's what he said. I thought he's smiling, and then we realized he's dead because hakuwa ametolewa kwa bed. So Jacoredo, I think you understand that now, so that you don't say a last smile to Baba is
rigor mortis.
Hata si rigor mortis. Unajua mtu akikufa times kale kajoto akaishangi tu mara moja. I remember juzi someone was brought to the hospital, so the first thing they said bado akona joto, but you know that is not proof of life. Being warm, being warm is not proof of life. We have to get a pulse. If there's no pulse, you have to check even if you're breathing, but even you might be breathing, but you're brain dead. So there are so many things to prove that you're alive. So smile peke yake is not a proof of life. So
my last question to you. Hii sasa ni ya Kenya in general. How is life there bana? Nasikia
mkate ni ngumu mpaka nyinyi tunafahamu tutumie kakitu bwana.
Mkate ni 80 alafu
no. Walitoa tax ya mkate, but
I think mkate ni 55.
No, it's 50. But
when walikuwa wametoa hiyo proposals, unajua Kenyan business people walikuwa washapandisha and it wasn't even passed in parliament, but wako, you know, Kenyan people wakisikia mafuta itapanda wanaweza jifanya
wanaipanda kwanza
wanaweza jifanya hakuna mafuta kwa station, saa sita ikifika tu hivi so is the same thing. So mkate imerudi pale, lakini sijui weight shida iko wapi, hazitoshani. Kuna zingine ndogo bwana.
Clinton, me, I live in Kenya. You know, I live in Kenya as much as I live here. I live more of my life in Kenya as long as I'm in the US, because mimi nalipa token venye watu wanalipa. Everything is paid from my side. So nalipa token. Mimi nafanya shopping yangu. Mtu anaenda na pick vitu, natumiwa, I send the money. So mtu akinene tu hivi, I know in here. So if you ask me kama bei imepanda, I can tell you bei imepanda. I pay my DSTV from here. So mimi naishi hapa. Wasemaga hapa kule. I share my Netflix hii yenye na watch hapa, mtu anaiwatch nyumbani. Somebody is watching it in Nairobi.
Na usinitumie link kwa sababu haita ni cost.
Itakuita tu cost, mtakuwa mna watch wawili.
Si mimi connect na wifi na ina nini tu.
But you can watch it very many people, Collins.
Yeah, but when they are all active, when they are all active and on different, wewe unajua VPN venye nini, si VPN, ESDN, ESDN venye wana notice somebody is watching it far away.
Asini naweka VPN na naweka niko Canada, niko
yeah, my Netflix works and it's working in Nairobi and it's working also here. So
unitumie naweka VPN na watu
not paid now, as at now it's not paid. Sijalipa hii month yenyewe.
I'm joking anyway. I think
but I can send it to you. If I put the money, I can send it to you. Yeah, ina shida.
Mimi niko na accounts za Netflix karibia 4.
Unafanyia nini? How thief are you?
Not thief. There is nilipea mtu laptop aka log in akaniachia huko. Ingine tulitengeneza ya Wakenya.
Sasa unitumie moja.
Tulitengeneza ya
login nayo kwa screen. Ni ile screen niko nayo inafanya tu na DS, sijaweza kuwekea Netflix.
Nitakutumia moja bana. Kuna ingine hapa tulitengeneza na watu wa Namibia. Nitakutumia hiyo.
Nitashukuru bana, utakuwa umenijenga.
Watch ya watu wa Namibia. Hiyo mimi
nimejenga.
Yes, there is a certain device here. I don't know how we can. I don't know if I could. I was trying to see. There is a device here that can watch 1,700 channels of TVs all over the world.
Wow. Nikipata hiyo si unajua tu na vile unaonanga niko informed, nitajua kila kitu.
And the only thing it needs, it is set that it's in Canada. And then it watches all the TVs.
Okay.
Na mpaka DSTV zote. As long as uko na internet, ita set.
No, mimi na wifi niko fine, niko set.
As long as you have the wifi, you can watch all the DSTV zote bila kulipa.
But nyinyi mlienda majuu mkapeleka Ukenya huko, hiyo ni
but you will no, it's in Canada, it's coming from Canada. The person who gave it to me, I have it here. But I wanted to see if we can maybe export it. It's you only paid 30,000 for the whole year. Na una watch
ukisema nakumbisha bwana, unalipa karibu 3,000 na mamia juu bana.
You are paying 3,000. I was paying compact plus at 8,400.
Manze unalipa mpaka kuna wakati kuna mwezi mwingine unaona hii mwezi utachill kuwatch movie uone vitu za YouTube.
I was only praying that they can but it's only that you don't know how to do it. Wewe badala ya kuwatch DSTV ungeweka YouTube na watch nayo hizi vitu zingine, and then ukienda kwa Netflix pay for Netflix.
Jalipia bwana. I wish ningekuwa najua vile watu wanachomoka katikati bila kulipa. Hiyo ningekuwa fiti, but anyway, hizo tutaongea nyuma ya
but Collins, kitu nimekuja kurealize hizi developed countries bwana wako na solution to all these things zinatusumbua Kenya, kama kulipia DSTV. Mimi kuna mtu alinipea link ya less than 10 letters ama 10 words 10 letters And I can watch everything on football.
Yes.
Kwanza football bana.
Kama nimelog in kwa simu zote, naweza watch all the Premier League games. All the
really?
Yes.
Nimeweka simu zangu juu ya kabati. Nasema ile ni Barcelona inacheza, hii ni Man City. Every team.
Na huku lazima uwe well connected kwa DS.
Na ni link peke yake na internet unahitaji, and then you can watch everything.
And then I would tell you there is something called a screen magnifier. Unaweza weka simu nyuma ya hiyo screen, alafu ita magnify hiyo screen, ama ununue ile
I have a friend who has such. Pia naona app nyingine inaitwa VPN sijui what
So you can magnify na watch TV kubwa from that your phone.
Lakini itoi poa kama screen.
No. Iko sawa if you're using the screen magnifier, wachana na ile ya projector. Kuna kitu inatoshana na TV hivi, inatoshana na laptop. So unaweka simu yako behind it and then it magnifies the whole screen, inatoshana na hiyo screen yake. So you will watch all the games that you need. Ashley amerudi. So tukisema mambo ya ball ni kama tunampoteza.
Jakes.
And I don't want our sister to be lost.
Nilikuwa namaanisha hivi Jakes.
Yes.
Venye nimekuuliza mambo na life ya Kenya. Mimi nimeamua kurudi nyumbani bwana.
Bro, kaa huko. Kaa huko.
Visa yangu inaisha 23rd June this year.
So apply tena.
Niliapply nikapewa. Inaitwa Fictions Bescheinigung, as in short term visa ya. Wakaangalia nini yangu inaitwa nini file, wakakuta eti niliingiaga nikaenda shule 2 months nikaacha. So wakachukua hiyo kidogo walinipea eti clean tulikupea so many years lakini huko unasoma. So we've decided to take the time we gave you again.
You can apply for school again.
You can
kwani usiende Canada na vile kuna opportunities nyingi? Is Germany better than Canada?
We are Europe, so haiwezi kuja Canada.
Is it better?
University life ya Europe tena nianze life ya America.
Which one do you prefer?
Bro, I think huko ni kutamu kuliko huku.
Actually, somebody who has gone to Europe, in most of the time, it's not easy for them to adapt to their life. But they can, if you go to London, the England and the Britain, you can adapt to the life in Canada. Because they speak the same. Most of the things are done under the Canadian, under America, under UK, because they don't have a president. They use the Queen Elizabeth as the superior.
But bro, ako Germany.
Yeah, ako Germany. So they are totally different things. But kukuja Europe, opportunity wise, ako sawa.
In Germany ama in Canada?
Canada is better because they still need a lot of people to work. But now the system in Europe is easy because this guy can move in akona Schengen visa. So he can move to Switzerland. He can move to Switzerland.
Countries,
yeah, he can move to Switzerland. He can move to Austria. He can move to Hungary. He can still move. Ni sahi England ndio kuingia ni ngumu because of the Brexit. But he can still go to France. He can go to France. And he can still go to Lithuania,
tena freely.
Yeah, you can still go to Sweden.
France.
Somebody moving from Germany can get to France na si poa sana. Because you are coming from
mnakunywa coffee na jamaa anakuja na bunduki anawaoa wote. Hakuna security. Sasa kesho unaona tu kwa gazeti kuna mtu alitoa bunduki place pa kunywa chai akaua kuna.
Na huko kwenye kuna nini? Wasichana wale najua. I have a friend I went to school with. Aliolewa na kinini lecturer, an old guy older than her dad.
What?
In Germany. Actually, I know like 3 or 4 or 5.
There are many people.
Even wanatumize na watu wa cute.
But Ashley, with the people in Germany,
Yeah, in Germany, but I think they did that to just become citizens or something.
Okay.
Yeah, but they are still married.
Oh, okay. So
yeah.
So to them it was all about interest, eh? Si mapenzi.
I guess each of them, the man has a younger person that their interest is fulfilled, and then they get, like
So this younger person is caregiver to them, mama.
No, this guy is a lecturer, but the girl is young, but the guy is older than her dad.
Actually, what you are saying, Waafrika wameifanya kuwa business. Like ukipata Mwafrika mwenzako mwambie, na ninaona uko na papers, I want you to marry me for papers, atakwambia anataka 10,000. Sasa 10,000 utamtolea wapi? Na unataka akakusaidie. Hiyo kitu wameambukiza hadi wazungu. Huwezi katia dem hivi eti I want you to give me papers. Mzungu atakuambia yes,
mimi sina appetite ya wazungu.
Nataka unipe ball, lakini unanipa from nilipa 7,000, 3 unaongeza hii ball ikigrow.
Wow.
I thank God mimi sina appetite.
How do I impregnate you with 1,000,000 shillings, Kenyan shillings?
Actually wanauza mimba.
We Collins, huyu jamaa anaongelea different person. Huyu anaongelea different person. Kwa sababu the only person tumesikia anaitisha milioni na mapesa juu ni huyu jamaa by the name Mukisa.
But what we are telling Nani, what we are telling this guy who is in Europe, Clinton, we are telling you this for free. A person who has gone to the United States and the UK, if you go back home, UK, United States, and any country in the Europe, if you go back home, you should go home that you're going to start life as a person running his own business as an entrepreneur, because nobody wants to employ you. Again, utawaona uchafu. I'm not saying uchafu of the dirt, uchafu wa uzembe, kikazi, that you will not like with our bosses in Kenya. And you will not want somebody to employ you, because unless you're going to be a lecturer who can do his own things at different times. But if you're going there for somebody to employ you, utasuffer, because you will see a lot of loopholes of what he's doing. Some of them are not even adding, and they have a lot of shortcuts in Kenya with our employers. And when you ask them, for example, I worked in a hospital where hakuna gloves.
Acha kuongea ukweli bwana. Unajua hiyo ni department yetu, unachoma bwana.
No, si department yetu, it's also mine. The patients wanakuja na gloves zao so that wahudumiwe, especially patients in the ward.
The sad part yenye ilikuwa inauma, though imeanza kuimprove, expectant mothers would come with literally everything from pamba to
gazeti, wanakuja mpaka na pamba.
Mpaka itishwe, the marking, it's called the marking torch.
Macintosh, ya kulea mtoto.
Yes. And it was sad, yani. Unaenda hosini kama wendo na supplier, you become the KEMSA,
So those kinds of things, it happened that sometimes back, I remember sometimes back, when you would find mtu amekuja na, and in fact a subordinate ndiye alikuwa anauza gloves.
Okay.
Ameenda kanunua gloves boxes ngapi? 2. So kuna mahali wanauzaga uji ili wenye wanauzia, you can buy uji nje ya gate, kuna kuwaga na mavibanda almost in all hospitals.
Canteens kinda.
Hizo ma canteens. So one of the canteens where they're doing the photocopies, you'll find this person ameweka gloves zake pale. So zinaenda zinafungwa ikiwa 2 pairs. Na you buy 2 pairs at 10 bob.
Yeah.
Na wanaleta. Na sasa hiyo wewe unangojea ndio mgonjwa alete. Uko na gloves. At when you are admitting person, mna admit na kuwe na gloves na besheni na slippers for mgonjwa. So
ujanja mingi yenye wanatumia, if maybe naweza sema, unakuta most doctors anafungua ka chemist just next to a very big hospital. And then anajua our pharmacy aina certain kinds of drugs, so anajua I'll write maybe let's say 3 types of drugs. Moja atapata kwa the government pharmacy, but hizo mbili si ataambiwa aende ya buy. Guess ataenda kubuy wapi? Kwa ile chemist iko nje.
Because anajua iko pale.
Hii chemist iko nje, si mimi ndio nilikuwa nimemwandikia. Ile dawa nimemwandikia niko sure by the time anamalizana na jamaa wangu wa chemist ameacha karibu 2,000. So it's a bad ni ka strategy kabaya, au unakuta msee anakudirect kwa clinic fulani, anajua hiyo clinic ni yake, nakwambia hii ugonjwa yako hapa tutaweza, anakutuma from a provincial or another big hospital, anakutuma to a clinic at the clinic is better. So kumbe ni yeye anajitafutia ka side hustle, so anakutuma kwa clinic yake, anakwambia kuja appointment kwa hii clinic, you'll find a certain doctor atakusaidia. Ukienda huko unakuta it is the same jamaa mliachana na yeye akiwa in the government place. So basically that's what they do. It's not good.
Let me tell you, our patients have the same problem, because I worked at a hospital at night, and this patient came at around saa 7.
Yeah.
Tulihudumia mgonjwa mpaka tukamalizana na yeye, tukamwambia sasa, you're not coming back you're only coming back here after 3 days if there is no change. Unaona, maenda maliza madawa. In the morning, I used to work at night yote, ikifika saa 12 wale watu wa day wanakuja wananitoa, si ndio?
Okay.
Because I talked to a few people so that instead of them coming at saa 1:30 walikuwa wanaingia saa 12:30. Mimi nitalala hapo kwa coach ile ya waiting room. Kulikuwa na room nyingine ya changing room yetu. Nalala, ikifika saa 2, I was sleeping for 2 hours or 1.5 hours, and then naenda naoga. By saa 3 I was reporting to a private clinic. Ikifika saa 5 naona relatives wenye walikuwa pale kwa ile hospitali nyingine jana usiku wako hapa. Unaona? And then I was like okay. So wakahudumiwa pale na receptionist, and then wakiingia ndani, and then they are like what's wrong again? Alafu the relative, one of them akarealize, daktari, si wewe ulikuwa pale jana? Nikamwambia, ni nini mnakujia hapa? I sent you the same test that we did the same test, because we did a full hemogram, a malaria test, and a SAT. How do you call it? SAT? Salmonella typhoid antigen test.
Yeah, SAT.
Yes. Then they came. Nikamwambia, we did a salmonella antigen test, and we did the full hemogram, and we also did a malaria test. You were given medications according to those ones. Sasa umekuja hapa, ndio nini fanyike? No, ameenda. Okay, I was a lab technologist in Kenya. So amekuja tena in the same lab where I now work, and that's my side hustle. Wameandikiwa the same full hemogram na malaria test. Sasa wajaandikiwa nini?
You know some patients don't read these or notes, and some doctors
the patient, the lady who brought this relative knew, because the relative is a nurse in another hospital.
Okay.
Alimleta district hospital, akafanyiwa the same test, government hospital. Sasa anakuja huku na namuuliza, sister, ni nini imefanyika tena? Ati unajua, kumbe wewe ndio ulikuwa pale. Nikamwambia yes. Sasa leo umeandikiwa nini? Ati full hemogram na malaria. Nikamwambia sasa ni sisi ndio tulikufanyia pale jana. I was there at night.
And you know, full hemogram does not change over a week.
What is changing? The HB is still the same. It can change with plus or minus
24 hours, the HB and all, and the hematocrit and everything in the HB.
The patient had malaria.
Normal.
The patient had malaria.
So what do you want? The nitrophils and all.
No, the patient had malaria. It's already known. Mtu akona malaria amepewa
AL. So in fact, ishaanza ku affect the blood already.
No, hata haijaanza, because it was given saa 7 usiku. The person amepewa AL. Saa 4 wako kwa hiyo hospitali nyingine wamewekewa malaria na nini. Nikaambia the same full hemogram tulifanya ile nilifanya usiku. I'm the same person doing it here. Mimi ndio nilisign pale na mimi ndio na sign up. Why are you wasting money? Because in the government hospital we were charging full hemogram at 500. And malaria tulikuwa tuna charge 150. I don't know. Now you come to the private, tuna charge full hemogram 1,000. na malaria tuna charge 200. It's like, what are you doing?
Unajua, the people at times wanaponanga jia belief, not that because they have met a very good doctor. It's because there are people who believe asipodungwa shindano ajatibiwa. Kuna wengine wana believe akienda private, whatever service they give is the best. Kuna wengine wana believe akienda private kama hajapewa dawa ziko kwa box, wacha hizi za kuhesabu hizi countables, akipewa dawa ziko kwa blister packs, anaona those ones are the best. So each person, okay, and funny enough they end up being healed, but I think it's their belief, and each person has its own taste and preference. But by the end of the day, I think if you meet a competent doctor and a competent health profession, you should trust them, whether you have found them kwa private, public, whatever, mahali wako. I think we should do the right thing, but wengi they suffer disservice from us. I remember one time, actually.
Oh, I wanted to say, I used to work somewhere in a call center, and they used to say, if someone calls again, if you serve them and they call again, that means there's something that you did that you made them not confident with what you are telling them. So they used to talk about like when someone calls, they shouldn't be calling again, and they can tell someone who's called again, and that dings you. So we used to get like bonuses. If the person you served calls again, you get some marks taken out. So at the end of the month, your metric is low. It was called one call resolution. So if you see, like now when I had COVID, I went to hospital almost every day. But why did I go back? Because I felt like the doctor brushed me off. Like if I went and the doctor sat and explained to me and looked like he was understanding and telling me what is causing, then I was more comfortable knowing that he has taken care of my needs. Why they would come back, or why I would go back because I've gone back myself the same day actually. It's because I felt like I was dismissed personally. Yeah, I was not attended to. So I'm like, hey, let me go somewhere else and compare.
As a patient, sometimes you what do you call it, half-baked info. Opeani, especially, I don't know if you've ever found this. Me, when I get a female patient, unakuta the patient, because I'm a male and I feel, I don't know, and I feel like you're comfortable. So some information is not quite left out. And then if me,
in Kenya.
No. I'll treat as per what I've had from the examination, and then eventually from the investigations carried out in the laboratory and all other places. So my diagnosis and maybe impression, and finally the treatment will come from basically maybe all I had from the patient. So if the patient and feature some of these things, sometimes it's quite difficult. And there are also these other patients who they exaggerate. Anaweza fanya uone kama kila place kwa mwili iko na issue.
But you should take them. I think that was I was accused of doing that when I had COVID. But all the things that I said, I actually went through them. And like earlier today, Randall was talking about like being dismissed. Especially because of I don't want to go into detail. That does happen here, and like the way you unasema wananiambia, it's all in my head. Hizo vitu naambia nasikia uchungu wananiambia. I told them I am this much years old, and as you look at me, I am of a sane mind. The guy was like, ooh, because you're trying to make me. You're talking to me like there's something, like I'm not sane, like I'm not a mature person. Who comes like he's like, you need to go to your personal doctor. You don't come to the emergency. You only come to the emergency when you have an emergency. I was so offended. So I told them, after I listened, I said, you know what? I am X number of years. I am this and this. And I know the difference between, I told him, and I am of sane mind.
Actually,
the doctor was like, wow.
My guy,
whatever they tell you, don't say they're exaggerating. That's when you think they're exaggerating, you're communicating to them, and they will go to another doctor who will believe them.
You see what?
That's where this problem is.
Here's the thing.
kidogo to Collins. One of our a guy in a consultant one time told us, I think it's in Kenya. I don't think it is Oko Maju. He talked of something called hapa na hapa syndrome.
Hapa na pale.
Hapa na pale or hapa
It's called hapa na pale syndrome.
What happens is unakuta mtu ana complain from the hair to the tip of the toe. Kila place iko na different symptom. Nywele sijui inafanya aje, mgongo sijui ina behave aje, macho, eventually one patient has like close to 1,000 symptoms, eventually even if you want to diagnose it,
you feel confused.
Mzee amekupea so many symptoms alafu ukimwangalia elicit any form of disease, but when I explain, so eventually a doctor can create a picture that is not true, can create what do you call it, an assumption, and assume that you are lying and all. So they brush you off, maybe because maybe they have seen the worst of things. So I don't know who is mgonjwa, but probably even dying, but because I think they have seen so many things in life.
Things
I went somewhere. I went somewhere, and like the first place they dismissed me, like you're saying. The same day I went to another place, and they listened. Okay, they may have not trusted me, but they did the test that I had requested.
Okay.
And I had blood clots. Like after I had COVID, I had blood clots in my hand and my leg, the lower, like on the lower leg. And then they asked me, "How did you know?" Because I think they didn't trust me when I said I suspect I have blood clot on my hand and my leg because of, I had listened to the symptoms, so I knew. And they hate when you say I found that information on Google. They get mad.
Yeah.
So I research myself.
Unamintimidate, Ashley, unakuja unaambia msee hii kitu niligoogle na huyu jamaa miaka 6 kwa class, anaona yani unanicompare na Google, mimi am a walking load of knowledge, so they believe
Wanakwambia don't even go to Google, it's full of misinformation.
They are normally called the Google patients. The Google patients are patients who come already well informed of what they have, the diagnosis, they even have the drugs they need to take. The only thing is
they suggest you the one they want.
Yeah, wewe kazi yako ni kuconfirm. So a doctor feels intimidated, akwambia, hey manze, let me be the one treating. So that's the
Jex.
Jex.
Mimi nimesomea Kenya. And over here I've gone to a med school in America.
Yeah.
In Kenya, I was not a doctor. I was a medical lab technologist.
Yeah.
And then I went to the university in Kenya. I did my things, and then when I came here, it's like I joined the medical school. I did my postgraduate first, then I went to the medical school. We have a patient that has gone to Dr. Google, like Ashley.
The Google patient.
A Dr. Google can really diagnose, treat,
and prescribe.
In theory.
And also even prescribe.
Prescribe and treat.
Yeah.
And in fact, give even the side effects and also intervene on those side effects. So when this patient comes to the clinic, he comes especially trained in some line of thinking. So that when you're telling him a different thing, he thinks that you're wrong.
Okay.
The only option and the only thing you can do is do the lab tests. That's the only thing. Just do the lab test.
Okay.
And then if the lab test is not giving you anything, because we don't treat the results from the lab, we treat the patient. So if the lab tests are not giving you any result, then handle the patient depending on the information that he has given to you. So it's upon the patient to give everything that is failing.
Yeah, all the details. Yeah.
Because a half of the treatment of the patient is done by the patient himself.
Yes, the impression rather, because diagnosis comes after the investigation.
mgonjwa atakuambia kila kitu, na kama imewahi mfanya kitambo, na kama kuna mtu kwa familia yao imewahi fanya. So akikwambia hizo vitu zote, the history, a well collected history.
kidogo tu Collins. Unakuta mtu anakuambia ati ugonjwa yake ilimwanza like 6 years ago, but the symptoms yenye na complain now it's totally unrelated. Anakuambia nilidungwa shindano kwa huku nyuma sijui 1960, saa hizi nasikia kichwa ikiuma. So unajaribu kutafuta venye hiyo kashindano kanafanya kichwa iume, you know. And
We have fictitious
it is over, unakuta 10-20 years since it happened. So as a doctor, no, ukijaribu kumwambia they are almost not related, they still want to insist ati hapana, you know, actually after they even make it sound hii shida ileta na hiyo shindano, if hiyo shindano haingekuwa you know.
Like me today,
I
got an accident,
and
I was done reduction on my hand.
Okay.
Iko na chuma pale ndani.
Okay.
Iko ndani, the plate is inside.
So it was fracture ulnar and radius.
Nilivunja hiyo radius yote mpaka ikatoka.
Ulivunja radius cause the humerus ingepona tu kama ni okay.
So nilivunja hiyo radius, and you know that's the strong bone of the hand. So if I go to the hospital today and I start complaining of the headache, they will ask me, have you ever had an accident before? Yes.
You'll say
but
yes.
The accident is on the hand. It's not related to
the brain.
To the brain. So if suppose I had an accident in Iligonga brain, when I say maybe there was some crack somewhere, and if the pressure is being exerted into the brain, intracranial pressure, then it could be feeling the problem, or there's some bleeding somewhere. Here is a person mwenye anakuambia alikuwa na hiyo fracture, lakini sasa kichwa inamuuma. I got my accident, the accident I got in 2017. Itaniuma kichwa leo? Hapana.
But there is a patient who will insist.
Ata insist venye hiyo ndio inamsumbua.
And na vile anaipush, you can almost believe hata wewe mabiki unaanza kudoubt enyewe it's possible, you know.
So
and they have to explain.
With this fictitious, how. We also have a condition called somatic symptom and related disorders. Also, those conversion disorders, those we have somatic disorders. We have also somatic. We also have conversion disorders, and we also have illness anxiety, where the patient is just feeling like anafikiria kuna kaugonjwa ingine kama I think I have cancer. Auna. But you think you have because mama yako alikufa na cancer. So wewe ukifeel anything kichwa yako inakuuma kidogo, unafeel ama ni cancer. Ukianza kukohoa kidogo, ama niko na lung cancer because my mom died of it. So that one can make a patient sick. Hakuna kitu mgonjwa hapo. But because anafikiria ako mgonjwa, kama Ashley alikuwa na COVID, so anything anasema watu wanafikiria oh maybe amesoma. But if you don't do the right test on this patient, utamiss. Because utafikiria
definitely.
Yeah, you may think oh anafikiria
like Jake said, it's good, or Jake said I think the best thing is to do the CBC and see, and then decide if this person, because just take them, they are an adult, they are not insane. So, and they know, like do and look whether there is any irregularity, because it could actually be a thing. It could actually, because the first place I went for the blood clot, they is like, no, it's because you've been sleeping a lot, you need to walk. But the next place I went, they didn't really believe, but they still did the test. And actually, I had 2 clots in the 2 places I told them. So you see, if someone would have disregarded my
with you Ashley, what you did, you were able to articulate what was really your issue. But you see, there are patients who come, as much as they're telling you what's the problem.
I've been accused what you're saying right here, by the way. I've been accused of I went and this lady said you've told the doctor so many things. I'm like, those are the things that are hurting that you then I went into I was done so many tests. But you see, just do them. And then you see, they told me now the other things, the reason you have a personal doctor is those are not emergencies. You see, when you explain to me, when you explain to a patient that way, there is a probability of them not coming tomorrow or using them the next 8 hours, because then you have not disregarded them.
So I
because
think
everybody, I've had people who kuna mwingine alienda 3 different places akidismissiwa with me. By the way, if you give me painkillers, I don't take them. I refuse them. I tell them I have Tylenol at home. There's this guy, he had COVID and then he had chest problems. He went to 3 different places, and in those 3 different places he was chased away. Do you know he died in the parking lot in the 3rd place here in America?
What?
Yeah, it's even if you Google it, it's on there, because the doctors dismissed him.
And you know, at times, okay, I also take the blame. At times we dismiss without verifying, and I think how we verify is by doing the investigation. We would rather go wrong after umefanya the test and all. But
Yeah,
most
do
of
the basic, do the EKG. You know, if there's complaining of heart, do the CBC. It's gonna tell you if there's some activity going on. Do the DMA.
There's a cardinal rule that says first listen. You know, most doctors really don't listen, and at times they are quick to maybe apply what they see than what they hear, and when they hear, they begin analyzing what you're saying even before, you know. When you start saying I have a headache, and headache, I have a running nose, around that we have to handkerchief and all. So eventually they dismiss you from appearance. Not
that can only happen in Kenya. Here, there's a lot of suing. Malpractice can kill you here.
Yeah. Oh no, Collins. I've experienced what he's saying.
Malpractice can kill you here, because if you know you are right and you think you're not well diagnosed.
But you know, we have a way of hiding. You know, we have a way of hiding. If, for example, in my notes, because what will also be used in a court of law is, did I write anything in my notes? So in my notes, I because it's my word against the patient as well. So if I write in my notes, this is what the patient told me, and these are the drugs I prescribed, given to what the patient said. You know, the patient cannot now go to court and say, I didn't order an MRI and all. I'll justify why I didn't order an MRI if the patient didn't complain of. So malpractice will come in if, for example, you see like that person who died parking lot, that's a malpractice. But ile mwenye nimemuona, nimeandika notes, nime document everything.
And sometimes those notes are they are lying. I've gone to where I read notes that I didn't say. So another thing, what I can advise somebody, if you go and you don't like, just ask to write you want to write a statement, because you can leave a statement that it's also on file. If you have an issue.
And there's also,
I don't know whether they do that in Kenya.
Of late tunafanya hivi. Of late tuko na yenye inakuja saa hii. If you go to any doctor's office, any consultant's office, I think it's only happening here in America with the big doctors. We have a voice recorder. So that when the patient is talking, the conversation between you and the patient, unaweka voice recorder on the table. Notes zinamekiwa na secretary. Au wanaitwaga watu wa kufanya, I don't know, they're not called coding, there's something, watu wa health record, something. So wewe yako
more of like transcribing.
We call them scribes.
Scribes.
Scribes, wanaandikiwa hapa kama scribes. So wewe mnaongea tu, the record is there, and then the recorder is given to the people on the, and then they go, they type. So as you are asking your questions, siku hizi madaktari hawaandiki. They don't write.
But huku Kenya bado natumia kalamu bwana.
So that you can get what somebody is saying, unaweza evaluate, and then I don't know how they are converted into words very fast. Mtu anaandika tu hivi, then they're really converted very fast.
There are even apps, there are apps for the same. There are apps
to convert audio. So sisi unaenda unaangalia, and then you see what this was the patient was saying, and then from there already you have differential diagnosis. Immediately the patient finishes, the chief complaint uko nayo very fast, unaenda kwa hivyo ushapata ma differential diagnosis, then you start getting the pertinent positives and pertinent negatives, and then you give to your plan of treatment.
You rule out what really is the issue in the patient.
Yeah, so Ashley was not diagnosed well, but still, I think the management was poor, and the management they didn't do her good management. That's the truth. But still, if somebody wants to do something good, just make sure that you listen to your patient. The rush we have in Kenya is this. When I was working, when we were being trained, we were told that you are only able to read 40 malaria slides per day. Okay?
Kenya, our aim is to clear the queue, man.
Clear the queue. So that clear the queue, we are only trained that I should only magnify and watch 40 slides for malaria in a day.
Okay.
And here is Collins who did 125.
To clear the queue.
No, in Homa Bay, you are the only person on that bench. 125. How do you want to do it? And then you realize unafanyia mtu malaria na aliandikiwa malaria na CBC. The CBC cannot be done there, so you have to send the patient to do CBC in a private clinic. Amedungwa hapa, aende adungwe pale tena. Yeah, so it's tricky. I think mimi nataka kuacha because
pia mimi nataka
Jax should sleep. Clinton, we are telling Clinton not to leave Europe because Oliech is still crying. Aliacha Europe akakimbia kuenda Asia. Na ili mess the whole time. Clinton, you are not leaving Europe hata kama watakudeport, acha wakudeport wakipenda.
Clinton, we are working very hard to leave. You are working very hard to come back.
To come back. I will talk Europe because even if they are deporting you, they will not deport you. We apply another school, become a student again.
Jacoret, are you there?
Hata kama usomi.
Clinton, are you there?
Yes, I'm there.
Chinua Achebe writes in his book of A Man of the People, it's only a fool that can spit the Jewish morsel put in his mouth by the fortunes. So it's only a fool that can spit the Jewish morsel puts on his mouth by fortune. The fortune has already dropped you into Europe, and then you still want to go back to Kenya in the name of living. Urudi huko. And again,
unajua nini Collins?
Yeah.
Kitu ilikuwa inafanya nirudi.
Clinton, si umalize live tuendelee nyuma ya tent.
Ngoja live nyuma ya tent ingewezekana Facebook, lakini hizi za YouTube no. Unajua nini Collins?
Ukimaliza naona kawa tunaendelea huku nyuma ama sijui, I'm not sure.
Ngoja tu live hata inaisha saa hii ndio tu prepare kutoa Ruto usiku. So Collins,
utalimwa na Ashley wewe.
Watu wakinitoa by force, they will blacklist me anywhere in Europe, you know. Lakini wakikwambia rudi, unaende utengeneze makaratasi zako Kenya, alafu tukuite tena. Hapo utakuwa umetoka peacefully. Lakini wakikutoa bwana wataku blacklist hii Shenzhen, inaitwa Shenzhen, hizi countries 26. I cannot visit any because watakuwa na refer to my past.
Sasa tutakuambia hii.
Lakini na wewe Clinton, mbona ukumaliza shule bwana?
Bana nilishasoma Kenya nikagraduate, nilitoka class nikikuja hapa nikifundisha bana. So huku nilikuja kutafuta pesa bwana.
Bahati mbaya
So, I had a form 4 class mpaka 6:30. Alafu basi inanichukua 6:35 kwa gate ya shule kwenda Nairobi. So mambo na masomo bana nilisoma Kenya bana.
Sasa sisi bado tunakuambia you can enroll to another community college there. And si lazima iwe Germany, unaweza ifanya hata Spain because Spain unafaa kuingia na shake hands ndio.
Yeah, but sasa kuna options tu mbili, It's either I go to Kenya peacefully like tomorrow or next week. Huh? Then I organize myself to come back to Europe. Ama niko na connection Australia. Yeah? Place inaitwa Melbourne.
They have good schools.
Alafu lakini huko wanalipa fee, lakini jamani bana, university education is free. Lakini Melbourne ni thousands of money.
Unajua Australia, one of their source of inaitwaje is whatever tax and all, it's from the international students. Their source
education.
Yeah, venye kwetu tourism kwao education is also kitega uchumi.
Yeah, alafu option ya pili Collins, watu mnaitanga X, my ex. Ako hii nchi ya Brexit, sijui nchi inaitwa aje. Hii nchi ya Brexit hii ako sehemu inaitwa Nottingham.
Okay. I'll be in Nottingham in September.
Sasa hii gasia bana inaniambia eti niende anipe accommodation ya 1 year ama 6 months.
Ni sawa, si bora uhai.
Bora uhai, lakini hiyo uhai ikikatika after 2 weeks, utoke job upate suitcase yako nje na hujajipanga na room yako. Ndio utajua hiyo allowance ulipewa tu.
Ona hapa, Jake. This is what happens when a Kenyan fears the future that he doesn't know. So
no, but that's
what we always call the symptom is called the fear of unknown.
Collins, hiyo fear inasaidia.
And you know, you are a Luo, and in Kijaluo there is something called this, Joey Mamual, Joey Magere Miguro Piene.
Ati Joey, me I only know Joey wa baba. What does that mean?
Yeah, Joey Joey ni kama nyati.
Oh, okay.
Sasa nyati ikiwa mkali sana, hiyo skini yake.
Wait, when Baba was saying Joey, was he saying nyati? He said it so many times. Of what importance was it? So he was just saying nyati. I thought it was something.
When a big person dies in a community, a person in a community anaitwa kama Sibuor, like the lion of the community, or the nyati ya community, the big 5 animals. So you can call him the big man. So you were saying,
I think it was, I don't know if it was Kibaki's burial. No, Moi's burial. Sorry.
Moi's burial. Yes.
Yeah, he said Joey, and then Twitter went crazy that after he said Joey, the Joey guy was released.
Yeah, so wewe pia umezeeka kama baba, unamzika rais wa 3 alivyomzika.
Sorry, no, I take it back. I take it back.
Unajua baba alizika Kalonzo na Kalonzo umekaa hapo kando.
So Clinton, that one
so Collins, I also want
I'll talk to you when you may attend on this, and talk to you when you may attend on this. I'm meeting you in Nottingham in September, so don't worry. Don't stress yourself. I'll talk to you.
Who told you I'm heading there, Collins? I don't want my suitcase to be rained on outside that we disagreed with Clinton, maybe. So these idiots should just
but Clinton is telling you probably akona kashimu unaweza jificha, so usikue na wasi.
I'll talk to him on because this thing is live, so ingekuwa live tungeongea
nyingi. Siwezi enda Nottingham Forest nianze kula shopping ya mwanaume mwenzangu day 1.
Unaweza toa YouTube ndio tubaki kwa live stream hapa.
Lakini before you end si Clinton uombe so that we end it with a prayer, love to back in your attend.
Okay, Clinton, pray.
I think Clinton yanahitaji maombi. Jake now.
Hii prayer bana, hata mnipei appointment mnataka niombe kwa Kiswahili ndio kinashili wasikie jameni.
Hawezi niomba na kijamani ingekuwa tamu, lakini sawa. Tuombe basi Okay. Everlasting Father, in the name of Jesus, we choose to bless, glorify, and honor your name in this hour. Thank you for the many hours that your people, Lord God, gathered and assembled and discussed pertinent issues as pertaining our nation and many other things that came on board. We thank you for the gift of life and the strength that you enabled us to sail through all this. Lord, above all, we bring our nation before thy presence. We pray that, God, you may heal our land, and we repent of all our sins, that Jesus, God, you may heal our land. The Bible says, if we confess our sins, that you are faithful and just and ready to forgive us of all our iniquities and transgressions. That's what we choose to do this morning, asking you, Lord God, that you may heal our land from all that ails us this morning in Jesus' name. Bless us, everyone who participated, those who joined in live, those who communicated via text, and everyone else who will even watch this later. We pray for the hand of God to be upon them. And above all, we pray for our leaders. We ask that Jehovah God, you may appoint them for us, give us insight, even as the time for election will come. We pray that, God, you'll direct our paths, because the Bible says that the steps of the righteous are ordered by God. Order our steps that we may do the right thing in the right way, even in that appointed time, in Jesus' name. We thank you. We bless our nation, guard it from all harm. Bless our leadership, those in power at the moment. We pray for a guarding of the angels and a backing from the heavens in whatever they do. May the supply from above and reach our borders in the name of Jesus. We bless those who are far and away. Bless their families, my God. Those in abroad countries, we pray that, Jehovah God, you may remember them, do them good. When they call to you, Lord, may you answer, beckon to their cry, and to their need, may you respond with timely answers and supply in Jesus' name. We bless you and we honor you, for it is in the name of the Father, Son, and the Holy Spirit that I pray. Amen.
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 Yes,
Jacredo,
amen.
ukimaliza nadhani tutabaki nyuma ya tent.
So
Bye guys,
mnasema
thank you for joining us. Kidogo tu. Bye bye everybody. Mumekuwa wazuri, akina Titus Yator, Hezron Kijangolo, we see you. Is it Keroro? Ha. Thank you so much. Omahe Joseph, umekuwa poa. Enoch Lagat, thank you. You were amazing. Na wengi ambao
huyu Mahe Joseph anakaa classmate wangu, kalikwanga kanapenda kufanya hesabu kwa blackboard. Wale wanafunzi wenye ni kimbelembele
okay.
Upendi hesabu lakini wao wana calculate kwa ubao, so unawajua Jakes.
Okay, ni sawa tu. Kuna wale walikuwa wanapenda ka show off kwa ubao.
So I think
and everybody, bye bye.
Kuna watu wanaitisha link bado.
Mi najua Mr. Writer Shab uko sawa. Maybe next time tukutane jioni. We do this tonight actually, those in Kenya. From itakuwa saa ngapi Clinton? From 8?
Ruto tunaanza kumtoa mapema, si hata 8.
Unajua unasema hauna listen my brother, unasema hauna makazi, so chunga kwenye unataka kuharibu, utafukuzwa.
Ruto tunamtoa bana before 7 p.m. Kenyan time.
You know, you have been strongly defending Ruto for a whole time. I don't know what has changed, but
no, it's because the real candidates and the real supporters now are around, so his true colors are coming out. But anyway,
kama Ashley alitoka Tangatanga, mimi ndio nitabaki. Unasema nikifinya hii red button tutakuwa tumetoka live, tuko nyuma ya curtain ama
maliza live. Ukimaliza maliza live.
End broadcast,
end broadcast from YouTube.
Yeah.